Honorable representative of the Greek state and other Mediterranean states, esteemed members of the Greek and international academic community, esteemed members of the Greek and European press, ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as president of the Greek National Tourism Organization, I warmly welcome the Third International Water Forum, Challenges and Opportunities for Drinking Water in the Eastern, Mediterranean, and Balkans. Dear friends, water is a source of life for man and the planet as a whole. We all know that. While its importance in the development and formation of civilizations in antiquity and southern times, as mentioned in the agenda of this forum, is enormous, especially when we talk about the civilizations born around the Mediterranean basin. For Greece, the water element is one of the largest assets donated by nature to the country. With 13,676 kilometers of coastline, one of the longest in the world, with thousands of islands and islets, scattered in the Aegean and Ionian seas, Greece has a Polynesian environment unique in Europe and the world. So Greece is undoubtedly beyond its other characteristic, a wonderful, aquatic world. And this may be the main reason why it is a top global tourist destination. Starting with drinking water. In Greece the visitor can enjoy Thalva, quality, safe drinking water that is a public good and is offered free of charge. Something that is not a given for many other international florisms on the planet. Apart from drinking water, travelers can enjoy unique experiential experiences offered by the water element of our country in Greece. Our rivers, lakes, springs and, of course, the world-famous emblematic Greek seas, beaches, offer unforgettable moments of life, health and rejuvenation to anyone who visits them. In Greece, in the land of Evzum, in the land of Evzogia, these water features play a very important role. Greece, for many years, has consistently occupied the second place in the International Blue Flag event. Greece means relaxation and sport in the endless blue and absolutely safe conditions, both on the surface and at the bottom of the seas. The Greek National Tourism Organization, as the national portal for the promotion of our country, with the strategic guidance of the Ministry of Tourism, promotes all this wonderful kaleidoscope of maritime experiences offered by the country: swimming, sports, yacht sailing and so much more, and of course experiences against Western tourism in a seabed that, apart from being safe, is also a vast underwater archaeological museum, as is the entire Mediterranean Sthalassa, the mother of so many ancient civilizations. I would suggest you visit the portal and social media of EAT, Visit Greece, where, among other things, you will see our microsite Sustainable Greece there. Among other good practices, you will see projects aimed at the sustainable management of water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, if not only our visitors, but above all the citizens, the inhabitants of this country, are to be able to enjoy the good of water in all its forms, it must above all be sufficient. Climate change, as you well know, is disrupting the water cycle and consequently nature's life cycle. Strong storms, floods, so-called water vodas alternate rapidly in severe heat waves. The phenomena have begun to affect the wider Mediterranean and Greece. If they continue, there is an incentive that after 2050 our southern and eastern territories, and especially our world emblematic islands, will be gradually threatened with prolonged scarcity and possible partial desertification. In this danger, the Greek state, the competent ministries, the academic body and all co-competent bodies with the help of modern and innovative methods are taking all corresponding actions to prevent the threat. It's up to us. The faces of the stretchers are here to thoroughly present you both the problems and the corresponding actions. That is why I congratulate you on organizing this forum. It is a forum that can work even further and be able to create a further agenda of actions to avoid these phenomena. with everyone's cooperation. Here we are talking about a collective effort. And of course they are produced in today's forum, and in this forum they represent the area of the Mediterranean and neighboring Balkan countries, as the threat of climate change requires direct synergies at transnational international level. Ladies and gentlemen, just before closing, I could not fail to mention the character of water as a universal human right. On July 28, 2010, the General Assembly recognized in Resolution 64,292 the human right to water and sanitation, highlighting their importance for the implementation of all human rights. Water should be treated primarily as a natural, social, cultural asset and not as an economic good, in such a way as to ensure the adequacy of water for both present and future genera and of course its quality. Few friends, the health and becoming of man, the cycle of life in nature, the survival of ecosystems, social, economic, cultural progress passes through the smooth, perpetual flow of the water cycle. With collaborations, coordination, consistency, at international level, we must all together keep this flow alive and fight so that all inner beings and their environment have access to it. Besides, let's not forget that we, humans, our human body is mainly made of 75 to 80% water. Water management is therefore the main issue. As you can see, this is precisely what many European programs subsidize and deal with precisely this process. How to manage, how to save this precious resource. To do this, however, a collective broader effort is needed at international level, with synergies, cooperation, coordination and consistency at both international and national level. Here we must all together keep this flow alive and fight for all living beings and their environment have access to it. In conclusion, I would like once again to offer my warmest congratulations to all of you who have managed today to create and launch this forum. I wish good results, so that all these contribute additionally to all the actions that are taken, and as he said before, really cooperatively all together, to provide solutions is up to us. Just as we humans have a responsibility for what we live today, we humans ourselves can correct these mistakes and act as an overall positive whole for identifying these problems now and in the future. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
I will speak English if that's okay. So thank you for the invitation. The issue of water becomes more and more pertinent in view also of the ongoing climate change. Of course, climate change is a natural phenomenon. There was always climate change, and there will always be climate change. The fact of the matter is that because of the anthropogenic emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, these happen much faster than it should under the normal conditions. So we need to adjust to this ongoing change, and I make this connection to the climate change because it's the first tangible problem of climate change is reflected to the water issues. That being more water scarcity, more droughts, longer periods of droughts and high temperatures, or stronger storms, flash floods. So the the most tangible problems of climate change are fully reflected in the issue of water management. Of course, Greece is a country that has water. So it's like ideals. Some countries that have an abundance of water, but still there's plenty. And that has led also to the culture that we consider water as given, as free. We confuse, that happens quite often in many different sectors, the fact that it's a public good with the fact that it is free, it is not free, and it must not be free because there's a cost. There's nothing like a free thing in life, and the cost has to be covered by those that are benefiting for its use. And that means that when we're talking about water services, it means that we need to cover the cost for these water services. Otherwise, some other people pay for that, being the average taxpayer, somebody else. So we need also to have a proper costing and pricing policy as regards water uses. Obviously, standards and the cost and the price should be different for potable water and different from irrigation water. The difference from for an industrial use of water. So different types of waters and different uses need to have different prices, take into account the specificities of the different sectors, and that is very important in order to establish a fair and effective management, because in the system we have, which is capitalist, money drives things. So you need to send the right price signals in order to be effective, because you cannot regulate things by policing everything. You will have a policeman for each and every citizen. You need smarter ways to do it. So you need to incentivize people to use wisely water. Of course, us being a member of the European Union for more than 40 years now, we have a water framework directive that we follow. This is our constitution, our water constitution in practice. So we have the river fees management plans that we follow, and there we try to have a holistic and integrated approach on all the issues related to water management. But this is a little bit theoretical, and we need to become more operational. Of course, that requires a change in the approach from the side of the public administration, but also it's different actors that are involved in the water management issues. It's not something easy task. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of time. And for some aspects of water uses, this is easier. Some other aspects is much more difficult. For potable water and for water services, being potable water and wastewater management, we have some very strong water providers, water service providers, such as AVAP. I see here in the press, AVAP, and that are doing a very good job. We're very happy with the job they do. There are also some other companies that are doing a very good job, but still, there are also many other water service providers that they don't do a good job, not because they're not nice people, but they don't want, but it's practically impossible because of their small size, to deal with different needs that are associated with quality of drinking water, as it is stipulated in the European directives, regulations, and also the what they need, what it needs to be done for wastewater treatment and for early wastewater treatment. Because wastewater treatment is an industrial process, so you need to have the right personnel in order to operate it smoothly. And this is this in some cases is an issue. And unfortunately, these cases are not very few. There are quite a few actually in numbers. There's a large number of wastewater treatment installations that do not perform up to standards. So we need to make an effort to find smarter ways and better ways to manage these services in order to be able to offer to our citizens the quality of services that they deserve. At the same time, we see that there is an issue with floods. Last September, there was a huge flood in the area of Thessaly. We say that it was without precedent. In reality, 3 years ago, we had the end of the storm. Was because all of the same size, but still was a very strong storm, breaking a lot of sludge. And that tells us that the climate is changing. It can be no coincidence that we have 3 huge storms, 3 cyclones. We don't do that during Greece because we need to have cyclones. These are cyclones. So we had 3 cyclones in 3 years. And that means that there's something changing in climate, and all these 3 cyclones, they hit the same area and about the same period of time, etc. And that probably has to do with climate change, with the overheating of the seawater, the pressure of humidity, and that, and then when it hits a cold air coming from the north, you have very strong precipitation. So that means that we need also to change the way we deal with floods in order to be effective. Of course, we can never stop flooding, but we can decrease the impacts of flooding. We need to focus on decreasing the impact of flooding. If we try to just ensure that there will be no flooding, it's a lost cause. We need to be more practical. That's why we need also to follow nature-based solutions, and also have master plans for every river in order to prioritize correctly the necessary infrastructure projects, so that we don't do infrastructure projects that solve the flooding problem in one area and create more flooding in the area that's as it happens in some cases for various reasons. There's always easy, you make a program, but it's not always easy to follow the plan, because there are quite certain these judicial problems with tenders and stuff like that delay sometimes the initial plan. At the same time, we see that especially in the area of Aegean Islands, sub-Aegean Islands, in Crete and on the eastern Pondicherry, there is an increasing lack of water, and that is a very Obviously, what a problem because the water is set so black that water you can't do anything. And these are also areas that are very touristy. So water is also needed for tourism. And on top of that, you have the increasing scarcity of water. And at the same time, you have increasing we have increasing tourism. So that creates more demand for water. For that reason, we are planning to have, especially for the area of the TNC, for the act of the TNC, have a dedicated action plan in order to ensure that there will be the necessary availability of water so that these islands can continue growing their economy and developing to the benefit of the whole country.
Use of water is in agriculture, not in the Aegean Sea, but overall in the country, it's about 85% that 85% of the water goes to agriculture, and that means that we also need to ensure proper water management in agriculture, where there is traditionally a lot of waste in water or a lot of overconsumption for various reasons. And there are solutions, but they are costly. We see Israel is a model country to that. They made the desert garden, and they sent their goods all over Europe. So that means that there are ways to do it, but of course they come with a cost. The first thing we can do is that we need to ensure proper management of water, again, in order to ensure a fair distribution of a scarce resource, in order to stop the problem that exists, and we don't say it loudly, but it is true. Where there's a scarcity of water, everyone tries to get the water from the other one, for the next one. So the ones that are upstream, they get the water, and they get as much water as they can, because they are insecure about the water, and they don't let any water for those that are downstream. And this is not fair. So we need to ensure a holistic management, and that's why we passed the recent law of 5106 last month. I think on the 30th of, I think it was, no, this month, 1st of May, I think it was published, on the organization for water management of Thessaly, in order exactly to ensure a holistic approach and try to ensure that there is water for everybody, and also that we try to reduce the impacts of the next flood that for sure is going to come. I want to finish my intervention by saying that through a very unfortunate event, which was the Thessaly flood, water issues came at the forefront of politics. They became a very important political issue. Before that, the truth is that it was an issue that was a little bit neglected. But now this is a top priority, a top political priority. So it is our chance, and I look at my colleague, the head of unit for flooding. It's our chance to make things happen, because we have more money to do it and more attention from the whole government on this issue. It's our chance to improve things and make a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gerlides. I would ask for greetings. That's the first piece. Let's be a little shorter, because we have run out of time. And immediately invite Mr. Gregorio who is the Permanent General Directorate of the Ministry of Rural Development of Cyprus, for a brief greeting. Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I am here today at the Third International Water Conference, and I wanted to express to the two organizers my therapeutic thanks for this invitation and for their appreciation and selection of the topic on the challenges for water in the Eastern Mediterranean and the. As we know, water is an essential element for man, for human life. It is inextricably linked to the existence of life itself in all its forms and is an important factor for the social and economic development of each country. Scarcity, pollution, lack of access to safe drinking water and water-related disasters are serious global challenges. Our planet will soon face a water crisis. For some of us, this crisis is here and it will affect the poorest and vulnerable people accordingly. Unfortunately, negative scenarios about how the climate crisis and change will affect our lives are confirmed. In the near future, less rain, higher temperature, increased water needs are forecast for the Eastern Mediterranean and Balkan region, thus widening the gap between supply and demand. As these impacts of climate change increase, we must all unite around protecting and preserving our most precious resource, water. And I am sure, through today's discussions, they will broaden our thoughts and our horizons so that we can enrich our vision and our strategies for the benefits of society and future generations. I wish the conference every success and all of us a fruitful and creative discussion. Thanks, be well. We will thank you very much for keeping to the time.
Σε αυτό το σημείο θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον πρέσβη της Ινδονησίας στην αυτού εξοχότητα, τον κύριο Τζουτζουνάν. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Kalimera. I tried to adjust myself with the Greek language, but it's great. Distinguished experts and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to join you at this third International Water Forum, and my gratitude to the organizers, especially to Professor Mary Zilemenov from the Center for European Studies and Humanities, Yanis Kapodistios, and Professor Emanuelidis, Director UNESCO Connect from Democritian University, as well as Mr. Anastasios Farlas, which have been communicated with us quite a while. It is quite an intriguing moment because basically Indonesia also in today's times will convene the World Water Forum, the 10th World Water Forum in Bali. This is an opportunity for me to address the forum on behalf of the government of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, issues on transboundary water management never ceases to be crucial. More than half of the world's freshwater bodies are shared. 153 countries share at least one of the world's 256 transboundary river and lake basins. Facing climate change and rapid development, sustainable management of water become essential to global challenges as it involves the vital basis for every human activities and survival. Indonesia has significant national interest on managing responsible water resources, since there are more than 5,700 rivers that are managed within 133 official river basins territories, which actually in Indonesian language we call wilayah sungai, as well as groundwater potential for 457.4 million cubic meters per year. 5 of Indonesia's waters and rivers are shared with neighboring countries, namely Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Malaysia. Meanwhile, in communities with Greece, are the view of long-term management and sustainability of 5 transboundary river basins on the northern part of the country that are shared with Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Indonesia and Greece face different challenges and opportunities, but shared solution on strengthening the transboundary water management. We may share best practices through local wisdom that will inspire new innovations never thought before. Distinguished participants, I'm also honored to inform that since Indonesia is organizing the 10th World Water Forum in Bali from 18 to 25 May, the forum is the largest international gathering in the water sector involving various stakeholders. The World Water Forums today will bring together heads of states and other highest officials of governments and prominent people from all over the world to share their knowledge, experiences, and practices. So given the excellence of resources persons present here, I'm optimistic that today's and tomorrow's discussions would bring forth insightful, constructive ideas to navigate water resource management amidst the growing challenges. And both the Third International Water Forum at the eve of 10th World Water Forum in Indonesia will show efforts and commitment to global water management. Thank you.
I would like to invite the President of the EU, Mr. Sturgeon, for a greeting. Thank you. So, I, in turn, would like to welcome the work. Thank you for the invitation and, of course, I consider it a great honor to be here today. I would like, precisely because I take the thread from the previous speakers and do not want to make a general reference, because I think the framework for discussion that you will be holding here today and tomorrow has been set, and because I have seen it, I have clarified the program of the conference and I will say a few things about real life.
Και επειδή είδα και το διέτρεξα το πρόγραμμα του συνεδρίου, θα πω ορισμένα πράγματα.
And from what is happening today in IAP, the largest drinking water and urban fertilizer management company in Greece and one of the largest in Europe.
Μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία διαχείρισης πόσιμου ύδατος και αστικών λιμάτων στην Ελλάδα και μία από τις
It is the company that covers almost the entire Attica basin, to approximately 4.5 million consumers. The company's main mission is obviously to provide an uninterrupted supply of water, drinking water, and to manage urban wastewater in the best possible way. That is exactly what we have been striving for all these years. However, climate change and its effects, which are here, as has been extensively mentioned by previous speakers, poses not a doubt, but can also cast doubt on the uninterrupted supply of water, as we have recently seen here in Greece in the case of the municipality of Volos, and may also affect
τόσο την αδιάλειπτη παροχή νερού. Το είδαμε πρόσφατα εδώ στην Ελλάδα στην περίπτωση του Δήμου Βόλου.
Optimal management of urban wastewater. For this very reason, the company, in cooperation with both the state, i.e. the government, and the scientific community, has developed a comprehensive plan for dealing with the impacts and mitigating the risks both in terms of drought and flooding.
Ένα συνολικό σχεδιασμό αντιμετώπισης των επιπτώσεων και μετριασμού των κινδύνων και όσον αφορά την ξηρασία.
After all, drought and flooding, as you scientists say, are two sides of the same coin, but practically speaking, the company is already, in addition to the design it has developed, but is also implementing a series of escapes. Because this design is multi-phase and develops over time, but things are happening today, not tomorrow, today.
γίνονται πράγματα
For example, the effort that has already been undertaken and concerns the alternative establishment of Attica from the Iliki Reservoir.
που έχει αναλυφθεί ήδη και αφορά την εναλλακτική ίδρυυση της Αττικής.
But there are also steps for the distant future, where obviously in this we will be looking even at a desalination plant. We are looking at an areas of water use, reclaimed water, clean water, for various uses, even for sweat purposes, and of course I have to tell you that we are making use of every source available.
Εξετάζουμε σενάρια χρήσης του νερού, του επανεκτημένου νερού, καθαρού νερού, για διάφορες, ας το πούμε έτσι, χρήσεις, ακόμα και για λόγους ίδρευσης και φυσικά πρέπει να σας πω ότι αξιοποιούμε...
Source. One such shows, if you will, how humanity can create durable infrastructures and is none other than the Hadrian Sweat House, which was created about 2,000 years ago, withstood all the climatic conditions of these 2,000 years, and today we are able, we have already started.
Έχει δημιουργηθεί περίπου 2.000 χρόνια πριν, άντεξε σε όλες τις κλιματολογικές συνθήκες αυτών των 2.000 ετών.
Pilot program with the municipality of Calandri to utilize the Adrianio Sweat House, of course mainly for articulation reasons. And the last, I would like to tell you that the company is at the forefront of the utilization of reclaimed water. Water recovery is none other than the cleaning of sewages, which is done anyway in biological treatments. One of them, perhaps the largest in Europe, is in Satalia, located in Satalia. And while today we finally deposit this water in the sea, we have already started a plan to use this water for other uses. For example, in Eastern Attica, with new fertilizer processing centers being built there, we will utilize the reclaimed water for irrigation of Mesogaea. And in the end there is one, if you like, is the first real application of scientific developments and concepts, which is shear mining, which is the decentralized utilization of urban wastewater, in order to locally recover water and use it for irrigation.
Αστικών λιμάτων, προκειμένου σε τοπικό επίπεδο να επανακτάται το νερό.
With these thoughts and real-life examples, would like to tell you that the conference, the International Forum, the Third International Forum, contributes not only to the scientific search, but I think that it helps to raise the priorities of the issue of sweating and more generally the issues related to the
όχι μόνο στην επιστημονική αναζήτηση, αλλά νομίζω ότι βοηθάει στο να ανέβει σε προτεραιότητες το θέμα
water cycle, and that is why I consider your contribution to be crucial. Well, I wish the work in your conferences to be successful. Thank you very much. I know if the Deputy Regional Governor of Northern Health, you are here. Sorry, I will not know you personally. Please, you have the floor. Hello to all. Thank you very much for the great honor of being here. It is a special conference, the Third Water Forum. I also convey the greetings of our regional governor, Mr. Smudge for water. It is when we say water that means life. Life means being life. Since antiquity we have seen settlements moving to areas that had water, because water creates growth and much more. We, as the region of Kengeo, have many issues that we can discuss here and listen to for many hours. However, the reality is that what happens in the region has to do and is within the framework of the development of each place. We are a region with 10 islands, each of which has its own independent island. The biggest issue that arises in our islands certainly has to do with the juices that are created, which are not delimited. In order to be able to carry out the appropriate projects within settlements, to be able to go to the next step, certainly to review the settlements that of course have to do with siting, etc.
Για να μπορέσουμε να πάμε στο επόμενο βήμα, σίγουρα να αναθεωρήσουμε και τους οικισμούς που έχουν βέβαια να κάνουν μετά.
Surely we as a region need to see the value and quality of water.
Σίγουρα εμείς σαν περιφέρεια πρέπει να
I must tell you that it is with great regret that it is a great concern that the quality of water is not the best.
με μεγάλη λύπη είναι ένα μεγάλος προβληματισμός που η ποιότητα του νερού.
I had been to Cynossus in the summer, which is one of the islands of the northern Aegean, and they were discussing Lopsydria. Very few residents, however, discussed how they can save on water. What methods can each house use to be able to have water? This small settlement, if we do not help it, means that it will be deserted. These are very important things for a region that has the element of insularity, which is the North Aegean. Through the forum, I believe that we will be able to target and give the appropriate directions, to be able to give the right frameworks to help these small places and certainly the islands of the North Aegean and the whole Aegean. Thanks very much and be well. Thank you. We attach great importance to our islands, and not only for tourist reasons, but clearly we must create the conditions, as you mentioned, for the inhabitants to be able to have the life they deserve. There are islands which do not have their own water, as we know, and are forced to drink either bottled or otherwise carry drinking altogether.
Είτε με άλλους τρόπους μεταφέρουν τέλος πάντων το πόσιμο. Συγγνώμη. Σε αυτό το σημείο, συγγνώμη.
To invite the general of the fire brigade, Mr. Theopoulos Konstantinos, who, precisely because he deals with an object that has to do with water, to tell us from his own position, his point of view. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Good morning. Dear guests, it is a great pleasure for me to be among you today at the opening of the 3rd International Water Forum, Challenges and Opportunities for How Much Musician in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. For this opportunity and the kind invitation, I would like to thank the professor of the Democritus University of Thrace, Mr. Manolides. I would also like to express my thanks and appreciation to the organizers, as well as to the numerous researchers, professionals, highly experienced and specialized. The 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals offer a concrete blueprint for the future of the world. A global strategy with concrete actions in relation to people, planet, prosperity, peace, and cooperation. Sustainable development is all that we decide or do today without endangering the economic, social, and ultra-environmental future of humanity. In particular, Goal 6 on achieving sustainable development is undoubtedly a vital asset that should know no borders and limitations. Therefore, ensuring the availability, accessibility, and sustainable management of water and sanitation is a fundamental pillar of the world we want to live in.
και των εγκαταστάσεων υγιεινής αποτελεί ένα θεμελιώδη πυλώνα του κόσμου.
In closing, I would like to wish the conference organizers every success, and I am sure that the exchange of candles and points of view will be useful and rewarding for everyone. Let me remind you that water is the main extinguishing agent for all categories of towers. Because before I was assigned to the Fire Academy, I have experienced equality. I have also served as regional commander of the restrictive services in northern Ugeo, and we understand the value of water. And we must all together, each from his side and the special knowledge he has, make no river reach the sea and be exploited earlier. Our rivers, which are the main sources and are many, should not reach us, and smaller reservoirs should be exploited, as is done in the Aegean Islands that are supplied. And the demand is very high, and you understand that as long as there is water, there is growth. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me call Mr. Yiannis Manolis, the representative of the National Commission of UNESCO, because he has to leave. He asked me to have a priority, please. Good morning. It is with great honor that I welcome today, on behalf of the President of the Greek National Commission for UNESCO, the participants of the Third International Water Forum organized by the Center for European Studies and Studies Ioannis Kapodistrias in collaboration with Democracy University EBA, Panhellenic Union and the European Commission, of the General Government of Kleisthenes, the University of Athens, Webster University Athens at the Gyromediterranea Academy of Arts and Sciences, the National Council of Greece, clubs and centers for UNESCO and the UNESCO Connect Chair of the Republic University. This forum, the third forum on water, is under the auspices of the Greek National Commission for UNESCO. Greek culture from antiquity to the present day is associated with the water element. Today, in fact, when our planet is facing on the one hand prolonged periods of drought and on the other hand with catastrophic floods, as a consequence of rising temperatures, water is proving more than ever as the planet's most valuable natural resource, but also as the catalyst for development. Within the framework of UNESCO's actions, it supports and develops a variety of programs for water and the environment. Indicatively, I mention the MAP program, People and Biosphere, the International Geosciences Program, the International Hydrological Program, the World Soil Assessment Program. The illusionist, therefore, needs now more than ever global visions to ensure sustainable development based on mutual respect for cultures, respect for human rights, respect for the environment, solidarity and communication.
στον αμοιβαίο σεβασμό των πολιτισμών, στην τήρηση των ανθρώπινων δικαιωμάτων, στο σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον.
Hoping that today's initiative will trigger similar actions in the future, I wish the forum every success. I would like to thank and congratulate especially the president of the Center Ioannis Kapodistrias, Professor Mary Maroulis Zailemanu, for her timeless efforts to promote education and culture, and Professor Dimitris Emanolidis, director of the UNESCO Connect Chair, for his vision, dedication and respect for whom he has been working since the establishment of the chair to promote the programs and priorities of UNESCO. Good luck in the 2 days of the conference process. Be well. Thank you. And we thank you. And we would come briefly and call Mr. Charisis Georgios, who is the director of the network of cities of 30 cities in the country with rivers. It is not.
Με ποτάμια. Φαντάζομαι είναι και η Κοζάνη, η πόλη μου. Δεν είναι.
Good morning from me too. I would like to thank the steering committee, the organizing committee, for the honorary invitation to participate here today in the Third International Forum for Europe, and wishing it great success. The Hellenic Network of Municipalities with Rivers is a non-profit organization in which 30 Greek municipalities participate. The Kozani do not, we said, wherever they feel, it will happen. The objectives of the network are the environmental protection, promotion and exploitation of river ecosystems. This network tries to achieve this through the organization of two-day events, workshops, studies, to raise awareness and inform the bodies dealing with river ecosystems, so that they give as much attention and interest as possible.
Τους φορείς που ασχολούνται με τα ποτάμια οικοσυστήματα έτσι ώστε να δώσουν όσο γίνεται μεγαλύτερο.
Of course, in view of the climate change that is already present, our rivers must play an important role in reducing the effects of climate change.
Τα ποτάμια μας επιβάλλεται να παίξουν ένα σημαντικό ρόλο.
In all this effort, we have supporters and partners the Ministry of Environment and Energy and especially the Green Fund. We have supporters and partners the universities of Greece, the Democratic University of Thrace, and on the occasion of the presence here and the prism of Mr. Fotis Maris, we thank them very much for their support, and Dimitris Eminolidis, the professor, and Mrs. Kagalos, who are here and speakers at this conference. We also have great support from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, especially from the School of Engineering and the University of Thessaly. With two other legal entities, non-profit companies, both in the Greek network of lake cities and the network of municipalities in the Pindos region, we are trying to join forces so that we can shape a framework for our rivers and put our rivers up where they deserve. We say that our rivers are life benefactors, but lately it seems that our rivers are also lifesavers, since with the climate crisis they will play an important role in reducing the impact. Thank you very much, and I wish your conference every success. Thank you, Mr. Karasis. And just as we have various forms of tourism, environmental, mountaineering, there is tourism specifically for rivers, there is, to develop and commune it. Perfect, perfect. We will be in touch, then. To call, we come to the end of greetings. A little patience. The President of Rotary International District 2475, Mr. Beko, for a brief greeting, please. Esteemed organizers, speakers, and honorable guests. It is the pleasure and honor of the 24 to 75 Rotary International District to have placed under our auspices the 3rd International Water Forum, and for this I thank very much the Rotary and President of the Center for European Studies and Studies, Ioannis Kapodistrias, Mary of Elaminos. ROTER is a global network of a party of 4 million volunteers with specific professional and leadership skills, who together see a world where people come together, take action to create lasting change around the world, in our communities and in ourselves. Addressing substantive problems requires real commitment and vision. For almost 120 years, the people of Rotary have carried out projects with passion and energy and health, taking this action into sustainable projects from illiteracy to water and health. Right Rotary, through its Rotary Foundation, subsidizes targeted programs focused on 7 areas of action, including water, sanitation, and the environment. We have invested €120 million in more than 2,000 projects worldwide. Through this investment, young volunteers, the people of action as we say, have managed to improve access to water and sanitation in communities, schools, and healthcare facilities, while protecting and preserving water conditions. The WASH project, Water Sanitation Aging, invites members and organizations to develop sustainable projects that comprehensively address the most pressing water, sanitation and sanitation needs, as well as education in third world countries, creating in collaboration with local partners water supply and distribution systems for thousands of people in villages and communities.
Δημιουργώντας σε συνεργασία με τοπικούς εταίρους συστήματα παροχής και διανομής νερού για χιλιάδες άτομα.
We have succeeded in installing collection and distribution centers even for rainwater. We even create training programs for women and students in schools on sanitation and water conservation, teaching communities how to maintain systems and providing hygiene education. Clean water, sanitation, and hygiene education are basic needs for a healthy environment and a productive life. When people have access to clean water and sanitation, communicable diseases decrease, children stay healthier to go to school more regularly, and their mothers waste no time bringing water home and families. Anthropogenic climate change is significantly exacerbating the situation, but even in Europe now. As periods of extreme heat and drought increase and we have reached the point where almost 10% of people in Europe suffer from eradication, not to mention the need for flood protection works. Through a fundraising platform that Rotary has, we have the opportunity for Rotarians, but also those who are our friends, to help by contributing to projects that are promoted there about water and the consequences of climate change, which is carried out by Rotary in every corner of the planet. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you every success in the work of this year's International Water Forum at Trido, but also in all its efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Pratanis of the Democratic University, it is your turn, Mr. Maris. Good morning, everyone. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, first of all I would like to thank each and every one of you who is here with us today for participating in the 3rd International Water Forum. Welcome to the beautiful city of Athens, a city, a metropolis, which has both sufficient and quality water. Something that we cannot talk about with the same ease for all metropolises in the world. So, let's not forget that, because some people care about it, some work for it. I have the honor today to welcome you as President of the Republic of the University of Thrace, as organizer of the forum, in collaboration with the President of the Center for European and Humanities, Ioannis Kapodistrias, with the participation of ministries such as tourism, maritime development, island policy, infrastructure and transport of the Hellenic Republic, and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Athens, the Ecumenical Patriarchate, the Greek Commission for UNESCO, and forgive me a plethora of others with the support of the European Parliament in Greece. This effort is supported by communication, and that is why I wanted to highlight this by the Alpha TV channel and the European Horizons Media Group of the Greek section of the Association of European Journalists. I would like you to keep it. It would be an omission for me not to thank my dear colleague Dimitros and Eminolos, a man who for years now persists and tries by organizing, making proposals and trying to create the next day. As every academic in the Greek public university must do, fulfilling his basic purpose, his basic obligation, by the Constitution. In the art theater, I usually say that water management is as easy as a coin standing on the table. As the president of ITHAP said, one side of the coin reads lack and the other side reads flood. While man-made climate change is constantly shaking the table and threatening the balance. In southeastern Europe, but also in the Mediterranean, you understand that the situation will be further destabilized. If the implementation of the new policies is not speeded up, the Secretary General will report very well and a difficult job is being done systematically. First of all, however, the citizen must be informed responsibly by those who need it. Unfortunately, we have not succeeded here. That is why we need the cooperation of responsible media, people who will search and find all those who, with a responsible reason, will inform the citizen. In order not to have the disease in quotation marks of our time, the vast majority of citizens should be informed by anonymous publications which we do not know either who signs or how they document. What do we do about it at the Democratic University of Thrace? Our university has high-level environmental studies, while with the adoption of the new law from the next academic year we will have and start the operation of a new department, Department of Natural Environment and Climate Resilience. The first in Greece, and we hope to be a tool to go to the next day. At the same time, in this effort, I would like to inform and say that Greek society is fortunate to have with it a significant number of top scientists. Greek scientists in the management of ideal resources are among the top on the planet. Some of them are here in the chamber today. Some of them may be missing, but they dominate international forums. So we don't have to look very far, and the Republic has the national representative for water, Professor Kagalu. She is here with us. Our internationally renowned colleague, Mr. Katopoulos, is here at the front. While member of the board of directors of our university is Professor Andreas Mansorakis, Professor of Freiburg, the top Greek in international rankings for the study of climate change issues worldwide. Beyond that, yes, we operate internationally, but also nationwide. Next year, in 2025, while we will continue to support all subsequent conferences of the Forum, we will organize the Conference of the Hellenic Society of Management Resources, where all leading scientists will meet in Xanthi, and we will insist on this effort. It is precisely for this lack of information at scientific level that we are meeting these 2 days. To contribute to the scientific dialogue, but also to popularize the results and to instrumentalize, let's say, permissible expression, all those people who are already acting responsibly, to inform the Greek citizen. And to analyze the critical issue, challenges and opportunities for drinking water in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. Discussions are particularly important as we address and will continue the key issues of water management at a time defined by the unprecedented climate challenge. The devastating floods of Isili, but also of the Great Fire of Evros, reminded us that everything has already changed. As a member of the Committee on Reconstruction for the Euro, we have already seen a stop for 6 months. And yesterday we had a meeting in Dadia of the Euro, a plethora of officials from the country, to answer what question I want, how we could reduce the effects of the Great Fire and all these secondary risks that have been activated. I am also here as an expert scientist to contribute to the first session with the presentation after the fire, flood risk assessment and protection measures, which delves into issues related to the intense phenomena of fires and subsequent floods, soil loss, intense erosion processes, concern that we all have for our safety, and finally the management of water resources. Certainly these flooding events are destroying ecosystems, destroying communities, and affecting our resilience. The shield in this effort is new knowledge, a basic pillar and purpose of the work done in Greek universities. A deeper understanding of complex processes, enhancing our collective ability to implement innovative solutions in their management. We will use the scientific dialogue as we have done all these years. We will work together, and in this way we can tackle the challenges and turn them into opportunities for sustainable development in our regions. It would be remiss of me not to make a reference taking advantage of the presence of the ambassador here today, and to say, yes, our university cooperates with the universities in Indonesia. And let me also say that in the near future, under the responsibility of Professor Mansourakis, Dimitris Emmanouilidis, and other colleagues, we are working on a proposal for cooperation, and we will do it with pleasure, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to be able to travel to your country for the conference. And in closing, I would like to say that the Greek scientific community has a lot to say outside this corner of the planet, outside the borders. And yes, for us, the Republic of the University of Thrace, the object and goal is this extroversion and internationalization. And that's why, taking advantage of the presence of the commercial follow-up of Egypt, let me say that at the moment the head of our university is in Egypt and is organizing the first study program with the University of Rologistan, in Cairo, which we all aspire to start operating next year. We hope for these collaborations, we expect from them, and that is why they will systematically work. Thank you very much, and I wish this conference to achieve all purposes. Good luck to all. Thank you, Mr. Patanis. Let's say that our universities, and especially the regional ones, are among the best. At least in terms of university education, I consider myself a personal opinion, but allow me, because I have traveled to so many countries abroad and to the rest of Europe, to say that we have very good and strong universities and we must support them. Not only in undergraduate, but also postgraduate studies. And well done for the excellent work you are doing. I'm not saying this to spoil ears, because I really believe it. The live greetings will be closed by the President of the Center for Studies in European Studies, Mrs. Mary Maroli Zilamini. I would especially like to thank the Democratic University, Mr. Emmanouilidis, with whom we have common paths with UNESCO, who cooperated perfectly. I would like to thank Mrs. Sidjetsa Usidur, as President of the Union of European Services, the journalist who is always with us and is also a member of the Kapodistria Center, of course. And I would also like to thank In Session Events, the company with which we collaborated perfectly for this conference, the Union of 4 Members of Parliament and members of the European Parliament. Mr. Alvarakos is here to represent.
Την Ένωση Τέων Βουλευτών και Ευρωβουλευτών είναι εδώ ο κύριος Αλαβράκος που εκπροσωπεί.
And we will also be connected to Indonesia. We have a video, because on the 18th of the month the World Water Forum is taking place in Indonesia. That is why we do not have many teachers from the countries of the Middle East who will be in Indonesia on the 18th for this summit. The water crises are huge. There is a disproportion between the population and the availability of drinking water and food. And, of course, it is the beginning of a vicious circle of problems, the consequences of which are suffered by a great many third countries such as Bangladesh, India, Rwanda, and Ghana. Not to say, of course, that rich countries are not affected by this phenomenon. Some more and others less. We cannot ignore the fact that at the moment modern figures give us 850,000 deaths per year due to lack of clean water resulting in diseases, epidemics, and so on. The water crisis is deep, complicated. And the use of scientists, research centers, governments on the one hand, but also needs special education and citizens and business groups to be able to give the message of proper use of water and its purity. Of course, there have been many natural disasters in the past, due to pestilences against migrations from the past. We have been talking for several years and these elements have been found in archaeological excavations, which science gives us. Today, of course, the world is in a troubled place, in a turbulent time. Conflicts remain, inequality is pervasive. Pollution and biodiversity loss is rampant. The climate crisis is accelerating with a deadly force, further threatening peace. Last year, the OIE held the first international conference on water to be removed in peace and the seriousness of the problem. 153 countries currently share water resources. However, only 24 countries have presented cooperation agreements and promote peaceful coexistence, promote peace. Working together to secure water can refuel and maintain peace. The advancement of technology enables us to manage more correctly and fairly the existing water resources and to achieve a better balance in the modern world that will benefit us all. Because the war for water is not imminent. He is here by our side today. Tomorrow you will have the opportunity to attend at the end of this conference a meeting that will take place with scientists who will talk about the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of water and water. Here in our region, in the Eastern Mediterranean, of course it concerns the whole Mediterranean, it concerns the whole world, it concerns the Balkans. It will be very interesting. Under Mr. Sarigos, Mr. Ifanti, Mr. Dispatopoulos and others, there will be a question and answer coordination on our concerns and we will reflect and possibly give direction for new solutions. Thank you very much. I wish you well. I thank everyone who participated in organizing this conference. We will move a little fast without showing the videos because we do not have time. We will show them here either during the day or tomorrow. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you.
Δύο βίντεο που είναι πολύ σημαντικά. Θα δείξουμε πρώτα το βίντεο του Υφυπουργού Υποδομών της Ινδονησίας.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all participants. Very good morning from Indonesia. I am deeply honored to be part of this prestigious, the third International Water Forum. I extend a warm welcome to all of you as this conference is a testament to our shared commitment to understanding and addressing the critical environmental challenges. Water, the lifeblood of our planets. It sustains ecosystem, nourishes communities, drive industries, and support agriculture. As we confront the complex and interconnected challenges of climate change, population growth, and rapid urbanization, it is imperative that we prioritize the responsible and holistic management of our water resources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our vision for this forum is inspired by the significant social challenges of the 21st century, such as pandemic, health inequalities, climate change, forced migration, and wars, of course. These challenges are intricately linked to the water nexus, influencing not only our environment but also our socioeconomic landscape. The presence of scientists, policymakers, and experts from across the world, especially Eastern Mediterranean and Balkans region, underscore the collective commitment to finding solutions and fostering cooperation. Together, we will delve into topics of paramount importance. We will explore the dual threat of water scarcity and access in our era of climate crisis, and the innovative solution that can help us adapt and thrive. We will discuss water as a resource of geostrategic significance, emphasizing the vital role of water diplomacy and cross-border collaboration in ensuring regional stability and prosperity. We will examine the security challenges concerning water protection, particularly in Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, area rich in history but often fraught with geopolitical tension. We will consider the importance of water in the tourism development of the Greek islands, recognizing its role in sustaining both natural beauty and economic vitality. We will address the necessity of non-toxic, accessible, and sustainable water supply, focusing on water, sanitation, and hygiene. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am sending greeting and solidarity from Indonesia. Our country, like many represented here, understand and the critical importance of sustainable water management. It is paramount to remember that water is not just an environmental issue. It is a matter of social equity, economic prosperity, and global security. Our collective endeavor, rooted in data and propelled by innovation, hold the key to ensuring that water remains abundant, accessible, and clean for all. The 10th World Water Forum 2024 also will be held in a few days, from 18 to 25 of May. The government of Indonesia is in the full swing to make this event in Bali a historical moment. I'd like to invite all colleagues, friends, and individuals from water and water-related sector to join this important agenda. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizer, participants, and supporters of this forum, of course. Your dedication and expertise are the driving force behind our quest to water security and sustainability. Let us seize the opportunity to forge strong partnership, innovate together, and pave the way for a future where access to clean, safe, and sufficient water is a reality for all. Thank you for your attention, and may this conference be a beacon of inspiration and collaboration in our ongoing mission to safeguard our precious natural resources. Once again, thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Θα δείξουμε τα βίντεο που έχουμε από την Υπουργό Τουρισμού, την κυρία Κεφαλογιάννη, την Πρόεδρο του ΕΟΤ, την κυρία Γερέκου.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address this third International Water Forum. I would like to congratulate the organizers for crafting such a comprehensive agenda for this event. This forum serves as a platform for dialogue and exchange of knowledge among policy experts, academics, and practitioners from various fields. It also underscores the critical issue of water management, the climate crisis, and the imperative to embrace sustainable solutions. Water is a source of life, and it is one of the most precious and limited resources on the planet. Access to water, and especially drinking water, is an undeniable human right that we must ensure is preserved. It is evident that the supply and use of water in the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean region is indeed at a critical juncture. Regarding water management in the context of tourism, additional challenges emerge, as each year our region welcomes millions of visitors from across the globe. The tourism sector, with its diverse range of related activities, utilizes a substantial portion of this limited resource, a consumption which provokes stress on local and national water supplies. Particularly in recent decades, we are trying to cope with serious issues in regions where tourism is a major economic driver. Regions such as coastal areas, islands, and other habitats facing water scarcity. Therefore, the need for collective actions to ensure a sustainable future is urgent, and the tourism sector can lead the way forward. When managed responsibly, tourism can be a powerful force for conservation and sustainable development. During the last few years, there is an increasing use of practices that aim to minimize water consumption, reduce pollution, and promote the efficient use of water resources. A growing number of tourism stakeholders are actively trying to meet specific ESG objectives and successfully implement sustainable practices to manage water consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge is not only to ensure an adequate supply of water for the tourism sector, it is to preserve the delicate ecological balance of our region. Greece promotes dialogue among specific stakeholders and along specific actions. New infrastructure and technologies are employed, such as building dams and reservoirs, as well as desalination units. We are also implementing a comprehensive strategy for tourism, a strategy that prioritizes sustainable development and conservation at its core, fostering practices that promote sustainability within the tourism industry. However, in addition to these efforts, engagement of all stakeholders in responsible water use is absolutely crucial. Both the public and the private sector, as well as residents and visitors, need to shift their perspective. We must foresee the threats, vulnerabilities, and risks, responding at various levels: the local, supralocal, national, and international. Raising awareness on preservation, adopting sustainable water management practices, and smart infrastructure investments is the only way to sustain a vibrant ecosystem. Working together and embracing a commitment to sustainability, we can ensure that tourism continues to thrive while safeguarding our precious water resources. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the insightful conclusions that will certainly emerge from this important meeting.
Honorable Representative of the Greek State and other Mediterranean states, esteemed members of the Greek and international academic community, esteemed members of the Greek and European press, ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, I warmly welcome the Third International Water Forum, Challenges and Opportunities for Drinking Water in the Eastern, Mediterranean, and Balkans. Dear friends, water is a source of life for man and the planet as a whole. We all know that. While its importance in the development and formation of civilizations in antiquity and southern times, as mentioned in the agenda of this forum, is enormous, especially when we talk about the civilizations born around the Mediterranean basin. For Greece, the water element is one of the largest assets donated by nature to the country. With 13,676 kilometers of coastline, one of the longest in the world, with thousands of islands and islets, scattered in the Aegean and Ionian seas, Greece has a Polynesian environment unique in Europe and the world. So Greece is undoubtedly beyond its other characteristic, a wonderful, aquatic world. And this may be the main reason why it is a top global tourist destination. Starting with drinking water. In Greece the visitor can enjoy Thalva, quality, safe drinking water that is a public good and is offered free of charge. Something that is not a given for many other international florisms on the planet. Apart from drinking water, travelers can enjoy unique experiential experiences offered by the water element of our country in Greece. Our rivers, lakes, springs and, of course, the world-famous emblematic Greek seas, beaches, offer unforgettable moments of life, health and rejuvenation to anyone who visits them. In Greece, in the land of Evzem, in the land of Evzogia, these water features play a very important role. Greece, for many years, has consistently occupied the second place in the International Blue Flag event. Greece means relaxation and sport in the endless blue and absolutely safe conditions, both on the surface and at the bottom of the seas. The Greek National Tourism Organization, as the national portal for the promotion of our country, with the strategic guidance of the Ministry of Tourism, promotes all this wonderful kaleidoscope of maritime experiences offered by the country: swimming, sports, yacht sailing and so much more, and of course experiences against Western tourism in a seabed that, apart from being safe, is also a vast underwater archaeological museum, as is the entire Mediterranean Thalassa, the mother of so many ancient civilizations. I would suggest you visit the portal and social media of EAT, Visit Greece, where, among other things, you will see our microsite Sustainable Greece. There, among other good practices, you will see projects aimed at the sustainable management of water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, if not only our visitors, but above all the citizens, the inhabitants of this country, are to be able to enjoy the good of water in all its forms, it must above all be sufficient. Climate change, as you well know, is disrupting the water cycle and consequently nature's life cycle. Strong storms, floods, so-called water vodas alternate rapidly in severe heat waves. The phenomena have begun to affect the wider Mediterranean and Greece. If they continue, there is an incentive that after 2050 our southern and eastern territories, and especially our world emblematic islands, will be gradually threatened with prolonged scarcity and possible partial desertification. In this danger, the Greek state, the competent ministries, the academic body and all co-competent bodies with the help of modern and innovative methods are taking all corresponding actions to prevent the threat. It's up to us. The faces of the stretchers are here to thoroughly present you both the problems and the corresponding actions. That is why I congratulate you on organizing this forum. It is a forum that can work even further and be able to create a further agenda of actions to avoid these phenomena. With everyone's cooperation, here we are talking about a collective effort. And of course they are produced in today's forum, and in this forum they represent the area of the Mediterranean and neighboring Balkan countries, as the threat of climate change requires direct synergies at transnational international level. Ladies and gentlemen, just before closing, I could not fail to mention the character of water as a universal human right. On July 28, 2010, the General Assembly recognized in Resolution 64,292 the human right to water and sanitation, highlighting their importance for the implementation of all human rights. Water should be treated primarily as a natural, social, cultural asset and not as an economic good, in such a way as to ensure the adequacy of water for both present and future genera and of course its quality. Few friends, the health and becoming of man, the cycle of life and nature, the survival of ecosystems, social, economic, cultural progress passes through the smooth, perpetual flow of the water cycle. With collaborations, coordination, consistency, at international level, we must all together keep this flow alive and fight so that all inner beings and their environment have access to it. Besides, let's not forget that we, humans, our human body is mainly made of 75 to 80% water. Water management is therefore the main issue. As you can see, this is precisely what many European programs subsidize and deal with precisely this process. How to manage, how to save this precious resource. To do this, however, a collective broader effort is needed at international level, with synergies, cooperation, coordination and consistency at both international and national level. Here we must all together keep this flow alive and fight for all living beings and their environment have access to it. In conclusion, I would like once again to offer my warmest congratulations to all of you who have managed today to create and launch this forum. I wish good results, so that all these contribute additionally to all the actions that are taken, and as he said before, really cooperatively all together, to provide solutions is up to us. Just as we humans have a responsibility for what we live today, we humans ourselves can correct these mistakes and act as an overall positive whole for identifying these problems now and in the future. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you very much. However, since without the sponsors there could not have been a conference, I should mention them. It is Motor Oil, the Ioni Water, Intercontinental, Aerotel, Wine Art Estate, Amalia Events, Cultural Horizons, the Athens News Agency, Station A, European Horizons Media Group, the Union of European Journalists and many others who contributed. These were the biggest and should be. Site. Immediately I will invite my colleague, Mrs. Christoforidou, to come and the speakers of the first panel for the first panel. To mention them, you are all here. He is Mr. Katopodis, Professor Katopodis. I want to ask the organizers because there is an overtime.
Θέλω να ρωτήσω τους διοργανωτές, επειδή όντως υπάρχει μια μεγάλη υπέρβαση στον χρόνο, πώς θέλετε να διαχειριστούμε την ενότητα αυτή, αν θέλετε να μειώσουμε κάπως παρουσιάσεις, να το γνωρίζουν και οι ομιλητές.
I think it will be good if we all reduce our presentations a little bit by a few minutes so that we can get out in our time during the break. I am Katerina Christoforidou. I am a journalist. I am currently working at ERT. I know several of the people who are here today as speakers, because for many years now I have been dealing with these issues and answering, or rather journalists. That he really looks forward to working with journalists. For my part, I would like to say that it is very important for the academic community to further develop this field called science communication. Because we also need to better understand the results of your research in a more practical and simpler way, so that we too can convey them to large masses of the public and not make mistakes. So, since there is a new master's degree in Democritus on climate resilience, let them think about putting a course like this with science communication, and maybe they invite us. I was saying to you, Mr. Maris, you did not hear them. It's okay to tell you afterwards. I was saying that about science communication. To be a little closer to the terminology, to understand better so that we can both in a more resilient way and more correctly convey them to the world. That's what I was saying. Let's go get started right away. So good up here. For this part that will refer mainly to floods is one side of the coin and the other is desertification and drought. Mr. Katopoulos from the University of Michigan. Mr. Maris is here. Mr. George Papaioannou from Democracy as well. Mr. Mataloudis is here next to me, I know him. Mrs. Krivari, it's Giuseppe, what now, Nikomazamas. Okay, we are also waiting for the professor from Messina, Italy, Mrs. Canova, Silvia Canova, come, and Mrs. Eleni Athanasiou from the Ministry of Energy. Nicely. Well, let's get started. Allow me to put the spit in time so that we can get out properly. I now take advantage of these seconds to thank Mrs. Christofilia most sincerely. We are friends, Mr. Mataloudis. Now it does not run after me to say this here. There are also the people below listening to us, so if it was the two of us I would not thank you. But we are now that the world is ahead, I would like to thank Katerina warmly. We have been working together for many years. You remember us too many shows he does. She is one of the most well-known journalists, extolled on environmental issues. And it's a pleasure that he's helping us right now. It is also with a joy that I am among all of you, because I too will always take, I will always see. Well, let's start with Mr. Katopoulos, he's already ready. Mr. Katopoulos, everyone 11 and you have 10 minutes. I will know if you can condense your presentation a little.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, let me thank the organizing committee for the invitation. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. I will need at least 20 minutes, but I will not do that. I will let the audience stop me by voice. When I bore them, they will all boo and I will I will step down. First, I need to make this thing work. Somehow put it on presentation mode. Oh, it's not even there. Okay. Can you put it on presentation mode? And it would be nice to lose these lights here. Wonderful. So I would like to share with you an experience that we all learned at the University of Michigan. This is a project that started approximately 29 years ago and ended in 2021. A long effort. How do we move forward? The pointer. Okay. I missed the acknowledgements slide, so I wanted to thank all the funding we received for almost 30 years, all the collaborators. 5 different departments participate in the project, 11 PhD students, 8 of them are now professors at other universities. So my title was Extreme Flooding Events. And of course, the first thing I need to do is define extreme, and the answer is we don't know. We don't know what an extreme event is. This is a slide that I copied from Wikipedia. Is the history, the geologic history of the planet, 4.5 billion years. We started agriculture in the Holocene 10,000 years ago, which is this last line here. It doesn't even show in the graph. We kept records for rainfall and flooding in the civilized, quote-unquote, world for the last 120 years. Most countries in the world don't have records for over 50 years. So classifying what is the 10,000 year or the 1,000 year or the 200 year event, we have no idea what it is. So I classify an extreme event, one that is catastrophic and destroys the structures that smart engineers have built. Unfortunately, things are getting worse. These are data, real data collected for the number of deaths and extreme events worldwide and in the United States. And it shows, unfortunately, an upward trend. Things are getting worse. Even worse. Just last year, my colleagues from across the street at the Oceanic and Atmospheric Science Department collected data from all over the world. The expectation is that 1 degree that we experience will create 15% more rainfall in areas that they have valleys next to mountains. And I sadly warn you that the world map shows a dark spot over the center of Greece. So why is this happening to us? You have seen, many of you have seen the statue of Hercules fighting the river Acheloos, correct? Because it started that early. And on the right, I have a picture of the levee that the Mycenaeans built, Iliad time. And Francis Bacon warned us. And he said that, yes, God has given nature in the hands of men to be a ruler and a shepherd. And we've forgotten the second part. And when God regrets that, he gives us the flood. The first check dam of all places on earth in Yemen, 10,000 years ago, plus or minus 4,000 years, a check dam. The bold-faced letter says they did not want to stop the water, just slow it down. Keep that in mind, that word. Why? The river floodplain is a system that the planet developed to slow down the flood. The river flows, the flood comes, the river spreads out, and the flood slows down. It does not disappear. The water is still there. Unfortunately, we made progress in civilization. In 45 BC, Cicero writes, "We confine the streams and we straighten or divert their course." This is an evil statement if you think about it. This is the remnants of a picture of a Roman straightening in of a river. Making a river straight and confining the flow is the curse of the engineering profession. What do? Go up in the mountains and build check dams. Wonderful. The report that I cite here says that in France there are 92,000 of those. The government only maintains 14,000 of them because what? They all get plugged by sediment and they're so high up it's impossible to service them. We build them and they get destroyed. Engineering crime number 2, we build levees, we straighten the rivers, correct? Oh, what a wonderful thing to do. The levee effect says build more houses next to the levee, but the levees do break. Why? Because there's no maintenance. There's 30,000 miles of levees in the United States and no maintenance. They just stand there. What happens? We built mitigation dams. Another wonderful solution. But most of the dams are full of water for hydroelectric power, for recreation, for irrigation. So when the flood comes, there's nowhere to store that water. And eventually, the dams do break as well. Another engineering marvel. And they create worse floods. Engineering solution, that's what we mean by maintenance. We put sandbags on top of the levees, and frantically sometimes, right there in the middle of the flood. The last two slides are the newest innovation, inflatable dams. Keep that in mind because that's a useful invention. And on the right is another curse. When the levee is not high enough, we build a flood wall on top of that. I don't know what that, you realize what that means. Exponentially increase the crime. Why? Because when the levee breaks, that wall, you saw that wall? It's just like the wall in your house, but it does fail. And unfortunately, this is all done with a sinister undermine. Think about it, who suffers from the flood? It's always the poor, because the poor live next to the levee. In the United States, there are 33 million people whose backyard is a wall, and behind the wall is a river. I don't know if you realize what that means. Every night, when you go to bed, you may not wake up because the river next might break the levee. So, this is the fundamental hypothesis of my talk. What are we fighting for? And I claim that we fight for time, nothing else. We cannot fight the flood, but we can play a game, a struggle for time. Time to design, time of concentration because the water gathers at some place, the wave propagation because controlled by the Earth's gravitation. Now computer time because we need models to predict and warn. We need time to evacuate the people. We need intervention by wave focusing, which is the method that I will propose to you, and eventually time to recover the infrastructure. What we need is a computer model. Here I will go very fast because it's both technical and it's all published, so I have good references here, so I will fly through that. We need a model that does what? Communicates with the global circulation model, brings it down to the atmospheric boundary layer, in other words, weather prediction, connects it to the floodplain, then flows downhill on the mountains, reaches the river, erodes, moves sediment, moves water, and eventually gets to the sea. You need a computer model for that. It has taken us, as I said, 30 years to put this thing together. There's a model now we now call T-RIBS-VETSI that is so detailed that can put in individual trees. You can see here we model also the underground, so we know the moisture next to its root and whatever it's in the ground. We have exhaustively, to the point that some people, some of our students quit, validated this in many real systems. At the same time, we developed an overland flow model. This is even more complicated. It started as a turbidity current model, but eventually became an overland model. And we finally perfected it to the point where we can do less than 1 meter resolution. We can now model windows, basements themselves, rooms in houses. It's that detailed. And more, it skipped and I can't go back. So more than anything, the model can predict street by street, person by person, house by house, where the flood is. Here's an overall of the model, how it controls climate, hydrology, hydraulics, and sediment. And again, more validation. The final version, we tested it in Mexico a couple of years ago. It's called now T-RIBS-FEAST for sediment transport and erosion. The bad news, the model does not scale well with supercomputers. It peaks out at about 30 cores. We have 100,000 cores in our university computer and we can only use 30. The model is so complicated, it doesn't understand how to be parallelized very well. So what do we do now? We run out of time. It takes 5 hours of computer time to make 1 day's warning. Now, that may sound good, but it takes 500 to 1,000 runs to do a hydrologic simulation, because hydrology is a complex problem. It's not an airplane, it's not a rocket. You may think that rocket science is difficult. They know where the boundaries are. In hydrology, we don't know where the horizon begins and where it ends. We don't know the width and the depth of the river. We don't know what's in the soil. We practically know nothing. So the only way to solve the problem is probabilistically. try 1,000 different scenarios, bracket it, and tell the decision makers, you, because we do the model, you make the decisions. What is to decide about? Unless you have a range of percentages of what is going to happen, my prediction is useless. So you need to make 1,000 runs in real time in order to warn you. So we build, that's our last component here, a set of surrogate models. We trained mathematical models to do whatever the computer model does. I won't bother you with that. We applied this in the city of Houston where there was a tremendous flood, and we digitized the whole city. You can see here, house by house. And we model each one of the parameters that a decision maker needs to have independently. And the results are now stored in the computer. So the computer time problem has been translated to a computer storage problem. Storage, of course, is very cheap today. So therefore, once you have the model from your laptop, from your cell phone, you can run this computer model and make decisions. Now the main part of my talk. There is another evil step here that we cannot really address with having a model. Having a model is good. You can predict, but I promised you we're going to control, mitigate the flood. And the question is, how do you do that? And here's where time comes in. So how sure are you that tomorrow is positive time and yesterday was negative time? If you ask the scientists and quantum mechanics and so on, they will tell you we don't know. And the only thing we know is if you throw a pebble in a lake and you see this wave spreading out, that as it progresses out, time progresses as well. So here's the idea. Can we pull this wave back? I don't know if you get, this is science fiction. This is, if you've seen the movie Superman, Lois Lane dies in an earthquake, and Superman decides to go around the earth and spin around, roll time back, and keep her alive. That's what we want to do, correct? The flood is coming, the people are living there. I want to pull that wave back. So, I have it. Why doesn't it play? Control room. They can't hear me. Oh. This is a famous experiment by G.I. Taylor, the brightest mind in fluid mechanics. This is not a PDF, it's a copy of the PowerPoint file. I have the stick here. Anyway, the experiment shows something that really does what Superman does. It takes this jar with a fluid and it puts in a blob of dye. And then G.I. Taylor takes this paddle and rotates it around, and the dye mixes perfectly to the point that it disappears. And then miraculously it turns the paddle backwards, and the dye goes back and forms a perfect ball. That is called kinematic reversibility, and this is what we want to do, is we want to spin the problem back and control it in time. And it's a fascinating video, but if you can't see it, you can't see it. Maybe later, if anybody's interested, I'll show you. Let me move in the interest of time. We won't move at all now. We're frozen here. What I was going to say is that this particular problem is an easy one. The flood propagation problem is a much more difficult one. It does not go back. We cannot do that. Yeah, I will move by hand. So the basic idea here is to visualize time and space together, very much like the Einstein's theory of relativity. And this whole project of ours was based on a theory by Lagrange called duality theory. It sounds like science fiction, but Lagrange, a long time ago, there was no computers at that time, but visualized that as we look at physical space and we see the river, and what do we see? The depth of the river and the cubic meters per second, the flow rate that passes by. This is what engineers and scientists are trying to predict and control and warn us, correct? That's how we design structures. Well, Lagrange says there is another space, the dual space. And common people would like to think that that's another dimension. It's not another dimension. It's another physical variable that we don't know how to think about. Lagrange says, instead of looking at the depth of flow, which is what floods the city, correct? If it goes above 2 meters, it floods my house. Lagrange says, the physical variable is the sensitivity of the depth to any action that I take. And in particular, to any action that I take at a different time and at a different location. That is a tremendous concept, and it takes years sometimes for students to understand, but there's nothing wrong with that. The mathematics is there. Lagrange did it, 300 years ago. Professor Manoulis, I proposed to put my own laptop here, but you said, we have the technology, and there's like 6 experts out there. Anyway, the idea of the problem is, instead of looking forward in time or backward in time, what I do is I look at the sensitivity at another parallel universe. Will this video play? Obviously not. So what we have here is a river. Not somebody else's video, correct?
If you can, Professor.
Yeah, okay. So the idea is, what do? Is we create a set of sensors. Sensors are devices that measure the depth or the flow rate in the river. And instead of trying to look at the problem in terms of the physical variables, we look at their sensitivity. And it turns out that in this new dual space, the sensors emit material, very much like waves, in other words. The flood may look like the water is rising everywhere, but it's not. A flood wave is a wave like every other wave. Its wavelength is 50 kilometers, so you have to go on a satellite to see it, but it's still there. It has a peak, and then it subsides. The flood goes away. So if you can control that wave, then you save the valley. So what happens here is that waves are generated at different locations of the valley or the river, and they're sent against the physical wave, which is the flood, and somehow the two negate each other. If you have any doubt that this is possible, many of you have noise cancellation headphones now, correct? When you fly in an airplane, what do? Acoustic waves are generated by the engines of the plane, come to your ears and bother you. The headphones take that signal, create a negative wave that hits that sound wave and eliminates it. So the idea is create a depression wave in the river, send it against the flood wave, and the flood wave, at least the peak, is eliminated. And this is my wonderful video, but it doesn't play, correct? Anyway, yes. Wonderful. I was going to show you that indeed flood waves are controllable, and by proper action, especially by intelligent spilling. Probably you remember that in every major flood we had, the Air Force comes in and breaks the levee, and we flood somebody else's backyard in order to save the village. Well, that's not necessary if you intelligently spill water, and we have shown that using inflatable dams, we can spill 100% of the water that usually is spilled laterally and erode away the flood wave. This wonderful movie that I was going to show you next says that in order to do that, for this simple model that I have on my screen, there are 5 billion scenarios. 5 billion. There is no computer on Earth that will ever do this in real time. And yet, in dual space, one run, one scenario only. And this was my best movie. You're not going to see this either. I will conclude by saying that we have done this for pipeline control of man-introduced possible contaminants, terrorists introducing a chemical in the water main, creating automatic liquid sensors to sense it and then stop it. Our liquid sensor is about the size of a penny. We built a prototype, we controlled it. Here's the movie of how it is controlled. We have done this for airport terminals as well. This is the McNamara terminal in Detroit. It's 1,600 meters long. And we've created a model that has exactly this, and this is the prototype in the lab as well. Perfect control using shear walls. The shear wall is a vertical air curtain that comes from bottom to top of the airport terminal and nothing goes across it. And using, that was another nice movie, agent modeling to guide people what to do in case of an emergency. In other words, where do you go, where do you drive when there's a flood? Real-time control. And if you don't believe me at all, Mitsui Engineering in Japan actually used the same technology to write on the surface of a water pond. Anything you like. 55 cylindrical wave makers can write on the water. So in conclusion, and I wish you could have seen my movies, we can control the flood and we don't need to build anything. I tell you that I know from the United States that the state will never have the resources to prevent extreme flooding. Historically, there were some notable exceptions. My question mark is there for anybody to ask me where those were, and I will tell you. Active flood mitigation is possible, and all we need is available offline storage and a few intelligent engineering solutions. And with this, I will thank you.
That brings me to a close. Thank you. Thank you very much. With clever ways and dimensions, which you put in all the monitoring systems and, anyway, risk assessment for the tibia. I mean, I'm showing that there's a little bit of work before, so please ask the moderator to turn on her microphone. Everything is published. Everything is published, and there are, of course, references to the slides. Anyone who wants can see the PDF, and I apologize for not being able to show you the movies, but the more technology we have, the less we can do, it seems. Let's continue. We now have the game of democracy. Yes, I know, we will see it by Mr. George Papaioannou. The issue is how we deal with the danger immediately after the danger of MYRH, after the fire. Always that you had the hammer in Nembro, when I imagined that many elements could be used in the region as well. No, Fortunately, we had no rains. Yes, so far we have no problems. Besides, the area is half-hourly. It is not an area that has these characteristics that increase the risk. Let me also remind you that in the region of this country we are in the eastern part. We don't have such great rainfall heights. We are only at risk from meat phenomena, while on the other side of the country, we saw it in Thessaly, how different things were. Let me say one more thing. We are in a basin of the Evros, a giant river, which has a continuous flow and the citizens are demarcated, they do not approach. Besides, they have the experience, the very great experience in Evros to say at this point, seizing the opportunity that after 2015 you do not go again without Evros. You know why. Nothing significant was done in major projects, the damage was repaired, but we did something that very few people know. We got a funding from the European Union and collaborated with the Bulgarian Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology. And what we did, we created a system that made weather forecasting runoff prevention. And what we relied on, we created a management model in 3 to 5 days before the rain phenomenon. Bulgarians emptied their reservoirs at a rate of 30%. When the rain came, we had brought in a Mongo to handle the information. We gave them a second piece of software and proved to them that with the different way of management they can produce the same relative energy and provide us with perceived protection. And really, the first time we successfully implemented it was in the floods of 2015. It was perfect August, early September, paradox. For this program, the university received 2 awards. In the previous communal language, support was received by the group Iphigenia, Panayotis Angelides, and finally Professor Nikos Kotsavinos. That's who we were in this group at the time. We got one of the 35 European Union prizes in the inclination with the social support framework, and we got the prize, the Union's money by place. With just 230,000 euros, we proposed a new management model and nothing extra was needed. And after 2015 it didn't bother you again. This partnership is official, I imagine. Of course. It is official, and we were awarded as a team by the Bulgarian Ministry of the Environment, and since then we have been, let's say, in a negative situation in the Valley of the Marsh. But citizens have learned to respect the river, because this river at flood peaks has 3,000 seconds or less. The numbers are incomprehensible. If you put them in quarters, for 15 or 20 or 70 hours, you will see that they are gigantic. And one more thing, we didn't have fatalities. We don't go through it that easily. There were no fatal events. Exactly, therefore, even now that the fire has found us in the area, because the relief is both mild and hilly, we are not so afraid, not that there are no danger points. This is what we see and see. And now, these days, a contractor has emerged from what I know for the construction of all these real structures, which are works fixing the cetacean. What they do, they stabilize the cetacean and do not allow it to produce additional sediment, because the sediments together with the water create another flow, which is dangerous, creates this flood wave that we call and can create problems. We saw this in Volos as well. Let us give the floor to Mr. Papaioannou. As much as you can. We can talk about it for days. As much as you can with it, kind of for speculative time.
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and dear colleagues. Our presentation has the title Post-Fire Flood Risk Assessment and Protection Measures. And this presentation examines the heightened risks and explores effective measures for protection against flooding and heavy erosion processes after a wildfire event. So the escalating frequency and severity of wildfires coupled with the subsequent flooding and erosion impacts represent a pressing environmental challenge, particularly in regions like the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. So what about the conditions of surface hydrology after a wildfire? Soil vegetation and litter are critical to the functioning of hydrological processes, and watersheds with good hydrologic conditions and adequate rainfall sustain stream base flow conditions for much of all of the year and produce little sediments. With good hydrologic conditions, greater than 75% of the ground covered with vegetation and litter, only about 2% or less of rainfall become surface runoff, and erosion is really low. But when site disturbances, such as severe fires, produce hydrologic conditions that are poor, so less than 10% of the ground surface covered with plants and litter, and that result to surface runoff to increase more than 70%, and 3 orders of magnitude to increase the sediment. So wildfires drastically alter the hydrological cycle by reducing soil absorbency and increasing surface runoff. And rainfall intensity can be a more important driver than the rainfall in total in post-fire hydrological and erosive processes. And here we can see the triangle of wildfire with the burn severity that shows us how much the vegetation is burned. And then we have the erosion processes. And from the wildfire, we have also alterations in the water quality and the water quantity. And then we have flooding and erosion that they're playing with sediment transport. So the vegetation destruction can result to erosion, and this is happening because vegetation acts as a natural barrier against erosion, and its destruction increases the sediment runoff. And erosion post-wildfire leads to reduced soil fertility and increase of flood risk. Now about flooding. Floods are among the first ranks in natural hazards. We have high mortality rates and damages in public infrastructures and transportation networks. We have seen it lately in the big floods that we have in Greece. In Mediterranean area, the typical type is the flash floods. We have no warning time. We have high intensity of the rainfall, severe impact from these kind of floods, and heavy soil erosion and transport and deposition. And in many times we have debris flow. So here we can see the amount of the area based on Copernicus of the fire in Evros. We can see it's 935 square kilometers, and the main type that it was burned from the vegetation was forested areas. So approximately in the right hand we can see the burn severity map, and approximately 40% of the areas that were burned, we can see that it had moderate to high severity and high severity burn. This means that the majority of the vegetation was totally burned for the 40% of the entire area. So what can we do about this? A preliminary assessment can be achieved using specific parameters that are connected with the phenomenon of flooding and erosion, and this assessment can provide important information on areas that are prone to flood and erosion. The criteria, we can select the criteria through our reports, and the literature review that we can have. Several processes are implemented to decrease and check the quality of the criteria selected, like machine learning methods. And then through all of these scientific methods, we can conclude to specific sub-watersheds that are prone to erosion and prone to flooding, and then to combine them in a multi-hazard aspect in order to have a ranking of the areas that are really prone to these combined hazards. So this we can see that is a program, Youth to People, is the name of the actions to mitigate the impact of the fires of Thrace, funded by the special account for the research funds of Democritus University of Thrace. And actually this is something that is an ongoing project now. So let's move on with another publication that we have, flash flooding in Kineta area. It's an area that they had wildfire in 2017, and then 1 year after the wildfire, it was a severe flash flooding event in the town of Kineta. So we have several tools that we use, like remote sensing. Using remote sensing methods, we managed to estimate the burn severity at the time after the wildfire and 1 year after, before the flooding event. And of course, with the use of remote sensing to estimate the totally area that it was flooded. Of course, the meteorological analysis in order to have the forecast to recreate this event. And in the meteorological analysis, we usually use also the hydrological analysis. We do field observations using unmanned, unhuman aerial systems, and to investigate in which parts it was flooded. And we have used, for this time, we have used hydrodynamic modeling directly, because it was a flash flood event and not a hydrological model. And we had what area was flooded if we had the vegetation and if we did not have the vegetation, so after the wildfire event. And on the right hand, this is the difference. So this is the added value. This is how much we had flooded more because we had the wildfire event in this territory. So what can we do about this? As forest engineers, we have a lot of measures to use. So this is some typical types of treatments that we use after a wildfire event: land and cover-based, land barriers and channel barriers, and road and trail treatments. Usually in Greece, we are doing the land barriers and channel barriers. And through our investigation, we have found out that a combination of techniques will be the most efficient way to adequately mitigate and protect the erosion from erosion and flooding. And the effectiveness of any intervention also heavily relies on the fast application, if possible, before the first rainfall. So this is something that we should have in mind in order to move really fast forward after a wildfire event. Unfortunately, through the literature review, we didn't find it was really controversial, some of the documents that we have found. And even listing and documenting the effectiveness of factors is not easy, and it would be an attempt to generalize several site-specific cases. So what we suggest is, you can see here, it's a watershed. We have the river network with the stream orders, and we suggest in specific areas some typical treatments after wildfire, like the log barriers, the branch barriers that you can see up in the watershed from 20 to 50% of slope. And then you can see that we suggest also, combined with the previous works, to have some wooden check dams in specific ranking of the orders in the river network. And then as you go down in a bigger order of the stream, to have some gabion check dams, and then to move forward with concrete check dams. And if we have severe debris flow and severe sediment transport, to use also some steel nets that you can see from Geobrook. So, what happened in Evros? After the wildfire, they have started, they have created, they have installed, as you can see in the right hand, some wooden check dams that they're really effective. They have filled with sediments on the back, and on the left you can see the low erosion barriers that are really effective, but they're not always effective. So special care should be taken in the installation of this work, and this is something that we should highlight every time that we see this kind of works. And this is happening because of wrong installation, and you can see that the log, for example, in the middle, they have really big distance from the soil, and that's how the water runs down from the log, and it cannot work as a protective measure. So here is the works already done in the area of Evros. Of course, it's an ongoing process. A lot of works are about to be done in the next months, in the next period, and all of these participate in order to have all of these measures. We can use them for to have the sustainable development goals achieved, like protection of human lives, measures to strengthen areas at risk, flood resilience, protection of agricultural crops and loss of arable land, protection of municipal water supply and irrigation network, etc. So this is the conditions that we had and the one that we want to have in the future. All of the references are included here, and thank you for your attention.
Πολύ σημαντικό αυτό, ότι πώς θα μπορέσει να προστατευτείς μετά τη φωτιά από τις πλημμύρες, με τα έργα ορεινής υδροδομίας. Είδαμε και όλα αυτά τα προστατευτικά για τη διάβρωση, η οποία μπορεί να βοηθήσουν βεβαίως για να μην έχουμε και δευτερογενείς συνέπειες. Οπότε τώρα νομίζω μας πάει και η λογική, έχετε φτιάξει ένα πολύ ωραίο πρόγραμμα, γιατί σε πάει από το ένα στο άλλο. Το ζήτημα είναι, όταν έχουμε μέγα πλημμύρες, μεγάλα γεγονότα, είναι πώς μπορείς να εκτιμήσεις τον κίνδυνο εγκαίρως και πώς μπορείς να κάνεις ένα συντονισμό, ώστε να μην έχεις και θύματα. Είναι εργασία του φίλου μου του κυρίου Δημήτρη Εμμανουλούδη και της Καλλιόπης Κράβαρ, η οποία και θα την παρουσιάσει. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό γιατί είδαμε πάρα πολλές αστοχίες να συμβαίνουν στο τελευταίο μεγάλο γεγονός που είχαμε εδώ στη Θεσσαλία. Έχει γίνει προφανώς η αυτοκριτική, αλλά νομίζω ότι μπορείτε να βοηθήσετε πάρα πολύ στο να βελτιωθεί λίγο ο τρόπος που αντιμετωπίζουμε τα φαινόμενα.
Αν μου επιτρέπεις, Κατερίνα, μία απλώς έτσι προπαρατήρηση είναι ότι αυτό το οποίο θα σας δείξει η στενή μου συνεργάτης κυρία Κράβαρη είναι αυτό για το οποίο όλοι μιλάμε σήμερα. Βέβαια, κάποιος δημοσιογράφος, συνάδελφος κυρίας Χριστοφιλίδου, είπε τεχνητή νοημοσύνη μπήκε ξαφνικά και πολύ απότομα στη ζωή μας. Σε λίγο θα μιλάμε ακόμα και πώς να κάνουμε καφέ με τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, αλλά εμείς το προσπερνάμε αυτό και στεκόμαστε στο πώς η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη μπορεί να βοηθήσει να γίνουν τα πράγματα καλύτερα σε αυτό το μεγάλο φυσικό κίνδυνο που λέγεται πλημμύρα και ο οποίος σύμφωνα με τα στατιστικά του ΟΗΕ για την τελευταία 20ετία είναι νούμερο 1 φυσικός κίνδυνος παγκοσμίως, πολύ μεγαλύτερος από τους σεισμούς, από τις πυρκαγιές, από την ξηρασία κλπ.
Probably yes, I'll try. So thank you. Let's start. First of all, we should think of mega floods because that's the case now. We should think that they are actually sudden catastrophic floods. Their frequency may vary, but their impact is always there. We have loss of life and property, landscape transformation, disruption of ecosystems. So we should find a way to reduce these impacts. And the question is how AI can help us and how we can train people and first responders in order to have best risk awareness and, of course, response coordination. Let me just say a few words here. As I said, megafloods are extreme events. They have complex dynamics and it's quite difficult for us to handle them and model them. We have some key characteristics that we take into account. But let's focus today on education and training. We need public awareness, we need education, we need engaging local communities. We need somehow to provide them with exercises and material that will help them understand what happens and what they have to do. So the question is, can we do it just educate them? No, we should find a way to identify high-risk areas first of all. So we need hazard mapping, we need vulnerability analysis in order to find the material and then transform this material in educational pathways. So let's proceed. What we try to do now is to give a personalized training. We should find a way to give each person what that person needs. So we should find a way to tailor-make specific scenarios based on roles and responsibilities. And we actually managed to do it over the last years, and now have AI simulations and scenario-based training. So we can help them take the best decision in every case they are already aware of. So we support decision making here. Of course, there are a lot of challenges, among others, data availability, we need them. The algorithms we should use. Of course, there are some ethical considerations because AI, you know that, is everywhere and we use it a lot. But still, it can give us specific feedback. Let's take a look at the specific case. We have a river here. This river is Pinios, is one of the most important rivers in Greece. Some months ago, it is already discussed, we had an intensive rainfall, we had some floods there. People were killed, villages were buried under the water. The water was there for more than 2 weeks. Of course, everything was just ruined. You can imagine the case if you check these two photographs. The first one, the right one, is before the flood, and the other one is just after the flood. The height is 18 meters, so it's huge, right? How we should train people to deal with that. What we say is that we need a lot of steps. It's not only about training, it's about dealing with every aspect. So we should start from data gathering and analysis, provide some AI-based prediction in order to find out where a flood is going to occur, about the extent of the phenomenon and so many other issues. Then we should find a way to give them some early warning systems. And now what I want to discuss more is about a way for risk assessment. Intelligent agents are an AI technology that help us. I'll explain that in a few minutes. So, flood simulations, modeling are among the steps that we need. Community engagement is really important for training issues, and of course, public education. So, let me just proceed. I'm not going to give a lot of information here because you have just a few minutes left. We gather data from every available source. So, that's a way that we can feed our training program. And this program can be real time. So I can educate someone giving scenarios, and then I can give them case studies based on real time data, which is really important. That's why we need not only historical data, but also IoT sensors and so on. AI will develop then the models, and these models will help us understand the measures that we need to take. So these measures will be adopted in the training program. Of course, we have notifications by our early warning systems. All of them, behind all of these steps, there are AI technologies, mainly intelligent agents that help us run these algorithms without human intervention. Actually, intelligent agents are softwares that can be programmed and let them then learn by themselves, take decisions, have goals, and react like humans. So it is like a virtual alter ego of our community. And these agents can help us to provide personalized training too, because they can have some case studies and deal with specific persons. For instance, if we have students, we are going to give them scenarios based on students and how they have to deal with a flood in their environment, their school, or wherever they are. If we have first responders, we can have specific scenarios, questions, demonstrations, augmented reality videos, and so on, related to their role. So there are a lot of agents created for this purpose. Each of them has a specific role. They run independently and they can proceed with a lot of cases and a lot of roles. So think of an agent like a human, but AI-based and, of course, autonomous. Let me proceed. I have 3 more minutes, I guess. So, 4 minutes, okay, because I'm trying to here. Anyway, so let me give, if I have 4 minutes, let me give some explanations here about intelligent agents. Let's suppose that we need experts. We need experts, but experts are usually humans, so they have some limitations. Now we have AI, which means that we have plenty of data, we have powerful machines, and we need something that can take this data, analyze them, model the situation, take some decision, and let us know what we have to do. Of course, we can do it for training, and then we can do it if we need a decision support system that will help first providers or stakeholders. Intelligent agents are the technology behind all of this work. They have a knowledge base. We give them what they have to know at the first place, and then they use machine learning and data from IoT sensors, Internet of Things, in order to train themselves and adapt to new situations. So they're always up to date because they run always without our need. So how can engage community? Because we need them. Think of a case that we have a mega flood and none knows what to do. We are going to have people killed, we have a lot of consequences there. We need people to know how they should be prepared. And this training program, actually, based on AI, is what we need. We give them every instruction and every case specific for their area. So we're going to find out if you are in a specific area, okay, let's predict about the mega flood. Are we expecting something to happen soon? Probably yes. Is this something that will last for some time? How long? About the intent of the phenomenon. What about that? So all this information is going to be gathered, is going to be analyzed by the model, and then the outcome will be a specific training case scenario. So the people is going to have engagement in training sessions, and when this mega flood occurs, actually, they will be aware of what to do and how to deal. So probably we are going to save some lives, at least. We already run educational programs for students in schools, and the results were pretty good. And now we continue. Let me give you some last information here. We continue now with public education, not only for students and first responders, but for the public. We create a new platform which is called DAPS, and the aim of this platform is to use AI, intelligent agents, in order to provide XR experience. So we have augmented and visual reality, and these scenarios are not only just questions and answers, but it's a real educational path that each person can follow and feel that they are in the event. So they use virtual reality in order to be more, let's say, experiential in their educational path. So the results seem quite good, and we hope to continue in order to educate more and more people, of course. And just some views. It's not from our work, but you can see how virtual reality actually can help. So you can find out in your area, your school, your city, your home, how it will be if a flood is there. So you know what to expect. I think I was...
Perfect.
Thank you.
Μπορεί και πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση, γιατί έβαλε πολύ μέσα το AI σε ένα πρόβλημα τεράστιο και τι μπορεί να μας προσφέρει. Θα προχωρήσουμε με την κυρία Σίλβια Κόνοβα, ακολουθεί ο κύριος Τζουζέπε Τίτο Αρώνικα. Κυρία Κόνοβα έρχεται από την Πρατισλάβα, είναι από το τμήμα διαχείρισης πόρων, χερσαίων και υδάτινων πόρων από το Πολιτικός Μηχανικός, από το Πανεπιστήμιο της Μπρατισλάβας, Σλοβακία. Mrs. Konova, in 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you also the organizers for the invitation to this water forum, and dear organizers, dear ladies and gentlemen. In my presentation, I would like to speak about one study which was done in the territory of Central Slovakia, and we have been looking on changes in short-term precipitation totals because of the climate change. As we know that the impacts are already visible according to the analysis of recent data, that we have many hydrometeorological impacts, and one of them are also the impacts on short-term rainfall. Please, can you switch the presentation? Okay, I can see it on my screen. So, what is concerning the analysis, we find out in recent studies that in Slovakia we have facing the increase in temperature about the recent 100 years of about 1.5 degrees, but on the other hand, the precipitation totals are decreasing. But does it mean that there are the mean values, but the short-term rainfall, it means the rainfall from up to 1 day are increasing, and we are facing more and more extreme rainfalls during last decades, which concern the extreme flash floods, and there is a very large problem in the Slovakia and also in the Central Europe. The data analysis consisted of input data of our precipitation totals of the observed stations we have in Slovakia, with very long observation of hourly and sub-hourly data from 1961 up to 2020. And then we have used RCM scenarios, which there are many of them available. We have selected about 3 of them, and also used the community land model, which was for Slovakia especially set for and downscaled for the stations when we get the hourly data of the rainfalls. What we have looking for, we have been trying to detect the changes in trends, in seasonality, in breakpoints of the trend in the data, of the short-term rainfall from 1 hour up to 1 day, so 2 hours, 3 hours, and up to 1 day. And also we have been looking at the influence on the design values. Can you switch please more the slides? But it's not the presentation. Yes, here are some results of the seasonality analysis. We can see that there was a shift in days of occurrence of the extreme events. There are extreme events of duration 1 hour up to 1 day, and here you can see in this slide the comparison between two periods. It is the figure. I think that you have shifted.
We change.
Okay. I see this, and it is another one there. So we have seen that there is a shift in the dates of occurrence in the extremes, and mostly the occurrence to the later months in the mountainous parts of Slovakia, but in the central region and in the lowlands we can see that the shift is to the earlier dates. We have been then detecting
Next.
Not that. Which can I use? Then we have been looking at the trends. I can then show you some figures. When we compared the hourly data and the trends in hourly data from the period historical one to the near and far future, and we have seen next here. We have been detecting that the trends are really significant and rising, visible mostly in the southeast and east part of Slovakia, which is in the central figure, and the far future in the right one, where you can see that there are really changes, and what is very important to say that the near future is more serious concerning the extremes of the short-term rainfall than the period of the far future. Next. Okay, we have been also looking at the moving trends in hourly and daily rainfall for selected station. It means that we have been looking at the start year and the end year and calculating these trends, and the values are visible in these figures. And what we can observe is that in the hourly rainfall data, the historical period on the right side. Here is the historical period, and here is the far future. We can see that in the red color is the increasing trend and significant, which is with the gray shadow. It is more visible, and also by the daily data, and these short-term data are really more extreme in the future. Next, we have concerned on the estimation of intensity, duration, frequency curves as the most important thing for water managers and engineering practice. And this estimation of IDF curves was done using the simple scaling methodology. We have estimated the scaling exponents for all stations, also for the historical period, near and far future. We have seen that the near future is most exposed in the extreme, also having higher scaling exponents. To be able to estimate this intensity, duration, frequency curve and the design values also on places where we have no station and no observations, we have used regional method using regional frequency analysis of daily maximum precipitation totals, where the Slovakia was divided into regions which were dominant for this daily maximum totals. There were 3 regions, and in each region we have adopted the index method to estimate the regional flood frequency. Then we applied interpolation method based on radial basic functions. We had a multi-valued method to estimate the scaling exponent in 100-meter grid for the whole territory of Slovakia. And using these 2 approaches, we have been able to estimate in each grid the IDF curves. And we finally provided 2 to 3 minutes left. Okay, I am by the end, but I cannot move this again. We provided a catalog for the practical engineering services of the design values, and we have compared these design values for the 3 periods to the historical ones, and we can see that really the IDF curves have changed. What does it mean for the engineering practice? Finally, we must say that these findings significantly will impact the water structures, and there is the need to re-evaluate their safety, and also to look in more details to the urban design guidelines and the preparedness for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Giuseppe Pico Aronica from University of Messina, Italy. Efficiency of hard and soft measures for flood risk mitigation in highly urbanized areas. Very interesting.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just let me apologize for this small delay with the scheduled program. And let me thank the organizer for this invitation, for this really, really interesting 2 days of discussing about water. And many thanks also to George Papagiannou, which sent me the invitation and said me, you have to be here. George Papagiannou was one of my former students in Messina. I don't want to say how many years ago. Some years ago. And I'm really, really happy to meet you again in this situation. Okay, so I'll try to stay in time in 15 minutes. What I'm going to discuss today, we discuss about flood in urban areas, which is a really interesting problem because the majority of people, like in Italy, also in Greece as well, live in a city. Not close to the rivers. And cities are specific situations, specific problems in terms of risk. And these are short outlines of which I'm going to tell in my presentation. So the new policy of flood risk management and the new frontier, new policy management is to living with floods. rather fight with floods. Fight with floods is the typical approach of hydraulic engineers and civil engineers like me, for instance. But now something's changing because there are many serious problems. And the so-called soft measures, we'll see what we intend with soft measure, can be the solution along or instead or in comparison with our measure. Floodproofing is part of this. Can be defined as a changes, adjustments of buildings, critical infrastructures, all structures that are located in cities, just to reduce the risk by an adaptation to flood risk. The talk will present some of these of the result from a recent study in press on an international journal, and also general introduction on this problem. Few equations. This is the only equation in my presentation. It's a classical equation of the risk. So hazard, vulnerability, and exposed value. You know, as I told before, the engineers normally works with the age, fighting against floods, reduce the frequency of the event, or reduce the magnitude of flood peak. So changing something. This was the point. The laser is. No. George, which one? The laser? Is this one? Okay. So this chart essentially. But there are other two main important parts, the vulnerability and exposure, which means the damage and exposed value. So it's in the recent time, many researchers and also practitioners, also engineers, works more with the last two terms of the equation than the first terms, which means essentially living with floods. So not fighting with the event, but trying to adapt the exposed assets to this kind of event. As I told before, the urban flood is a very serious and growing development challenge, not only in our countries, in the Western world countries like Greece, Italy, Europe, the United States, but specifically due to the demographic growth and the changes in the economy in the world, in the so-called third world country, which are not more third world countries. And if you connect this with the climate change, which exacerbates everything, especially in some part of the world, you have, well, this is a snapshot from, an Asia town flooded completely by the typhoon in classical period. But if you go back to the classical Europe, to old Europe, this is a movie. I hope it works. This is the city of Catania in Sicily. It's a Catane, the original Greek name, and it's a typical pluvial flood. There is no river here. It's only water just because it's falling from the sky, from the rain, and completely flood everything with 60 centimeters, 70 centimeters of water very, very fast. So very difficult to manage because you don't have a classical river and a classical river catchment. Oh, there are many causes for this. Climate change, but I like to show this map. This is the city of Messina. You can see 1954. You can see the rivers crossing the town, the countryside in the border of the city. It's only not 60 years ago, not 2 or 3 centuries ago, not 3 centuries before Christ. And this is the same place a few years ago. You can see the enormous difference. The 90% of the rivers you can see on the left side are culverted now, so covered. So there are no more rivers crossing in a natural way. All the surfaces are impervious, not pervious. So the runoff coefficients increase it very, very enormously. And if you look at the I missed the presentation about the rainfall runoff, the first part about the rainfall runoff of George, but you can see how you can manage the non-stationarity in rainfall runoff response of these catchments in only 50 years. This is one of the causes, probably. Is one we have to look into in detail and take into account. So which are the highlights in urban flood risk? Urban areas are smaller if compared with large catchments. So the events are very, very fast and with high frequency. The flooding areas are very patchy. It's not a continuous and inundated area like when you are in a riverine close to a river. You have some part of the towns are under the water, other parts are completely dry, they're very close sometimes. So patchy flooding is very difficult to manage if you think of the classical engineering, hydraulic engineers intervention. So there are difficulties implementing large flood defense. No, levees, dikes, flood reservoirs, and so on, because they cost a lot, they are not sustainable, environmental impacts, and in many cases, they're not really efficient. We need more rapid implementation mitigation measures, something we can do in few years. If I think of the time you need to build a new flood reservoirs with the legislation in Italy, it takes 10 years, 15 years, because there are very, very complicated system to set up a so big civil engineering project. In this case, we need very, very rapid implementation mitigation measures, which increase resilience adaptations, and essentially protecting, you can see, protecting sensitive buildings and critical infrastructures, roads, electricals, supplies, and so on. It's not really something completely new. This is a plot I took from a work of Gia et al. From the World Bank, 2013, which you can see in the same plot the two main flood risks in a city: riverine risk and pluvial risk. It was in Volos some years ago. There's a river. So it's an urban areas with a river in the center, so this means there is a flood from river. But there are also pluvial risk, so like in Catania display. Normally, what we do? Diversion channels, channel dredging, upstream, storage, flood reservoirs, levees, dikes, and so on. So the so-called hard measures that normally works fighting with flood. Reduction, yes. Adaptation of the system, no. The system doesn't completely adapt to this measure. The system, which means the buildings, the people, all the assets are stiff, rigid, and we work outside from them. If you look in the bottom part on the plot, you can say they talk about, the temporary barriers, the permanent resistance and resilience. So nothing to do with, and to my students say, with a wall, with a concrete wall, with the construction. This is called a softer measure. Now there's a typo, there's not fight with flood, but living with flood. Means reduction, yes. Means adaptation, yes, because we adapt, we push the system to be more resilient, we could say. And like we say in the commercial on TV, this is recommended by the European Directive 2007. The flood directive say, please use more soft measures than hard measures. Floodproofing is a global name we give to the combination of changes or adjustments in the buildings and constructions and critical infrastructure to reduce and prevent damage from flood. It's a soft measure. It's essentially soft because you don't build anything except just few minimum stuff, and you prevent a lot of damage. Just to a rapid presentation. Floodproofing come from the United States. The first people were the United States Corps of Engineers. You can see the main cover of two publications, one from FEMA, another from the USACE, in which have the list of this kind of intervention. There's a big, two classes: wet-proof, so-called wet-proofing and dry-proofing. Wet-proofing is something less acceptable in Europe. Raise the buildings. I can't imagine to take an old building in the center of Rome or in the center of Milan and to be raised. No, you cut the building and put, a little bit complicated. Or use water-resistant materials. In Southern Europe, normally we use, everybody uses concrete or stones. We don't use wood or other kind of message. But there's something interesting with the elevated electric components in inventory and also inclusive walls, because this gives resilience to a house. So it gives the possibility to a building try to imagine to a critical building, police station, hospitals, and so on, to restart again, to work again just a few hours or few minutes after the flood. And also the dry proofing, so sealing essentially, or barriers to avoid the entrance of the water. Very, very fast here. This is the building elevation. Figures comes from the FEMA publication. You can see, you can try to take your house, move from this level to this level, including these steps. So you can have inundation in the basement, inundation in area where there is a big exposure of assets, so no big damage. And for instance, you can take also appliances or electrical components and put upstream and the floor up. It's the same here. So all the appliances and the electrical components, also the electricity, the gas, and the other thing, put up over the level of the 100 years flood, for instance. Like you can see here. You can see the water. Come on. Okay, the water here, and everything is on the top. It's very, very simple to implement. Cheap. You want to build a base in stone and concrete and put everything. But if there is a flood, you can continue to use the gas or the electricity instead to have completely stopped. Try to imagine an hospital or a police station or a fire brigade station. Or the classical sealing. So close the doors, close the windows, in order not to allow the water come into. In urban areas, the majority of damage comes not from the direct damage to buildings, but from the content in the building, people included. So if you avoid the water to come into, you reduce a lot the damage. Normally, houses or buildings in our cities are resistant, are water resistant, waterproof normally, the wall and so on, but not the door and the windows. And we can continue, with the flood walls for public areas. Sorry for the Italians, but it was an old slide. You can essentially shield the building just to avoid the entrance of the water. But you can do the same also with the river. There is a temporary shield instead of building a levee, okay, or for a garage, underneath garage, and so on again. So it was a starting point. Say, but this kind of measures are really efficient. So are really efficient in terms of reduction of damage and risk. So we carried out research in an area, in a city close to Messina, which was affected by a very huge flood in 2011. There was another flood last 2023. We are still collecting the data. You can see some photograph from the event, and this was, okay, I can't see the red point. Okay, you can see in the upper part the flooded area, and this is the area. So this city is crossed by a river, which is culverted, as you can see in the photo. Of course, during the flood, with big flooding, not necessarily mega flood, also normal floods. There is a problem with this culvert, so everything is flooded. So is it possible to reduce damage using these kind of measures? So we did this. We modeled different scenarios by simply applying different kind of interventions, starting for the actual situation, no intervention, any kind of intervention, no levees, no dikes, anything. In the scenarios from 1 to 4, we implemented first dikes, first the flood storage reservoir upstream, and so on. And in the scenario 5, the soft measures, which means shielding in the house, so closing doors and windows, and flood barriers on the river, along the river. And this is the result. Carrying out a cost-benefit analysis the results are more detailed in a paper which is in press of Journal of Flood Risk Management. And this is the result in terms of expected annual damage and the frequency of the flood. The green curve is the soft measure damage, and the other curve are the damage or the reduction of damage due to the presence of the other intervention. It's incredible. It's really astonishing how there is a very, very significant increase of the damage. Also because this kind of measure cost 1/10 of the other measures. So when you perform a cost-benefit analysis, the comparison is no control. You can see from this chart. So the first results are quite, interesting. And okay, just finished. And so we are carrying out other research to, have more confirmation about this. And so I will show the result in other situations. So thank you for your attention. And if you want to contact me, this is my email address over there. Okay, thank you again. Thank you.
And in particular, we do not have a fault because the critical issue of fires and droughts has been touched. Let's see. How do you think the ministry here is dealing with these challenges that are coming? They have probably come and will come again very soon. We have gone too far out of time. Excuse me. It is the last of the first session. Good morning from me too. Thanks very much for the invitation. Eleni Athanasiou, from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, the head of the Flood Risk Management Department. Scarcity, drought and demand management. But this presentation will focus on flood risk management plans and the implementation of the 2007 directive in our country, which is currently being carried out by the Ministry of Environment and Energy. I will try to be as brief as possible. I found it very interesting in all the presentations of the research scientists of our country and other countries, and especially Mr. Katapotis. I want him to tell us a few more things in the second part that we couldn't see. I found it very interesting. I will present to you as soon as I can the implementation of the directive in our country and what we have done as a ministry in cooperation with institutions and researchers in our country and abroad for the management of flood risks. The most common types of flooding in our country are river floods, such as those that took place in Thessaly in 1923, coastal floods, urban floods, and of course Xanthik, the well-known flash floods that are the most dangerous in our country and most frequent. The European Commission, recognizing that floods can cause deaths, population movements, but also damage to the environment and economic activity of countries, that they are natural phenomena that, if not impossible, are very difficult to monitor, and that certain human activities and climate change lead to increase in flooding phenomena. It adopted the 2007 directive for all its member states, according to which countries set targets that focus not on flood prevention but on reducing the impact of flooding on human health, economic activities, the environment, and our cultural heritage.
Στην ανθρώπινη υγεία, στις οικονομικές δραστηριότητες, στο περιβάλλον και στην πολιτιστική μας κληρονομιά.
The directive is implemented in 3 stages. First of all, the preliminary flood risk assessment, the preparation of flood hazard and risk maps, and finally, by each member state, the adoption of a flood risk management plan containing a program of measures to help manage flood risk. These are reviewed every 6 years. We are currently in the second review cycle ending in 2024 in Greece.
στην Ελλάδα.
The first stage, its result, so very concisely and quickly, is this map. Its first revision made in 19 and shows us the areas potentially at risk of flooding.
Τις περιοχές που δυνητικά έχουν κίνδυνο πλημμύρας.
It is about 20% of the total area of our country.
Της έκτασης της χώρας μας.
For these areas, the Ministry of the Environment has extensively studied the danger, scarcity and flood risk and drawn up maps.
Την τροτότητα και κατακλείδη τον κίνδυνο πλημμύρας και κατάρτισε χάρτες.
Here we see what has been done for the 14 water districts of the country, that is, the whole country. That we have, and I show an example from our first private apartment, which is the private district of Western Peloponnese. The zones identified there can be seen a little more on a slightly larger scale. And the next slide shows the results of the first revision of the flood hazard maps for 50% and 1,000 years. We did it according to the directives of the European Community.
Και 1000 χρόνια το κάναμε κατά τις οδηγίες της Ευρωπαϊκής Κοινότητας.
And here are the maps showing the extent of flooding in relation to the depth of flow of the flood, and the next, the extent of the flood in relation to the flow velocity. To get these maps out, which are snapshots essentially, we are gathering too much data. We have a high-precision digital terrain model. Not to the extent shown by Mr. Katapotis, because it will actually be much more difficult after our models run and we have. In other words, we want to combine resources, time, as he rightly put it, and results. So we have a digital terrain model. We run hydrological and hydraulic models and come up with these maps that are snapshots with specific data. Then a complete record is made of land use, activities, economic activities, settlements, critical infrastructure and everything else that increases the vulnerability of an area to flood risk, and the superposition of risk with terror gives us, and we end up with flood risk maps, which have long been.
Και η υπέρθεση της επικινδυνότητας με την τροτότητα μας δίνει και καταλήγουμε στους χάρτες κινδύνων πλημμύρας, οι οποίοι έχουν από πολύ υψηλό, από πολύ χαμηλό,
low to very high flood risk mapped to the areas we study and streams.
Στις περιοχές που μελετάμε και στα ρέματα.
Here we have a zoom of the previous map and to see a little in more detail the mapping of ancient Olympia, one of the 18 UNESCO monuments we have in our country, and what it looks like for a flood that we think can happen once in 50 years, once in 50 years.
που έχουμε στη χώρα μας και πώς φαίνεται αυτός για μια πλημμύρα που θεωρούμε ότι μπορεί να γίνει μία φορά στα 50 χρόνια, μία φορά
Once in 100 and once in 1,000 years are the impacts we expect, and it is once in 1,000 years without meaning that it will happen after 1,000 years, because climate change shows that they happen much more often, but this magnitude of flooding shows how it affects the
γίνονται πολύ πιο συχνά.
archaeological site, and even in 1,000 years goes into the settlement. And there are other infrastructures such as water treatment facilities, there the blue wastewater treatment. Here again another snapshot from a map of ours in Central Macedonia, showing the sanitary facilities is upstream of the Galakos River and above the Via Ignatia, and shows extensive facilities, etc. Having all this information, therefore, collected and recorded in our ministry, we are given the opportunity to proceed with the preparation of flood risk management plans and the program of measures. Here I would like to make a special reference to the floods that took place last year in Thessaly. The potentially high flood risk zones we had identified in Thessaly were the largest in Greece, as you can understand. And the study done as part of the first cycle had come up with these flood maps for 50, 100 and 1,000 years. And this slide shows an overlay with the flood shadow as recorded by the Copernicus Emergency Service in relation to the flood maps as we drew them up in 2017, and you see a very good match of the results.
Με τους χάρτες πλημμύρας όπως τους είχαμε καταρτήσει εμείς το 2017 και βλέπετε μια πολύ καλή ταύτιση των αποτελεσμάτων.
Similarly, for the city of Volos, where it was not possible to get a satellite image due to cloud cover, we made a numerical simulation of the flood. It was also flash flats, so they were fast, and you can see the comparison with our maps for 100 and 1,000 years, and again you see a good match of the results, which means that it was indeed a big flood and it was on the order of 1,000 years and we could map it in advance.
Ήταν της τάξης των 1.000 ετών, σαφώς, και μπορούσαμε και να τη χαρτογραφήσουμε και εκ των προτέρων.
The third stage of the directive is the institutionalization of flood risk management plans with measures in all lines of action. Prevention, protection, preparedness and rehabilitation, miscellaneous measures, natural-based solution measures, measures of natural containment of hides. What a possibility to make the engines with a flood protection component, and studies that predict this. Early warning systems. A master plan that everyone can see, as Mr. Verlides mentioned, in his area of comprehensive management that is very important of water. Whether it's flooding, whether it's drought, whether it's day-to-day, habitual water management, so to speak. Many of these measures are already in place, such as master plans, early warning systems, results, all those produced by our ministry in collaboration with institutions and researchers are available on our website flats.ipca.gr, everyone to use them. Too many scholars and universities and public administration bodies use the results of our maps for their needs: civil protection, forest services, polygamy, grass, many universities and too many scholars.
Οι δασικές υπηρεσίες, η πολεοδομία, η χορταξία, πολλά πανεπιστήμια και πάρα πολλοί μελετητές.
Flats.ip.gr, all the results of our work are recovered there. And I would like to say that essentially, at least as we understand it, flood risk management plans are probably the best tool available at the moment in our country for a rational distribution of funding that can be given for flood risk management.
Για μια ορθολογική κατανομή των χρηματοδοτήσεων που μπορούν να δοθούν για τη διαχείριση κινδύνων πλημμύρας.
With these measures that include all actions more or less mountain hydronomy projects, if you look at them, you will see in detail that you can find all kinds of action. They shall be financed as a matter of priority and taking into account action plans relating to areas of potentially high flood risk and upstream, i.e. protection zones. So one can also use them to apply for funding, to do some work, and of course there are also the bodies that have to do and implement the measures. I would like to say one more occasion. The Ministry of Environment and Energy. I want to download it. It is very strong. Nicely. Well, it has. This cannot be seen. We can make it look like a screen. It has taken the initiative to set up 2 early warning systems in the framework of 2 transnational cooperation between Interreg and Bulgaria and North Macedonia.
Διακρατικών συνεργασιών Interreg με την Βουλγαρία και τη Βόρεια Μακεδονία.
The first in cooperation with Bulgaria is the Hydrometeorological Institute of Bulgaria, and Mr. Maris mentioned earlier that in 2015 they made a meteorological forecast to be able to manage the flood, and I think in continuation of this program because he participated in our consortium there.
Για να μπορούν να διαχειρίζονται την πλημμύρα και νομίζω σε συνέχεια και αυτού του προγράμματος, γιατί συμμετείχε και στο δικό μας consortium
Bulgarian Institute of Meteorology, and indeed in cooperation with them and with here the Institute of Geodynamics, the University of Ioannina and other bodies, we did. One Kuta fell, 2 early warning systems, was lost. Nicely. At the moment, in the range and Axios, using. First of all, I will say that at the moment they are the only early warning systems that exist in Greece and give a 5-day warning, 5 days later, giving an extent of flooding. Use. I'll watch from here so I can. I will say it very quickly. We have a meteorological model here. Then, for those who can at least, calculation of hydraulic model with hydrographs, which shows both what is being done so far, but also the forecast ahead now until the 19th of the month.
Στο οποίο φαίνεται τόσο το τι γίνεται μέχρι σήμερα, αλλά και η πρόβλεψη εμπροκειμένου τώρα μέχρι τις 19 του μηνός.
And correspondingly, here, in case we have a flood, the flood is also put and I will give you. I will be very brief. In case, say, here I give you an example of a flood in 2021, which we have simulated, and how to warn in case we have a flood and the increase in water is shown.
Σε περίπτωση που έχουμε πλημμύρα και φαίνεται η αύξηση των υδάτων.
This was an effort we made by the Ministry of Environment to go one step further using all the data we have so far. Now, this year, we have downloaded a proposal with the Democratic University for Urban Flooding and Artificial Intelligence. We hope that you and them will move forward, and I am very glad that we can cooperate with all scientists and we, the public administration, and try to do the best for our country. That's all. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry. Thank you again for being here. We move on to the second panel, the second table. Many interesting things will be heard throughout the conference. Let me say that water is one of the key elements of the climate crisis. It will concern us very much. We will also discuss the solutions that exist, the possible solutions. I think the people who have been selected to speak at the conference are best suited to give us their lights. And without. I am not Katerina Christofoulou in principle, my colleague had to leave. Can you hear me? Now you hear me. So I took it upon myself to do the coordination. Let us therefore give the floor to Mr. Gregorio, whom we saw before, who is the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agricultural Policy in Cyprus. Mr. Gregorio, you have the floor. I will talk to you about the problem of scarcity and drought that we have in Cyprus as a country, an island in the eastern Mediterranean. A problem we have been facing for decades. Since 1900 there are records, and see how we tried to provide solutions to this problem and if we have succeeded. I will give you an overview of Cyprus, a brief overview of water characteristics in Cyprus. Also, how do we do this management of water resources? And then I'll give some information about the policies we've pursued. As is well known, Cyprus is located in the eastern Mediterranean. The area is 9,250 teragonal kilometers. Our population is 1.2 million. We have traffic every year around 4 to 5 million tourists, which means that we are 3 to 4 times more than the population. The climate is semi-dry. It is considered one of the poorest European countries in water, mainly due to the shortage of water resources. Also, water resources are directly dependent mainly on rainfall, and there is also an anonymous distribution of rainfall both geographically and seasonally. And we'll see next.
Έχουμε κάποιο πρόβλημα εδώ.
What I mentioned earlier is from 1900 we have data, 1970, the first 70 years, while we had 541 millimeters of water on average. From 1971 to 2021, the next 50 years, it has decreased to an average of 473 millimeters of water, and that identifies a reduction of about 10.5%. Also, this is another feature of climate change and the climate crisis that determines the increase in temperature, especially in the Mediterranean countries. Here to give an insight into the use of the water we have. In cases where there is availability of water, we ensure 100% access to public water supply. 100% drinking water needs are met. Most of it is used for irrigation purposes and about 40% is used for water supply purposes with various resources that we will see below. Let us say that since the 60s, with the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, we have proceeded with the construction of dams. All watercourses have been dammed and an infrastructure has been created, which is about 110 dams with a total capacity of 332 million cubic meters of water, which is enough to cover the needs for about 2 years without rainfall. Also, let's say that we had a record year in 2018 to 2019 with a rainfall that had reached 265 million water, which was the year of all the decades of the last decades. However, this year, we are going through a very difficult year, because rainfall is very minimal. Dam reserves are around 40 to 45% and measures to curb demand have begun. In our effort to solve the problem we have, in addition to dams and pumping from underground aquifers, we have moved on to non-transparent sources of water such as deforestation. From 1997 to 1998 the first unit has been created. 5 decarbonization plants are now in operation, covering around 75% of water supply needs, and we are now in the process of setting up more plants to be completely de-elevated. In addition, efforts are being made and we are in the process of increasing the utilization of reclaimed water from sewage systems, and as we will see below, we cover about 20% of irrigation needs from building water, and we are also expanding the systems to settlements with an equivalent population. For 2,000 inhabitants, we will be able to increase this water, which will be used for irrigation purposes in such a way as to ensure that the water from the dams and the water from desalination will be sufficient to meet our needs for water supply purposes, especially during the periods of winter and summer. With increased traffic from tourism. Here are some statistics showing the sources of water supply, which are dams, drilling and sanitation, where here it appears that most of our needs for water supply purposes are covered by desalination systems. There were times when we had almost 80 to 90% coverage. We are now at about 60% coverage, and, as I said earlier, we will be in a position very soon in 2 or 3 years' time to become completely independent of desalination plants. Here we have water for irrigation purposes, where it is primarily from dams, boreholes and reclaimed water. Let us say here that the needs for irrigation purposes this year will not be fully covered. People have been informed that as a matter of priority the tree crops will be protected and then the underground crops will be limited in such a way that all needs can be met. Here we can mention some measures that are being taken in the long term, which have to do with the institutional, if you like, reorganization and restructuring of water supply, with the increase in infrastructure works that are being carried out as mentioned earlier, and also on the demand side, an effort is being made through the timological policy, but also and through the curtain, to create a curtain of sorting, if you will, in the utilization of water, as well as with the use of systems EMFIA, smart systems that we will see next. I have already mentioned that these are difficult years, so measures have already been taken to reduce the availability of water, and an information campaign is being carried out to enable citizens and consumers to limit use by recognizing the problem that is being created. On the subject of water-saving culture, I have been reading here since 1967. I see a publication here, you see here, avoid any kind of waste or water. We will be looking for this in difficult circumstances very soon. This was so many years ago, and there are also other cartoons here showing the problem which is permanent in Cyprus. It was mentioned earlier that we are in a process where the value of water must be valued. It has value, it was mentioned this morning, and charges must be made in such a way as to reflect the cost of water disposal. There is the resource fee, which is imposed with an obligation for the purposes of managing the environmental impact of the actions taken, and also taken into account, community directive, for compliance purposes. Another issue that we are facing, and I am sure that in all irrigation and sweat nets, is the issue of leaks. Let's say that in recent years there has been a campaign and an effort to reduce leaks. If we remember correctly, 5 or 6 years ago we had cases where more than half of the water was unaccountable or even lost during trafficking in nets. In recent years, 2 or 3 years, this has fallen by around 30%. It is accepted that if there is a loss of around 20% it is satisfactory. We are very close to achieving this goal by utilizing native systems and meters, as well as other software programs that can detect leaks in time to limit them. Also, sustainable seasoning systems are our goal to be implemented in such a way that all crops utilize them to reduce waste, and also other systems and devices are used to save water, for water supply purposes in premises and homes. Also, another issue that concerns us is the treatment of illegal dismissals from drilling, which have created problems for aquifers, and especially for aquifers that bear in coastal areas where there is a salinization problem. However, with measurements made in recent years, and at the same time the problems of scarcity, the situation in the aquifers we have there seems to be improving. I reported on the implementation of the Water Framework Directive, as well as the European Union's Floods Directive. There are plans to address these critical phenomena. Of course, the floods, and I think one of the issues of the climate crisis that we face is to have more water in less time. That is why the problems and those that were recently faced in Thessaly and Greece are created. And finally, let us say that what we are trying now is to manage the demand for water, and the demand has to do with the expansion and formation of a culture of rational management of water in families for water supply purposes used, but especially for irrigation purposes, as mentioned earlier with the modern systems that are utilized. Thank you very much for your attention. I tried to be brief to help with the process. You'll be fine. You were right to do so. Let's say that the speeches anyway, with additions that speakers might want. They will be published in a report that will come out a publication. So, it is good to say the most substantial things we have to say, and in the version we can be much more detailed. I should therefore immediately like to give the floor to Professor Panayotis. That's right, Nastos. That with accents is an issue. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers very much for inviting them to the Third International Water Forum, which addresses the serious and critical problem of the temporal change of water, which is due to anthropogenic climate change, which has transformed into a climate crisis, a term that we increasingly use to overemphasize, if you want, the critical negative impacts that have been caused by discarding our climate system. It has been heard that water essentially behaves like. The problem of water is special. It is a coin with two sides. One aspect has to do with phenomena, prolonged drought, either meteorological or hydrological. And the second aspect has to do with the extreme precipitation that comes to us from the sky, given that the temporal distribution of water has changed, as I said before, because the amount of water present in the closed system of the surface of the water in the atmosphere remains fixed. Therefore, we do not lose water, but what happens is its spatiotemporal change. Rain gauge systems are shifting further and further north in the case of the Mediterranean. Specifically here I would like to express my concern a little as a climatologist, in the sense that we are very concerned about the effects of climate change, because I believe that it is a problem that will not be solved easily, because it is mainly a moral one. Man has made reckless exploitation of natural resources, and on the other hand it is also a purely economic problem. In other words, it concerns economic figures, which if not solved will be difficult to overcome the effects of climate change. You see on the slide I show you, 2023 was the warmest year since we've kept readings since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
τότε που έχουμε κρατήσει μετρήσεις από την αρχή της βιομηχανικής επανάστασης.
In fact, it has come very far beyond the target set by the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are at 1,3. We expected in 2030 not to exceed 1.5 and we are already at 1.3. Here I present to you exactly what I told you, that we are very close to the goal of surpassing it, and you see that even if we implement all the measures that we have committed ourselves to as governments, we cannot reach the goal that has been committed by the agreement of the present, just too much.
Να φτάσουμε το στόχο που έχει δεσμευτεί με την Συμφωνία των Παρουσίων, απλά το πολύ πολύ να
To reach 2,1 or 1,8 temperature anomaly. So things are very, very critical. The Mediterranean is considered a hot spot for the climate crisis, in the sense that as you will see here in the diagram below, the Mediterranean is warming at a rate of at least 20% faster than the rest of our planet. This obviously has an impact on the ecosystems that exist in the Mediterranean region, particularly in the coastal zone, which suffers from flooding and erosion, and also the lives of at least 500 million people in the Mediterranean basin region will certainly be affected.
Τουλάχιστον 500 εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων που βρίσκονται στην περιοχή της λεκάνης της Μεσογείου.
By 2050, water demand is projected to double or triple. Already with 2 degrees Celsius we expect a reduction in rainfall of about 10 to 15%, and this will be added to the already observed decrease that we have already experienced, of the order of 20%, especially in the eastern Mediterranean. Indeed, when our temperature exceeds 1.5 C, you see that warming will be greater, especially in the Arctic regions, over the land and in the northern hemisphere, respectively. The precipitation will be released mainly in high latitudes, in the tropics, and if you pay a little attention to the Mediterranean region, I don't know if you see it there, this cafe is a reduction of 20%. As I said, this is in addition to the already existing reduction that we have already suffered. Similar results, but much more intense when our temperature reaches 2 degrees Celsius, temperature and anomaly. I shall therefore like to describe to you the first side of the coin concerning drought in the Mediterranean and especially in the southeast Mediterranean, where we face the greatest problem. You see the normalized rainfall network, what we climatologists call SPI, and you see basically 30 years from 1950, 1980, 1970 to 2000, and we go all the way to 1980 to 2010, and we see more and more negative values of this network. What does this mean? It means that drought is now becoming more intense and extensive, especially in the southeastern Mediterranean. We reach the same conclusion, and obviously this also affects the underground aquifer, because what I have shown you concerns hydrological drought. Here you see the trends of the network that reflects hydrological drought and is increasing, especially again I told you and stabilistically important, especially in the southeastern Mediterranean region. A major factor responsible for this increase in drought, especially in the Mediterranean region, is what we call the North Atlantic fluctuation. It is essentially a dipole between the anticyclone of the Azores and the barometric low in Iceland, which you basically imagine as a door that sometimes allows and sometimes prevents rainfall systems from passing through the Mediterranean. You predict that this dipole will close this door, to put it simply, in our future forecasts, with the result that rainfall systems will go further and further north, with the result that the Mediterranean will have more and more droughts. A recent study, which we have done for Greece, we are basically talking about another indicator, is the so-called Rheidiki index, and we observe that there is a shift of drought from east to west, with the main barrier to climate change being the Pindus mountain range. Essentially, the Ionian Sea and the areas to the west of Greece are reduced to drought, while respectively the whole of eastern Greece and especially the central trunk have suffered the effects of drought.
υποστεί τις επιπτώσεις της ξηρασίας.
Climate change, as we said, apart from drought, obviously has extreme hydrometeors. We have condemnations of extreme intensity and duration, heat waves, fires, obviously also floods and drought, that is, water shortages, which essentially create an anomaly created by the anomaly in the hydrological cycle. It is well known that water, as I told you before, the amount of water is not lost, does not leave into space, but is essentially recycled and its spatial distribution is shifted. Therefore, I would like to dwell for a moment on an equation of physicists that are Claudius Clapeyron's, which basically tells us. It tells us that warm air can hold more water vapor than cold air. Therefore, global warming is causing just that. Above our heads we have more water vapor, which with any thermodynamic instability, this water falls abruptly and creates these extreme water meteors that we experience more and more. As you see an example here, I have for you that a given volume at 20 degrees Celsius can hold twice as much water vapor as at 10 degrees Celsius. Therefore, potentially more water in the atmosphere, and this obviously creates the extreme weather. A brief description of the disasters is reprinted. You see that floods have mainly intensified in the last 20th compared to the previous 20th, and also the economic damage from these floods has almost reached 1.4 trillion in the last 20th cause. In a recent report of the World Economic Forum, the recent report published a few months ago, and to the question estimate the probability, what is the impact of the following risks over a 2-year or decade time horizon? You can see that natural disasters rank second for a 2-year period. In fourth place, the failure to mitigate climate change is very important, and also in sixth place the failure to adapt to climate change. But when we go over a decade horizon, you see all four risks: failure to mitigate climate change, failure to adapt to climate change, natural disasters and biodiversity loss figure in the top 4. So our problem is too big. Indeed, an extreme event that occurred once in 100 years in pre-industrial times, with a temperature increase of 9.5 degrees Celsius, this happens 4 times now in 10 years, and when our temperature rises by 4 degrees Celsius it will happen about 9 times, that is, every year it will happen. We have an extreme capsule. The same goes for extreme events that occurred over a 50-year time horizon. Similarly now with rainfall, indeed an extreme rainfall event that occurred once every 10 years in the pre-industrial period, we see that with a temperature increase of about 2 degrees Celsius this will occur 1.7 times much more intense and with greater frequency. The same applies to droughts in the regions you have mentioned. The other side of the coin, which is inextricably linked to drought, but we are now talking about extreme weather, extreme hydrometric phenomena, which will concern us much more in the Mediterranean region, are the so-called Mediterranean cyclones with tropical characteristics. They are the so-called Mediterranean hurricanes. They differ from classical cyclones, the rainfall systems that we knew until now and which had to do with collision of Aryan masses. We've had fronts or we've had heat storms. Here we are talking about the tropics, about systems that occur in the Atlantic and the Angarenic, and the cause what it is. The cause is their birth. It is the warm sea, climate change, warming the oceans. Indeed, the Mediterranean, as I will show you later, has warmed up. Therefore, more and more we will see such systems, which only happened in the Atlantic and the Saharian. They are the so-called Medicams. You see, they are characterized by I. We have great symmetry in the wall. We have strong winds of more than 200 kilometers per hour and heavy rainfall with very great consequences. as you see here in 2011 in Genoa, Italy, disasters that have been caused. A recent study we made a spatial distribution of all these mediums in the Mediterranean, and you see some colors, you see yellow dominating, which happens with autumn, because the sea has a lag compared to heating UNDRI, so it warms the sea in September, October and
Γιατί η θάλασσα έχει μια υστέρηση σε σχέση με τη θέρμανση από την ξηρά, άρα λοιπόν θερμαίνει τη θάλασσα του Σεπτέμβριο-Οκτώβριο και εκεί...
There we have the maximum intensity and frequency of these phenomena. You see their impact. Wind speeds, as I told you, exceed 180 kilometers per hour. They are mainly found in the central Mediterranean with direct effects on western Greece. We have experienced it with Janus, with Daniel, and with all these cyclones that we will see more and more in our lives. I go a little bit to the recent event which affected us very much. This July 2023, look at the waters of the Mediterranean in Rome, for example, in the region of Kefalonia and in the region in North Africa, on the coast of North Africa, sea temperatures were 5 to 6 degrees above normal levels. So we had a warming of the waters resulting in what we will see next. Daniel, who did what he did in Karditsa but then transformed into such a tropical cyclone and ended up in Libya causing at least 20,000 deaths, for which I have not seen any publication large in evidence.
Προκαλώντας τουλάχιστον 20.000 νεκρούς, για το οποίο δεν έχω δει καμία δημοσίευση μεγάλη σε σχέση σε αντιστοιχεία με...
With what happened in Karditsa, 20,000 dead in one day because dams broke, and if you look at the landscape that I will show you pictures, it is as if there has been a huge earthquake. Therefore, these extreme phenomena, whether exaggerated or extreme, will be common, or will be extreme, or will be common in the future. I close my presentation quickly to show you what happened in September 5 in our area. We had atmospheric circulation, the so-called omega blocking. You see that Cyclophoria changes from western and makes this omega. So the rainfall systems came to us from the north, they did what they did, the damage to Karditsa, and then they followed the course as you will see later in the Ionian Sea and transformed this thing into a big monster, in the medium that I described to you. As far as rainfall, the phenomenon of this particular phenomenon, we observe here the monthly rainfall in the Mediterranean region. The climate value of rainfall is in the order of 25 to 50 millimeters. 25 to 50 millimeters, i.e. 25 to 50 liters per square meter, fell in the region of Thessaly. But in September 1923, if you see a yellow in Thessaly, it means 500 to 750 millimeters. From 25.50, which is the climate value, 500 to 750 millimeters fell in September 1923. This is grid data from the Simdorf database. Therefore, we see a great anomaly, again focused on Thessaly, of the order of more than 500 millimeters. It fell 500 millimeters from what usually falls in our area. This effectively amounts to an increase of 600%. A hydrometeorological phenomenon, an extreme hydrometeorological phenomenon, which was inconceivable with all these consequences that we knew. I have combined the meteorological information from the zorophores, especially from the Meteosats, to see how this phenomenon is created. Right now we are on September 5th. You see that it is being created over Thessaly, little by little, following the Ohm orbit. Notice, right now we have left Thessaly, we are crossing to the Ionian Sea. The temperature of the Ionian Sea that day was over 27 to 28 degrees Celsius. The limit for making Medicans is 26 degrees Celsius, and look here at the moment at the creation of a Medican which is hitting Libya with the consequences that I have described to you. There is another video which is about temperatures. I will not show them to you, but believe me, we had 28 degrees Celsius on the coast of North Africa that day. The disasters concerning Thessaly are known to all of us, but at the same time look at the disasters in Libya. I say it again, I have said it many times, unfortunately it has not received the publicity it should have gotten. If you see, we talk as if a bomb has been dropped. We are talking about 20,000 dead. In addition to the damage to infrastructure, in addition to all the other effects that this disaster had. I do not want to bore you anymore. I will close with this slide, which is very characteristic and shows this, that climate change is now visible on the human time scale. In the old days, man lived in a certain climatic period. He knew it was interglacial, glacial, so he lived all his life in a certain climatic period. Now we live on the human time scale and our lives all climate change. For example, someone who was born in 1950, will be 70 years old today, has experienced temperatures of 0.5 degrees and we have now reached 9.5 degrees Celsius. Imagine a child born in 2020, 70 years old in 2090. Look at the sheer breadth and magnitude of climate change impacts that it will be forced to experience. There are strong concerns, and I told you that mainly the problem of climate change in my opinion is economic and moral. If the economic side of climate change is not solved, I think things are very, very difficult. And the big problem is not temperature. To the temperature we will adapt. Where we will not be able to adapt is water. Unfortunately, the water will shift further north and we will experience more and more scarcity conditions, especially in our own area. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. At some point we would like you to tell us some solutions. You have thought of solutions for this problem, that is, you have made suggestions. Sit on the microphone, press red. We also saw it at the recent UN summit held down in Saudi Arabia. We could not produce a joint text. From there alone you understand how big the problem is. In other words, they are purely economic interests. Exactly. And I'll tell you an example here, and allow me for a very short time. As soon as the Montreal Convention discovered that chlorofluorocarbons were responsible for the ozone hole, the Montreal Convention immediately found a way to replace them without affecting economic interests, and we now have a recovery of ozone. Climate change, unfortunately, in economic interests is great. There seems to be no solution on the horizon, so we will suffer the consequences without knowing where we will go. The problem is for generations to come. As I showed you, it is now visible on the human time scale. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move on to Professor Spiros Mamalis. It comes to us from the Democritus University. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honored speakers. I will try to present a different an approach from a different point of view about the use of water in agriculture and food production. Water is a crucial resource for life on Earth because it is irreplaceable in its role of sustaining the functioning of environment and societies. So humankind use water resources for drinking, municipal needs, and a number of economic activities. Among them, agriculture is the most water demanding, claiming more than 85% of human water consumption. So water is a key driver of agricultural production. It's also the largest using sector and major polluter of water. Agricultural production is highly dependent on water and increasingly subject to water risks. Now, the amount of water involved in food production is significant, and most of it is provided directly by rainfall. A rough calculation of global water needs for food production can be based on the specific water requirements to produce food for one person. Depending on the composition of meals and allowing for post-harvest losses, the present average food ingest of 2,800 kg per person per day may require roughly 1,000 cubic meters per year to be produced. Thus, with a world population of 6 billion, water needed to produce the necessary food is 6,000 cubic kilometers, excluding any convenience losses associated with irrigation systems. So we need a lot of water. The global demand for water in agriculture will increase over time because we have increased population, rising incomes, and changes in dietary preferences. On the other hand, increasing demands for water by industrial and urban users and water for the environment will intensify the competition. At the same time, water scarcity, as the previous Mr. Nastos said, is increasing in several important agricultural areas. Nowadays, the challenges faced in agricultural water management are different from what they were a few decades ago. The global population has grown, people are richer, and they demand more agricultural commodities. Also, the type of food they consume is shifting towards more meat, fish, dairy, and sugar products. These products typically require more water than traditional staple foods such as grains and tuber crops. So, the main and first challenge faced by agriculture is producing enough food for continuing increasing population in a complex context of population growth and urbanization, poverty, increased demands for food, ever-growing competition for water and land, climate change, climate uncertainty and droughts, viable supply reliability, decline in critical ecosystems services, and changing regulatory environments and less participatory water resources governance. These goals have recently been challenged more by emerging forces, including climate change, water scarcity, the energy crisis, as well as the credit crisis. So the availability of water resources is increasingly at risk due to climate change, which in turn has resulted in a rising frequency of extreme water events such as droughts, floods, and tropical storms, which are also expected to be more frequent in the future. Moreover, land degradation, salination, over-abstraction of groundwater, and the reduction of genetic diversity in crop affect the basis of agriculture's own future. Over-exploitation and poor management of water resources threaten the resource base on which agriculture depends. Furthermore, the protection of ecosystems becomes even more important and urgent. In addition, water quality is likely to deteriorate in many regions due to the growth of polluting activities, salination caused by rising sea levels, and water supply changes. So the environment of water is rather difficult. And furthermore, agriculture is the largest water user and the main source of nitrate pollution of ground and surface waters, as well as the principal source of ammonia pollution. It's also a major contributor to the phosphate pollution of waterways and of release to the atmosphere of the greenhouse gases methane and nitrous oxide. On the other hand, food policy should serve humanity by advancing the human goals of eradicating extreme poverty and hunger. So the severity of the water crisis has prompted the United Nations in 2007 and concluded that it is water scarcity, not a lack of arable land, that will be the major constraint to increase food production over the next few decades. In agriculture, water is used for irrigation, spraying, drinking water for livestock, washing down livestock buildings. Only a part of agricultural water withdrawals are effectively used in the production of food or other agricultural commodities. This challenge and associated issues deeply relate with challenges placed to agricultural water management, mainly irrigation management. So water management is a major political issue in many countries, and agriculture plays a fundamental role in this area. The role of water irrigation to support food security is crucial, while considering both the food, water, energy nexus and the food cropping system irrigation nexus. Irrigation may play a dominant role in food security nexus context, despite its rise in space and with the socio-economic and environmental condition of the population. It has been clear that in the past, increased food crop yields, namely cereals, were much influenced by fertilizer usage, improved crop cultivation practices, energy used in direct and indirect forms, but it was also clear that water and irrigation are paramount for successfully attaining food security and feed the continued growth of the world population. Most water used by agricultural stems from rainfall stored in the soil profile, and only about 50% of water for crops is provided through irrigation. Irrigation, therefore, needs 9,000 cubic kilometers of water per year for food crops. On average, about 40% of water withdrawn from rivers, lakes, and aquifers for agriculture effectively contribute to crop production. The remainder water being lost to evaporation, deep infiltration, or the growth of weeds. Consequently, the current global water withdrawals are estimated to be about 2,000 to 2,550 cubic kilometers per year. To tackle these challenges, management policy of water resources must address the trade-off between economic, social, and environmental goals, using a combination of regulatory and economic incentives. The water for food security situation is intricate and might get daunting if no action is taken. So improving agricultural water management is therefore essential to a sustainable and productive agro-food sector. This requires action on several fronts, including tackling climate change, preserving land and conserving water, reducing the energy footprint in food systems, developing and adapting climate-resilient varieties, modernizing irrigation infrastructure, shoring up domestic food supplies, reforming the international food trade, and responding to other global challenges. So related recommendations for irrigation management and water management include ensuring sustainable management and conservation of ecosystems, integrate approach to water and food nexus policies, security nexus policies, improved water management in agriculture, and adoption of agricultural systems to enhance water use performance, fostering an inclusive and effective governance of water for food security nexus, and promoting a rights-based approach to governance of water. Moreover, we have to establish a long-term plan for sustainable management for water resources in agriculture, to contribute to a rising agricultural incomes and achieving broader rural development goals, protect ecosystems on agricultural land, especially those which are affected from farming activities, balance agricultural water withdrawals with environmental needs, especially by maintaining minimum flow levels in rivers and lakes, and ensuring sustainable use of groundwater resources. We have to improve the efficiency of water resource withdrawal management technologies and ensure the financing to maintain and upgrade the infrastructure supplying water to farms. In order to facilitate the transition to a more sustainable and productive agricultural sector, that is resilient to water risk, government should act at the farm, watershed, and national levels to strengthen and enforce existing water regulations, to create incentives for farmers to improve their water use and better manage the use of political agricultural inputs, and finally, to remove policies that support excessive use of water and polluting activities. Other measures are crop diversification, which has a beneficial influence on local food security, especially in remote rural areas, and crop diversification support a longer growing season, so providing a healthier, more diversified diet, including fresh produce. The adaptation of precision agriculture is another solution for efficient water use, because with precision agriculture technology, farmers and agronomists have more data about their field, which help them to make better decisions. As a result, water and input management are improved. But there's a problem in the adaptation of precision agriculture between the small and large farms, because the gap between small and large farms, due to adaptation of innovation solutions in agriculture, has increased in recent years, because big farms implement a variety of modern technologies and managerial solutions. On the other hand, small farms cannot follow these solutions. So there's a very big problem in social structure. Finally, we have to implement new cultivation techniques, especially and good agricultural practices. Two most efficient ways to save water are to know exactly where to spray herbicides to fight weeds and how much herbicide to spend. So if we have precise information about where in the field the poor vegetation is, that means that we can use the water in areas with poor or no vegetation and skip watering areas with excellent vegetation. To conclude, we identified three main strategies by which agricultural water management can deal with these large trade-offs. First, improving water management practices on agricultural land, better linkage with management for downstreams, aquatic ecosystems, and paying more attention to how water can be managed to create multifunctional agrosystems. New investment in irrigation infrastructure and improved water management can minimize the impact of water scarcity and partially meet water demand for food production. Food for all can be achieved much earlier than present projections indicate, provided that the necessary policies are backed with the necessary resources. Thanks for your time.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Τώρα θα συνδεθούμε. Είναι το Zoom έτοιμο? Είναι έτοιμο το Zoom? Να συνδεθούμε με τον Dr. Mostafa Kamel El-Sayed από την Αίγυπτο. Μπορούμε παρακαλώ?
Good afternoon. My name is Kamel Amir, Kamel Mustafa Amir. I'm a water resources advisor in the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, which belongs to the League of Arab States. And at the same time, I'm having another hat heading the Middle Region office of the same organization. My presentation will be titled The Water Energy Food Nexus Approach for Climate Resilience, an Innovative Strategy to Tackle Water Scarcity and Flash Floods in St. Catherine Region, South Sinai, Egypt. I picked actually St. Catherine undeliberate, as St. Catherine, I understand that it is being ruled, the ministry itself is being ruled by Greece, as far as I understand. So it could be a good coincidence, actually. Here is a symbolic picture, I would say, photo. The contents of my presentation will be, I'll give an introduction and then describe the St. Catherine region and the challenges. And the third item will be about Mountain Lake, which is the intervention that we have done through the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, and cooperation between FAO and the World Food Program in considering the nexus between water, energy, and food security. And the fifth item will be integrated hydro agriculture development component project for the city of St. Catherine, and then to the conclusion and recommendation. Actually, St. Catherine is very unique in Sinai, in South Sinai. South Sinai Governorate has got 9 cities. 8 of them are on the water. So 4 of them, it's Ras Sedr, Abu Znayma, Bordees, Tor Sinai is on the Gulf of Suez. And the other four towns, which is Sharm el-Sheikh, Dahab, Nuweiba, Taba, are on the Gulf of Aqaba. The South Sinai Governorate is occupied by almost 100,000 capita, 100,000 people, and it is a scarce. It can be described as a scarce, a place that's suffering from water scarcity. This is the community that we are talking about. They are Bedouins, and of course, they have their own way of life. So for the area description, the rainfall in this area ranging from 8 to 120 millimeter per year for the last 50 years, the average for the last 50 years. And on the mountainous area, it is almost 100 millimeter per year. The natural factors, the natural weather or environment that's there, such as climate condition, environmental factors, expose the community to water scarcity and therefore food insecurity. The challenges were climate change and population, and the region is one of the areas permanently exposed to monsoon, floods, and strong wind, resulting in road blockage, food and fuel supply disruption, and power cuts. In the Mountain Lakes project in St. Catherine started in 2013, and it aims at protect the city from the water scarcity, to give the water and the Bedouins or the people there a new source of water, to overcome this water shortage that we were talking about, by having these storage water or storage places, storage lakes. And we managed to build 2,002 of them. The volume of each one of them ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 cubic meters. And in addition to groundwater aquifer. So this recharge will allow the local people, the local Bedouins, to abstract this water for about 6 months during the year. One of the distinctive results of this project is this, that some people actually, it was really amazed. These people who lived in St. Catherine depends mainly on tourism as a source of income. And what was really amazing, that after building these lakes, the local people, the local Bedouins, start to use them for recreation purposes. And they start to build their own coffee shops and all of this to get the tourists around the place to visit and to be like a source of income. These are the mountain lakes that we were building there. So it is in our local language, we call it Sadda, which is a blockage to the waterway. So it's not a lake by the meaning that we are building surrounding the whole circumference with wall or so. No, it's only one wall, and we use the sides of the mountain to capture the water, or to accommodate the water upstream of this lake. Again, these are the lakes. And after 2018, we started a cooperation program with FAO and WFP through a Nexus project. The Nexus, it's water, energy, and food security. So water, we are in need of supplying this place with water, or secure a source of water that will give them a security, I would say, is a feeling of security towards water, because during the monsoon or during the rainfall or flood season, they are suffering from isolation, complete isolation, and to reach them, it is very difficult, as road would be cut, and electricity will also be cut off, and they are in really risk of finishing the food and the water and all of that. The cooperation between FAO and WFP, consolidating the nexus between the three items of water, energy, and food security, and all of these coincide with the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, which is one of the priorities that Egypt now is putting in front of its eyes to maintain or to secure the people and achieve also the goals of the SDG goals. So we started to build greenhouses, as you can see. So in addition to the water, the source of water that we were talking about, we build greenhouses to give the people a source of or a bit of food security. I cannot say they are 100% food secure because of this project, but it gives them a considerable level of food security, actually. So the source of water is there. Here is the greenhouses. And the source of energy, we are using solar energy as a source of energy. So to be able to abstract the water or to transfer the water from a place to another, and the Bedouins, the local people, will be able to cultivate these greenhouses with the crops that they see like a priority. Integrated Agriculture Water Development Components project for St. Catherine. We have different components, actually. Water component as part of this phase of the project. 24 new mountain lakes were constructed in addition to the 2002, and this is the water component. Under this component, 10 shallow groundwater wells have also been fully rehabilitated, and the groundwater in South Sinai is characterized as shallow groundwater that's replenished mainly from rainwater and the melting ice, especially in this place. St. Catherine is almost 2,500 meters above average mean sea level. And the rehabilitation process is often considered more economical than drilling new wells, of course. The ground aquifers there is very, I would say, rocky, and the cost of drilling wells is very high. So because of the financial resources of the project that were very limited, we prefer to go for rehabilitation of the existing wells rather than drilling new wells. This is very important, really. This slide, I would say, very important. It shows us the comparison between the desalination water, which is the only source of water in case these people finished their water source, and the comparison gives us that the comparison between desalination water and the water harvested by these mountainous lakes is 1 to 50. which is 1 cubic meter by desalination will secure 50 cubic meter by water harvesting, which is very viable. So, and we all know that the desalination water now is almost $1 at the gate of the desalination plant. So the 1 cubic meter of the harvested water in this mountainous lake will be only for 2 cents. The agriculture also show that it is very viable to cultivate with this water. The local people actually preferred the medicinal herbs, as they are very professional in it and they know how to use it. They are very famous in all over Egypt with their way of dealing with the medicinal herbs. So they cultivate some of these greenhouses with medicinal herbs to be like source of income, and then they will, with this income, they will be able to buy whatever they need of food. But there are also some greenhouses were cultivated with the vegetables, the table vegetables, I would say. The agricultural component show that for each square meter of these greenhouses, the income for each is almost 1.34 in case of eggplant and cucumber, and $1.53 for tomato and the cucumber also. And for green pepper and cucumber, it's $1.88 per square meter. In order to integrate the development activities, and in addition to greenhouses, the development package presented contained the following. Also, we had the following: planting 350 seedling of various fruit trees of those famous for their quality in the region, such as berries and also nuts. This is in addition to the planting of 2,000 olive tree. It's also very famous in the area, and the distribution of 60 beehives to 10 fisheries. So also what I have to let you know that 1 kg of honey in this place, because it's coming from medicinal herbs, will be like 500 euro because of its quality. It's very high quality, very, very good quality. And the distribution of 50 goats, pregnant goats, all over the Bedouins there. And of course, we have to supply them with some of their fodder, and we supply them for 6 months of fodder for these goats. Also, training components, capacity building is there, and technology transfer. We managed to have like 14 training workshop for the local people, of course, to teach them something about the cultivation and about maintaining the lakes, the mountainous lakes, and also to deal with the goats and dairy milk, the dairy products, and also the manual things that they are selling to the tourists there. For all this about training, I wouldn't go in detail for it, but I will go directly for the solar power. Solar power, also we use the solar power as the energy source for the whole project to be friendly, environmental friendly source of energy. Also because it's very far from the grid, and it's the only way to supply them with electricity is the solar energy. Wind energy was studied, but it was not viable at that time. We all know that the solar energy now is like a predominating source of non-conventional conventional energy source of energy, and it's becoming along the last 15 years or so, the prices came very low, and of course this will be reflected on the distribution and to the existence in all of these remote areas all over the world. I wouldn't say in Egypt only. I'm going for the conclusion now. The study concluded that in order to maximize the use of available natural resources, whether water or land in the St. Catherine region, and to ensure sustainable development based on environmentally friendly resources, water, energy, and food must be considered in an integrated manner through development components that take into account the environmental and socio-economic conditions prevailing in the region, with the need to maximize the role of the local community in managing these components to ensure their sustainability. Recommendations. All these recommendations actually came from the local Bedouins themselves, or most of them, I would say. Construction of additional new mountain lakes. They are in a very I would say they love it. They love the mountain lakes, and they are now settled around it, and the community itself changed to be a settled community, not only Bedouins moving from here to there. And by 2030, we are planning to build every single mountain lake that could be built in the area. Second one, drilling, deepening, and rehabilitation of many shallow wells in the area. Supply and installation of solar energy units. Supply and installation of plastic greenhouses measuring 40 by 9 meters. Supply and to deal with this very big amount of olive that in the area that will be in the area. Supply and distribution of beehives with all its components. Supply and distribution of goat heads in a rotary system, I would say, so they can give to each other. Establishment of a center for the collection, processing, and marketing of dairy products. Supply and installation of animal feed processing machines. Supply and distribution of rabbit breeding. Supply and distribution of silkworm, and the preparation of a center for collecting cooking. Supply and installation of fish farming ponds with algae cultivation. Conduct on-the-job and classroom training sessions, holding additional training courses in the field of small and micro industries. And that's all from me now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Να περάσουμε, ξέρω ότι έχουμε βγει εκτός χρόνου, αλλά ζητώ την υπομονή σας. Έχουμε 3 ακόμη ενδιαφέρουσες τοποθετήσεις. Θα περάσουμε στον νεαρό, τον πιο νεαρό θεωρώ καθηγητή που έχουμε μόλις χθες, να το πω αυτό, έγινε διδάκτορ.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Στο Πανεπιστήμιο. Οπότε περιμένουμε με αγωνία να ακούσουμε τι έχετε να μας πείτε.
Σπέρα και από μένα. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure and honor to participate in this third International Forum on Water, where we have the pleasure to hear some very important interventions. I'd like to apologize because we do have a problem with the PowerPoint. I'm going to talk about issues of desertification and water scarcity and drought. But starting, I'd just like to say that fresh water is very much linked I'm going to first talk about the importance of water for life. Then I'm going to examine the interconnection between climate change, drought, and desertification. Additionally, we're going to talk about the impact of desertification and sustainable development. We're going to look at some special cases in Mediterranean, in Turkey, and Spain, and in Greece. And then finally, we're just going to talk about some useful conclusions. So therefore, as I was saying earlier, fresh water is very much linked with presence of life on Earth, with biodiversity, and of course with human survival and welfare. It is calculated that 1/3 of global fresh water is drinking water, which shows the significance, the importance of the good management and preservation of water. Human survival itself depends on the access to good and safe and good quality drinking water. 70% of the human body consists of water, which is crucial for regulating body temperature, the good function of human organs and the human body in general. Therefore, access and preservation of water resources is particularly important for humans and biodiversity for ensuring a good health and a good quality of life. It's very much linked also to desertification in some dry, semi-dry, and based on the degree of humidity, with conditions that very much like the conditions of a desert. They increase the land vulnerability because underground water cannot longer keep the soil and the vegetation. Also, intensive agriculture can also lead to a progressive degradation of the land. More specifically, when it comes to desertification, this is very due to natural and anthropogenic causes, and where we have climate change and drought. Whereas in the anthropogenic causes, we have the deforestation, the use of livestock on land, and also the overcultivation of land. There is a mutual interconnection with the phenomena of desertification, where it's both the cause and the impact. Climate change causes desertification with the reduction of rainfall and the temperature rise, which increases land vulnerability with infrequent but intense rainfall, which reduces the land porosity, leading to erosion and also the reduction of vegetation and fresh water reserves. Then degraded water converts carbon into carbon dioxide, contributing also to climate change. One of the leading causes is temperature rise, and we need to say here that this is an important factor of desertification, which is very much linked to water scarcity, which leads to soil degradation and soil vulnerability. It is calculated that until 2025, more than 1.8 billion people are going to face total lack of water. 2/3 of the planet are going to face some serious issues, while 135 million people are going to have to be environmental immigrants. So therefore, the human factor is particularly important because of human activities and human agricultural activities that increase land vulnerability. The impact of this phenomenon cover the full range of sustainable development, with social, environmental, and even political dimensions. In the environmental dimensions beyond climate change, we see a lack of biodiversity, restriction of water resources, as well as a reduction in land productivity. We also see an increase of poverty through the reduction of income, as well as environmental immigration, especially in the developing South. And the social impact, the food safety is under threat through the increase of demand and decrease of production. We have the impact on health, but also inequalities in the South, where there can be instability and so despite in Rio in 1992, the adaptation of the agenda was only adopted 2 years later due to disagreements between the countries. This interconnection is very much focusing on carrying out specific programs for the periodic monitoring, but also supporting the various social resources under the prism of local contribution. And where also there's a lot of effort has been made on reforestation and good management of water for supporting biodiversity. Local communities play an important role through innovative practices. In the Mediterranean, this area is very much impacted by climate change, with some long periods of drought that affects the water reserves. It is indicative to see what's happening in Spain, and specifically in Murcia and Almeria, where the water is not enough to cover the needs, and that leads to desertification due to problems with irrigation. There they use different crops like almond trees that allow for preserving water in the ground, and the use of a desalination project allows for water supply for irrigation purposes. In the area of Turkey, some high demanding water crops have led to desertification and land erosion. Indicatively, in Manisa, reforestation through eucalyptus and almond trees have limited the degradation of soil and the erosion of soil. In Greece now, the situation is particularly concerning because if not the right measures are taken, by 2070, we're going to have the degradation of about a third of the Greek territory. The islands of the Aegean, Crete, parts of the Peloponnese, Thessaly, are going to be affected in such way that new varieties are going to have to be used, and therefore the loss of various agricultural lands. There's also going to be a very important, huge impact of water scarcity, where we see in the lake of Prespa, where we have the water levels have gone down by more than 8 meters, where we've seen similar phenomena in another lake where that's also affecting the biodiversity in the area. The desertification requires a bottom-up approach and a willingness to keep those measures in the long term. The national and international support of innovative agricultural practices with resilient varieties adopted to the local conditions. we're talking about an extremely important issue that and requires consensus, collaboration, and cooperation. The cost of action is much lower than the cost of not taking action. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we just wish you every success in your career.
And now I will call on the podium Mr. Vasko Stoyev, who comes from North Macedonia. He's specialized in water, and we're awaiting for him to talk to us about climate impacts regarding the Lake Prespa water level trend. He will illuminate us on this issue. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. I'm glad to be here. Actually, when I was a kid, I used to go in Greece for holidays and really enjoyed that. And in that time, I learned some Greek words. Actually, my first word was nero, polynero, actually, to explain huge amount of water of beautiful regency. And then my next word was souvlaki, according to me, the best food in the world. Okay, now I will try to talk about water scarcity. North Macedonia is country central part of Balkan Peninsula and is faced with water scarcity. One of the biggest issues is actually Prespa Lake, located in the yellow spot on the figure. And jointly with Lake Ohrid, Lake Prespa is part of the unique hydrological system which transfers water naturally from Prespa Basin downstream 100 meters through the Galičice and Suvagora mountain karst into the Ohrid Lake, which is visible on the picture. You see this arrow showing how water from Prespa Lake going through the karst into the Ohrid Lake, and this is unique system. And it's interesting to analyze this. When you spoke about Ohrid, I can say that it's old 2 million years old, and one of the oldest lake in Europe. And it is very important concerning biology, actually. But Ohrid Lake will never survive aging without Prespa Lake, because the most important karst water is coming through the mountains and coming from Prespa Lake, actually. Lake Ohrid and city of Ohrid are under the UNESCO protection since 1979. And when we spoke about lakes, I can say that in North Macedonia exist 160 lakes. 50 of them are natural origin, and 3 of them are tectonic lakes based on basin of origin of their origin. That Doiran Lake, Prespa Lake, and Ohrid Lake. A common characteristic of tectonic lakes is that they are aging naturally. That means filling their volume with sediments, and because of that reason, we need to monitor always these lakes and to protect them. Now we go back in the past, in the Neogen. In this region, actually, everything was covered with water, and at that time, it was known Great Neogen Lake. Actually, it's covered all central part of Balkan Peninsula, and Prespa Lake is situated. You can see in this red ellipse, and before in Neogen, the Great Neogen Lake. After that, in the Great Desert Lake, and it is very important to say that according to geologists, this lake, like other lakes in North Macedonia, Greece, and Albania, Doiran, Ohrid, Kastoria, Begoritida, and others, has long been involved in aging process. So the former Great Desert Lake was reduced within the borders of Prespa, Ohrid, Korcha and Birishta basins. And we can say that aging process continued and time took its toll. The last mines of Great Deseret Lake are the Ohrid and Prespa lakes. And Lake Prespa is composed of big and small lake. And we have witnessed that in the last more than 37 years, Lake Prespa has been suffering a great loss of its water reserves. But according to other information, in Albania near Zavir appear anthropogenic building, which according to assumption is more than 1,000 years old. So we know that in the past we have more problems like now actually. Lake Prespa is big and small lake in the last century communicated with each other, so we are faced with this. But changes of the lake can be checked from the hydrological monitoring, from which you can get some idea what is happening with Lake Prespa. The level of the lake has been measured since before the Second World War, and organized monitoring is done by Hydrometeorological Service since 1947. Absolutely observed maximum water level was registered in 1963, and absolutely observed minimum water level is observed last year in November. So we can see that we have absolute amplitude of 10 meters and 15 centimeters. What is the cause of water losing? Natural Lake Prespa every year discharging around 8 cubic meters per second of water through the karst into the Ohrid Lake. Because of climatic impacts and increasing temperature, also evaporation is increasing. So with the data we are getting information that it's losing around 20 cubic meters per second. Humans depend of wet or dry year also use a lot of water from the basin and from the lake itself. So climate change plays a major role in lowering water levels, both directly and indirectly. High temperatures increase the evaporation and take a lot of water from the lake and also from the basin, and also people who need actually water for irrigation, normally they use water from the lake and from the groundwater resources. Meteorological parameters shows a trend of increasing air temperature and increasing evaporation. Actually, the graph showing increasing evaporation. Precipitation plays a significant role in water balance of the lake. In the snow-rich winters, this is not big problems, but when it's rainy years, people use more water than normally, and in that way affect the lake in different way. If it's more water, they use less, and opposite. Looking at the sequence of precipitation, a decreasing trend can be observed. So we see that we have issue with the precipitation. And in the period from 1987 to 1995, it is observed small amount of precipitation, and it is precisely in that period that the largest drop of 5 meters was occurred. So this is very crucial to know that precipitation and water demand influence the lake water levels. But unfortunately, it's not conditioned to replenish lake water naturally. Human activities affects the lowering of the water level of the Lake Big Prespa. Actually, in 1953, Korcha irrigation system used annually from the Lake Small Prespa 20 to 45 billion cubic meters of water. In 1959, Resensko-Pole irrigation system pumps were installed in the, near the lake, actually in the lake, and pump water from the lake. And every year they took 16 million cubic meter per year, actually. In 1969, an artificial dam was constructed on the Lake Small Prespa. In the 1976, the diverted channel from Devil River transferred water into the lake and in winter as compensation for summer excess water. So in that way, they bring a lot of sediments in the lake and accelerate the eutrophication of this part of the Small Prespa Lake. In 1985, tabular closure on the Lake Small Prespa Dam was constructed, allowing flooding and excess water runoff of Prespa Basin. In 2001, as replacement of the old pumping system in Resens-Kompole, more and more pumps for pumping groundwater for irrigation in private areas was created. So all human activities actually make additional pressure on the Lake Prespa. But to know what is happening with the water, we need to have continuous hydrological and meteorological monitoring. As part of hydrological monitoring from 2018, we started to monitor groundwater at village of Nakolec, and with analyzing the data, we see that all these water levels from the groundwater follow the decreasing trend of the water levels on the Prespa Lake. In order to be able to confirm what is real situation with Lake Prespa, we really need to have continuous hydrological and meteorological monitoring and monitoring of water use by all three states. Only joint action has chance to do proper monitoring of the Lake Prespa. Water balance is very important for analyzing water in the basin and the lake. Actually, hydrological monitoring data from Karst discharge to Lake Ohrid show that is more or less the water is constant. Actually, 250 million cubic meters is losing through this Karst Lake Prespa. Decreasing trend of precipitation, actually, it's analyzed that it's coming around 800 million cubic meters per year through the precipitation on the basin and on the lake itself. But increased air temperatures accelerate the evaporation, and we have around 380 million cubic meters from the soil and additional 220 millions from the lake itself. So the lake really has an issue containing water. Realistically, on an annual basis, the anthropogenic impacts such as pumping groundwater from Resens-Kompole for irrigation, preventing runoff from the small to big Prespa, the discharging out of the basin culture seems minor, and many experts reject these figures in the overall water balance equation. But if these figures are analyzed for a longer period of years, will show that they also influence what has been happening to Lake Big Prespa in the past 37 years and more. How much water was used outside the Prespa Basin, how much water was retained in the Lake Small Prespa Basin, how much water was used for irrigation in the Big Prespa Basin, and so on. Stay as assumption. Unfortunately, we don't have this data. And with available data, it is not possible to prove in detail, but if we says that the lake lost 7 to 8 meters average, then in the past 37 years, we have lost almost 2 billions of millions of water. So it is around 53 million cubic meter of water on annual level, which is equal to a significant 20 centimeter of loss. So 20 centimeters is nothing. But if you multiply with 37, if we go down on the bottom, we can see on the table, we can see that it's around 7.31 meters. So, in order to be able to confirm what is real situation with Prespa Lake, we need all three countries' joint action. Actually, we are doing In 2010, it was signed the International Agreement for Protection of Prespa Lake. In 2011, it was published in Journal of EU, and then there is written that in Article 6 that we need to exchange our data and information. In June 2022, it's done first regular meeting of the working group on water management. In January 23, second meeting of the working group on water management, where it was established technical task group, and in March 2023, a technical task group started to work with first objective action with a view to exchanging necessary data and information. But unfortunately, if you see on the graph, you can see that lake is still going down and down. So, like a conclusion, I can say that human activities directly and indirectly influence the rapid lowering of the water level of the Greek Prespa. It is no evidence that the car's discharge into Lake Ohrid has increased, that is constant. Climatic impacts with increased air temperature accelerate the evaporation process, which leads to the rapid loss of large amounts of water. Decreasing trend of precipitation in addition disturb water balance processes. Hydrological and meteorological data exchange and monitoring, of course, is for analyzing water balance is crucial. In November 23, the level of Lake Prespa reached absolute measured minimum, and now in May, the lake is rising and it's 30 centimeters above this minimum. But unfortunately, after July 24, after July this year, we will again have a decreasing trend, and in November, expecting next absolutely measured minimum, with additional 53 millions or additional 20 centimeters lost. Only with hydrological and meteorological monitoring on the Prespa lakes, monitoring on the water use, and protection by all three states, Lake Big Prespa can be saved from agony. But only if all three states want that. Thank you for your attention. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, έχουμε λοιπόν μία...
So there's one last presentation from Dr. Elizabeth Feloni, who's a professor at University of West Attica. She's the only woman speaker on the panel. This is why I said also in the morning, we have to become more and claim our presence in more public appearances. Ms. Feloni, you have the floor.
A postdoctoral researcher at the university. And I feel that this presentation is in the right moment in order to share the scope of concluding with this session regarding water scarcity in the era of climate crisis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have the presentation on the screen, please? No, the presentation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this forum. The title of my presentation is Water Resources Management in the Era of Climate Crisis. And when we talk about water management today, we essentially refer to water governance. More specifically, we must keep in mind the Water Energy Nexus scheme. Countries that do not realize this will be the first to face serious problems in the era of climate crisis. Of course, water scarcity is in the core of this scheme, as energy and food security can only be achieved through water security. This climate crisis is a significant influencing factor, but not the only one. As overall water needs increase, maybe they're trying to upload the presentation. I feel that there is a figure showing the systematic increase and the projections up to 2050 regarding water requirements for each sector. The general situation, especially in areas discussing during this water forum, the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans, shows that in regions where most activities are concentrated, the water balance between supply and demand is negative. So give me just a moment, okay? Now the presentation. Here is the first figure regarding the energy, water, food nexus scheme. And here is the figure regarding the projections of water requirements up to 2025. In Greece, in particular, the main consumer of water is the agricultural sector, which accounts for 86%, while this percentage indicatively in France is around 25%. Due to the intensive farming, urbanization, and the unequal distribution of rainfall, water resources in Greece are under pressure. This picture of unbalanced development are where major users are concentrated on the areas located in the disadvantageous regions in terms of water availability, the eastern parts and southern parts of the eastern Greece, makes the study of climate change and its impacts on water resources imperative. More specifically, Greece has a unique hydrological regime, intense spatial and temporal variability in water resources. Most of the rainfall occurs on the western part, as you can see on the figure on your right. In the northwestern parts, the annual precipitation depth reaches around 1,200 millimeters per year, while in the southeastern parts, this value is around 400 to 700 millimeters per year. Deficit in terms of water resources, according to the UNESCO Drought Index, severity of drought phenomena is shown extremely increased in the southeastern Greece and the Aegean Islands. While climate change is expected to negatively affect key hydrological variables, such as rainfall and evapotranspiration, as already discussed in previous presentation, resulting in even more significant changes in the hydrological cycle in the future. But what exactly climate change is and how does it differ from the usual variability? We have already discussed that this is the anthropogenic influence, and I can go through the next slide as all these have been already discussed. However, both facets of this climate crisis era are droughts and floods. The climate change in Greece now is expected to cause an increase in temperature for all months of the year, with continuously increasing trends over time, higher increase during summer months and September, so we have a reduction in the transitional season of autumn, predicting longer dry periods of summers and thus increased water demands. There is a decrease in precipitation, especially during summer months, with an exception of the winter months. You see indicatively the period from January to March with an average increase around 22%. And based on all these predictions, hydrological models then predict a soil moisture reduction and reduction in runoff, which reaches around 40% reduction. Increase in frequency and severity of floods, droughts, and water scarcity, and finally, the potential increased risk to guarantee energy and water production from the country's hydroelectric dams, a fact that it already has been discussed. There are also impacts for water quality, where degradation is linked to environmental impacts on the ecosystems, limited groundwater management. You can see indicatively in these graphs the temporal variability of the stage of the groundwater in some aquifers, records from the implementation of the European Directive 2060. There is a long-term decline in the groundwater levels and reduction in the groundwater reservoirs in general. Another problem is the coastal aquifers that they face salinization, while agricultural origin nitrate pollution is also a serious problem for our groundwater resources. Additionally, the rainfall regime in Greece does not help towards protection, because in regions with low rainfall during summer months, we finally thank you, yes, the groundwater in order to meet our water requirements. So there is a need for long-term policy of overall rational management in all scales, the small scales and the river basin scales, and in all temporal scales as well. Although the empirical knowledge of the impacts of environmental changes is evident, it is often challenging to quantify them accurately. So we have already discussed the main Greek target set in order to face the climate change, with a target year being the 2030. But it is difficult to meet these targets, especially because of the war in Ukraine. And after that event, many countries reverted to using polluting solid fuels, and that's go on. In recent years, beyond taking measures to mitigate the impact of climate change, the concept of adaptation has also emerged. Adaptation to climate change means taking measures to limit the anticipated impacts. First of all, this situation requires the utilization of unconventional water resources, which means the treated waste water and the brackish water. We must move from water management to water governance with proper management and precise calculation of receivers, as suggested by UNESCO as well. Water conservation, wastewater treatment, and irrigating water into the circular economy are essential steps in this direction. Israel is an example of good practice. This example also has been mentioned during this forum. They produce 300,000 cubic meters per day in order to enrich their groundwater aquifers. And as you see in this graph, which is with data from the previous decade, Israel is in the best position, and look at the position of Cyprus and of our countries. And what can we do in order to adapt to climate change and its impacts? Here is an action's general framework. First of all, climate change impact assessment, the study of projected impacts of climate change, including changes in rainfall, temperature, and hydrological cycles. The reservoir capacity analysis, which means to assess existing reservoir capacity, considering sedimentation, evaporation losses, and changes in runoff according to several climate change scenarios. Hydrological modeling, to develop models in order to simulation the future projected inflows from the upstream of the reservoirs under several climate change scenarios, risk and variability assessment in order to identify the threats for the reservoirs due to climate change, such as droughts and extreme weather events, and to investigate several scenarios regarding future water demand. Adaptation strategies, the exploration of strategies like capacity increase, water conservation, and investment in alternative water resources. The integrated water resources management in order to promote coordinated management processes involving multiple sectors, considering social, economic, and environmental factors. And finally, the policy governance analysis in order to evaluate existing policies and to propose the best management plans in the frame of this assessment, of this adaptation policy. This general framework aims to ensure sustainable water management and address the challenges of climate change. However, I would like to highlight some specific guidelines for Greece, which also align with those proposed by the Economic and Social Council of Greece. The first one, further design of a holistic water policy, enforcement of legislation for water over-abstraction and reduction of water pollution. Combating illegal drilling must be a priority for every region. Improvement of irrigation water efficiency. Overall, changing irrigation methods is imperative, as already said. The implementation of more efficient new technologies, smart systems can serve this scope. Development of a modern agricultural policy, now is the time for that, which will be in agreement with the new legislation of the Union, the Common Agricultural Policy, a rational agricultural policy that dares to decide which crops are proposed and where, based on the available water resource and the overall climatological characteristics of each region. It's time to turn demands into action. As we say, systematic monitoring and mapping of land uses and changes and the desertification assessment for each region, development of an early warning system for fires and floods, considering, again, the local characteristics, to promote public and farmer education and awareness, improvement of deficient infrastructure and modernization of water resources management, investing in resilient water infrastructure and adopting modern monitoring and management are critical steps to ensure safe access to clean, reliable fresh water. Creation of a central water resources management agency and establishment of a Greek Institute for Water Resources, which will also operate a national hydrological network for Greece in order to provide comprehensive monitoring of hydrometeorological parameters. This is our problem in Greece, the ununiform networks and the difficulties in monitor the same period regarding hydrometeorological and hydrological parameters for each basin. Finally, as the last impression matters, let's try to respond to this question. So, the future can be bright? Yes, we hope. A profound change is required in how we manage our social, economic, and environmental ecosystems, our natural resources. The only way forward is to adopt the principles of sustainability, the circular economy, the green growth with a low carbon footprint across several activities. And of course, significant effort is also required from us as individuals. We need to change our behavior to shift our mindset and to also reduce our water footprint from fast fashion, from food overconsumption, to the way we consume water at the household level. Small individual steps toward a more sustainable future can make the difference. And it is necessary to transform the way communities, governments, and the private sector think, value, and manage water. Development in the era of climate crisis means that practices that guarantee resilient future often require substantial changes. Thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε. Ελπίζουμε να μην σας κουράσαμε πολύ. Τώρα θα κάνουμε ένα ωραίο διάλειμμα. Θα τσιμπήσουμε κάτι ελαφρύ για να μπορέσουμε να περάσουμε στην δεύτερη ενότητα. Σας ευχαριστούμε για την υπομονή σας. Είναι ώρα για λίγο networking. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλησπέρα σας και από μένα. Είναι μεγάλη μου χαρά.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here at the third Global Water Forum. I'm Anna Gardara and I'm a journalist. During this panel, we'll be talking about the challenges of safety for the protection of water, as well as modern technologies and practices in risk management. Within an hour and a half, established scientists are going to talk about the aforementioned topic. So I will call Ms. Ifigenia Kagalou from the Department of Civil Engineering, Democritus University of Thrace, whose research focuses exactly on this monitoring and protection of water systems, and she will be talking to us about water nexus-based adaptation solutions towards SDGs across the Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know that it's a hard time now, just after the lunch, but I'll try to make it easier. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizing committee. It's a great pleasure, a great honor to be here. My talk, can I have the presentation? My talk is about water nexus-based adaptation solutions and towards the SDG goals across the Mediterranean. I'm going through a little bit of terminology on water-related SDGs, on the Mediterranean challenges, a couple of our pilot studies, and some take-home messages. First of all, based on water ethics, water has been defined as a common good, meaning that without proper water management, human potential and dignity diminish. There are also ethical issues embedded in all aspects of water management, and this is the meaning of the so-called water, energy, food, and recently we have added one more letter, E, ecosystem nexus, which is the new EU consensus on development. As you can see in the figure on the right of the screen, we have in the center the sustainable developments, and we have grouped some pillars as people, no poverty, as prosperity, as the health of the planet, the partnership, and the peace. What are adaptation solutions? Adaptation solutions, first of all, they are already recognized by IUCN and also from the United States Nations. The countermeasure of gray infrastructure, mean the hard infrastructure. They respond to multiple pressures, because honestly, there is no one pressure in water ecosystems, in aquatic ecosystems. Very often or commonly, there are multiple pressures. And of course, the main issue for a solution to be defined as an adaptive is that it offers societal and environmental benefits. This is a very popular and common picture, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and very quickly I'm going to water-related SDG with the first one, the number 6, clean water and sanitation, which is composed by 2 KPIs, key performance indicator. I don't know if it is clear, but the first one is the 6.651 is the degree of the integrated water management implementation across all European basins, all European water basins. And the second one, KPI, is the proportion of the transboundary basin area where we have established a real and an operational arrangement. This is an issue, especially in our area. So let's take a look on the scores on the KPI of the indicator 651, which is the degree of integrated water management. The darker color, the more darker color, the more higher the score. So as you can see, and we have also countries where data are not available. About the SDG 6 data concerning the second KPI, which is the proportion of transboundary basin area, we can see that in the Central Europe, as it's obvious, there are well-established cooperation. Let's think about the Danube, about the Rhine Basin and all this. Unfortunately, we have no enough data for many countries under the United Nations. And the second SDG water related is the life below the water. What happens here? Here the goal is to achieve the blue spaces, the health of the oceans. While there has been some progress in expanding marine protected areas, it's a very, very important issue. And for the Greek people in the audience, I think that everybody knows that the government and the Prime Minister has recently announced 2 more marine protected areas, 2 parks, one in the Aegean and the second one in the Ionian Sea. So, combating marine protected areas, combating illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, all these actions, all these measures should be put in place in order to meet the goal 14. And where Greece scores on this on SDG 14. As you can see, we have a stagnant progress on bathing sites. Okay, we are okay, 97% are in good quality. We have an increase in let's say fish methods, fish in the fishing and the marine fishing. And also we have a progress in marine biodiversity because we have expanded the marine protected areas. The third SDG related to water is the life on the land, because in this life on the land, we embed also the inland waters, meaning the rivers, the wetlands, the lakes, and all this. If we take a look about the score of Greece, Unfortunately, we have a decreasing score on the biodiversity, on the Red List Index of Species Survival. We have a stagnant condition on the protected area in terrestrial, which is important for the biodiversity. And also we have no data for some other indicators. And we have, of course, an increase after 2028 about the mean area that is protected under the Natura 2000 network. Coming to the Mediterranean, which are the threats, the challenges, and the vision across the Mediterranean? The threats, first of all, is the climate change, the population growth, the food security, the water scarcity. Many previous speakers, they have already highlighted those issues, the intensive agriculture, and of course the agrobiodiversity loss. What are our challenges? Our challenges is to preserve our Mediterranean lifestyle, meaning our diet, the physical activity, the socio-cultural Mediterranean, the agro-food value chains, etc. So, what could be our vision? Our vision is to achieve an inclusive and healthy and prosperous Mediterranean societies through innovative solutions in water systems and in agro-eco food systems. Why we focus on that we call Mediterranean nexus? The reasons are more or less three. Mediterranean countries have programmed into their national policies and strategies to be adaptive to climate change and to build synergies among the arrows of the nexus, water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus. Historically and traditionally, those pillars were a parallel direction. Now we try across the Mediterranean to open eye to both directions, how energy impacts on the ecosystems and how the ecosystems are impacted by the food or by agricultural practices. So we want to develop potential synergies between the main actors of the nexus. Nexus-based solutions, or in other words, adaptation solutions, ecosystem adaptation solutions, should be those related to the management of water from the perspective of economic development, of course, and water security, related to economic, social, and environmental sustainability of the agricultural sector, to the energy security, to the ecosystem health, to the blue spaces and green spaces in urban, in peri-urban areas, and of course, those connected to the nexus pillars. Let me show some of our projects, ongoing projects this period. The first one is, its objective is to support the mainstreaming of the WEFE concept and to draw mitigation hierarchy. The second one is to map the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus in Greek, Bulgaria, and Greek, Bulgaria, and Greek Albanian transboundary basins, and we are speaking about Struma in our language Strimonas, Mesta in Greek Nestos, and Aos and Viosa in Albanian rivers. There are three of, in total, 5 transboundary basins. We have already mapped, I have no time to explain all this, the Greece-Bulgarian nexus here. In the center is the water, climate change, energy, ecosystems, and food. And as you can see, the arrows is from both directions in all pillars. Aoos Vjosa is the Europe last free-flowing wild river. There is a European movement, scientific and activistic, let's say, from other people movement, and we try to set up a cooperation in protection of this transboundary basin, and this is the view of Aoos Vjosa River from the Tepelena. Which are the main synergies, the main results from our projects? In both countries, we have mapped the Bulgaria-Greek nexus. Now we are going to map the Albanian, so I'm speaking for both countries. In both countries, the agriculture sector is a critical issue because it's the largest consumer of water. Approximately 15 of electricity production comes from hydropower dams, and those dams, they affect the impact on hydromorphology of both rivers, Strimonas and Nestos River. And of course, they lead to phenomena and to events like erosion, like flooding, like salinization of the coastal area. And the implementation, we found that the implementation of European policies seems to be carried out in an uncoordinated manner at transboundary level. So the river basin organization at transboundary legal level should be a starting point. In both countries, there is room for improvement of the SDG goals, because we are scored more or less in the same levels. Why water? I'm coming to the first speaker's statements. Why water is a political issue? The European Union faces and treats the economic and environmental crisis as two sides of the same coin. Given that the one hand, the economy needs well-functioning ecosystems, river ecosystems, basin ecosystems, and on the other hand, the environment needs a sustainable economy. The European Investment Bank, in its report on 2023, highlighted that water is the silent enabler for the transition to a green economy. What are the weak issues speaking for our country? The weak issues is the funding. And after 10 years of economic crisis, the funding is very important. The weak communication level between the levels of decision making, for the local authorities, the regional authorities, the government, and all this. Not clear management goals. It's a weak issue. Even we have the obligation to follow the water policy legislation. Everybody knows that the cooperation between the institutes is also a very weak issue. And we have to say, there are people in the audience from the administration here, the centralized and hierarchical administrative structures with no pre-existed participatory mechanisms. And the participatory mechanism is to do according to the European legislation. We could suggest our team a roadmap including the improvement of our knowledge through the use of scenarios, of models, of this polycriterial analysis and all this. The identification of the knowledge requirements, an open eye to traditional knowledge as accumulate knowledge. For that reason, we give an importance to the citizen science. We have to take a lot of things, and of course, we have to send a clear message to the authorities that the markets disconnecting from the value of the common goods should be done. This is a message from Victor Hugo. No, the Mediterranean needs a water resilient strategy. It's my message. But This figure, it's not a figure from the Greenpeace or from the WWF or any. It's a figure from the Deutsche Bank and it's a figure from the European Investment Bank. What we see is the growing demand of investments. Look at this. From 2008 to 2014, we have an increase, and this is the forecast. So the future is to the green investment. Coming to the end, please, I would like to shift in Greek, and είναι το τελευταίο slides και θα ήθελα να σας δείξω ότι αυτό είναι τα μεταλλικά ελάσματα τα οποία βρίσκονται πια στον κατάλογο της UNESCO από το μαντίο της Δοδόνης, το αρχαιότερο μαντίο στην Ελλάδα. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι αυτά στα μεταλλικά ελάσματα οι απλοί πολίτες πήγαιναν για να ρωτήσουν για τα άγχη τους, για τις αγωνίες τους. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι το μαντίο ερωτάται τον 6ο π.Χ. αιώνα τι θα γίνει με το κλίμα, τι θα γίνει με τον καιρό και αν θα έχω σοδιά. Η αγωνία του ανθρώπου για τις φυσικές καταστροφές, για το κλίμα, είναι τουλάχιστον από τον 6ο π.Χ. αιώνα. Ο ρόλος μας είναι σήμερα να το οριοθετήσουμε, να δούμε ποιοι είναι οι δρόμοι που θα μας οδηγήσουν σε ένα ασφαλέστερο μέλλον. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Κάγκαλου. Τώρα δεν ξέρω, θα πρέπει να περάσουμε στην επόμενη ομιλήτριά μας που είναι και από την Ιταλία. Θα πρέπει να συνδεθούμε. Δεν ξέρω αν είμαστε έτοιμοι για κάτι τέτοιο ή να αλλάξουμε κάπως τη σειρά. Είμαστε έτοιμοι? Ωραία. Ωραία. Επομένως, λοιπόν, θα περάσουμε στην κυρία Μπρουνέλα Μπονακόρσο. Miss Brunella Bonaccorso is an assistant professor of hydrology and water resources management at the Department of Engineering of University of Messina. Her presentation will focus on the adaptive management of water resources in the Mediterranean area, and she will explain us the current challenges and future perspectives. So, if we are ready, we have to, θα πρέπει να συνδεθούμε μέσω Zoom.
Hello?
Okay, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, of course. Could you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Hello, Miss Brunella Bonaccorso from Athens.
Hello.
Okay, if you are ready, you will start.
Yes. Okay. I think I can share my screen. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to give this speech in this forum, although remotely. I am Brunella Bonaccorso from the University of Messina. I am a associate professor in hydrology and water resources management. And my presentation is about adaptive management of water resources in the Mediterranean area. And I want to apologize in advance if I will repeat some concept already said by previous presenters, but I wasn't able to hear. So please apologize for the redundancy. Okay, so first of all, I want to start with some general overview. We know that freshwater resources are becoming very scarce all over the world. And this, in particular in the Mediterranean area, is a main driving force of water scarcity conditions, which produces political and socio-economical implications which are very severe in the countries in the Mediterranean area, especially in the southern part of the Mediterranean area, where the higher pressures on fresh water are due to water abstraction for agriculture and tourism development, and also public water supply. In this framework, climate change play a major role in treating water security and to further reduce the availability of fresh water, mostly in the southern, western, and eastern part. One main feature of this area is the uneven spatial distribution of water. So we have almost, well, the 70% of fresh water, renewable fresh water, is located in the north. About 20% is in the east, and less than 10% is in the southern part, so Northern Africa and the Middle East, the Near East. And interestingly enough is that this uneven spatial distribution of water is coupled with an uneven population growth. So we have a population still growing in the southern water-scarce regions, while the demography is stagnant in the northern part. And if we look at this picture, we see that there are some area in the what we call the northern part of Europe, like the Balkans and also Greece, seems to be comfort zones in terms of fresh water availability, although some of this water comes from outside the countries. But if we look at the exploitation of water, so if we look at this picture on the left-hand side, we see the water stress conditions in terms of ratio of water withdrawals with respect to freshwater availability, both surface and groundwater. And we see, for instance, that there are also high differences within some countries, like in Italy, in Spain, but also in Greece. And with the very high level of stress that are projected to increase more or less all over Europe at the end of this decade. And this picture is the current situation enlarged to the whole area, not just the member states. And you see that with different colors, but the situation is really worrying for a large part of the southern Mediterranean. And another important aspect is that water abstraction since the 90s has changed, but in a different way in Europe. In the northern, eastern, and western part has been decreased. But if we look at the southern part, is still very high, especially because of the agricultural sector, which is the highest water demanding sector and accounts for 24% of the water consumed among the different sectors. So this globally, the European level has produced a reduction of the renewable water, fresh water availability per capita of about 17%, as highlighted by the picture in the right-hand side. So what can we do to cope with this situation of water crisis, which is severely felt, especially in the southern part of Europe? Well, we need, as probably other presenters already said, to develop a multifaceted approach that combines several aspects. From the one hand, what we need to do is to understand the situation in terms of current and also future water availability. I'm referring to the water amount available in the rivers, in the lake, in the aquifers, and also not just the quantity, but also the quality of water that is stored in this natural component, and also the replenishment rate needs to be evaluated properly. And at the same time, we also need to understand the water capacity of our water infrastructures. So we need to know, to have precise information on the storage, for instance, of artificial and natural reservoirs. We need to know the level of efficiency of our water distribution systems. And also to complete this amount of information, we need to know the management practices. Once that all this information are clear, we can, for instance, select properly measures to cope with water crisis, which basically means to avoid imbalance between the water demand and the water supply. And we need to combine the solutions in order to reduce water demand, at the same time increase the water supply. So to reduce water demand, especially in light of climate change, we need to improve the implementation of water conservation measures. These are basically efficient irrigation, so smart irrigation techniques, but also at the urban level in the households, we need to implement low flow fixtures. We also need to reduce the waste of water, and through wastewater treatment, we can encourage the reuse of wastewater for non-potable uses like irrigation or industrial processes. And we also control the water demand by implementing appropriate management strategies, for instance, by using pricing structures, but also through public awareness campaign that help the people to use water saving, to adopt a water saving approach. And for the supply, instead, we need to invest in infrastructure. This infrastructure can be, for instance, the extension of water treatment plants, but also the enhancement of water distribution system by minimizing the leakage or reducing the siltation in the water storage in the reservoirs. But also promote rainwater harvesting, like using rooftops or restoring wetlands to collect rainwater to be used for irrigation or for other purposes. Last but not least, the collaboration with stakeholders is key in this framework, because we need to involve not just the end users, of course, but the institutions and the water utilities and the private sector in the decision-making process to reach an effective adaptive water resources management. As I said before, we need to understand the water availability. This means basically a continuous monitoring of the water levels, the water discharge, the quality status of water. And we also need further support from the drought early warning and forecasting system, which can help us to understand potential risk for water resources availability in the near future. And this is something that we can do by capitalizing on the fact that drought, which is a natural phenomenon due to a reduction of water-related variables below the normal values, differently from other natural disasters, drought propagate very slowly. So it starts usually with an atmospheric, with an anomaly in the atmospheric evaporative demand. And then it continues with the deficit in precipitation. This is what we call meteorological drought. And if this deficit continues, then it could result in soil moisture, which is agricultural drought. And if it still persists, it can affect stream flow and even groundwater. And finally, after all the components of the physical environmental system are crossed by the drought event, this can affect directly the water supply system, and that's the point where the social system is affected by the impacts of drought. But it takes some time with respect to the onset, so we need to capitalize on this lag time to implement the correct measure to avoid and minimize the impact of drought on the social well-being, what is called operational drought, or as Professor Jevčević, who was a pioneer in drought research, called sociological droughts. And this is extremely important, especially in light of the projected increase in the frequency and intensity of climate extremes, as reported by the last summary for policymakers published by the IPCC, which are focused a lot on agricultural and environmental or ecological droughts, which is particularly treating agricultural sector with the crop production losses, which can produce high water insecurity, especially in vulnerable regions, and also degrade the ecosystem, so moving to desertification in some areas. So we need to be prepared on these evolutions, which is projected if the global warming continues. And how to deal with that? Well, the first thing that we can do is to change our approach to this type of climate extremes. So drought, but also drought compound with heat waves. And we need to change from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. A reactive approach, so changing from these two approaches means basically to break the hydrological cycle, which consists in a very late response to drought when drought impacts are already perceived by the people. In that case, usually only emergency measures are possible, and these measures are usually very expensive and not so much effective. A proactive approach instead is based on a risk management, which means that mitigation and preparedness, so short and long-term measure to minimize the effect of droughts, can be planned in advance with respect to the onset of drought events and implemented at the right time according to the information that an early warning system can provide to the water managers, so to minimize the impacts and reduce the cost of and time of recovery and reconstruction. And so this is what we mean for proactive approach, which is based on a planning activity during the normal conditions, and that planning activity is based on what we said before, so the assessment of water availability in the current time, but also in the future. And not just the availability, but also the demand, in order to assess through our models, our tools, potential risk of water shortage. And the long-term measures must be strategic measures to be implemented regularly in the river basin plan. At the same time, we need to plan measures that are focused on minimize the effect of droughts on water supply systems during drought conditions. And also emergency measures must be planned to be included in a contingency plan. And these measures will be implemented according to the information provided by the early warning system, which are triggered by some warning information that the drought early warning system issued according to some drought indicators, which summarize the risk of water shortage on the water availability. This classification, these triggering levels can be produced according to the values of different indices. There's no standard rules. Most of you already know the standardized precipitation index or the standardized precipitation and evapotranspiration index. Currently, the main trend is on using indicators that are a combination of different indices providing different information. For instance, the European Drought Observatory used the combined drought indicator, which is based on SPI, soil moisture index, which measured the anomaly in the soil moisture content, and the FAPAR, which is the FAPAR, which is the radiation absorbed by the plants for photosynthetic activity and is a measure of the health of the plants. And so according to the values of this drought indicator, different triggering levels are developed, from watch, warnings, alert to the recovery. Another important aspect to be considered among our tools are tools for drought impact assessment, especially impact of agricultural drought. This is particularly important because since we need to easily communicate to the policymaker the risk of water shortage, the possibility to emphasize this risk in terms of economic losses could be really relevant in this framework. So, for instance, we can use some crop models to evaluate potential reducing yield due to particular weather conditions in agreement also with the particular soil texture and the crop management practices. And we can combine information in terms of water stress and reduced yield production. And we can fit to this couple of information some curve expressing the damage in the agricultural sector. And this can help.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but you have only 1 minute.
Okay, I'm
okay, sorry.
That's okay. So, and we use already this type of tool for evaluating damage in agricultural sector, for instance, in the northern part of Italy, which was recently affected by a huge drought event. So this is a very interesting tool. And another potential tool is the use of seasonal forecast to improve the reservoir operation, helping water managers to know in advance, with some months in advance with respect to the time of release, how many water release or how many water keep in the storage to save for drought periods, for dry periods. And I'm right until finally to the conclusion. So we have seen that, yes, the technical solutions are really important, but also the managerial, institutional, socioeconomic aspects are key in the adaptive water resources management. We need better policy to deal with drought and water scarcity. We know that Water Framework Directive only marginally deals with these problems, and that recently the European Commission has suggested to the Parliament to revise the Water Framework Directive to include specific policies to cope with this risk, policies that must improve the efficiency in water use, that must improve the planning and preparedness to cope with drought risk and water scarcity, and also to improve financing instrument and water pricing and water allocation is also important. We also need to learn from past experience to foster the implementation of good practices at the European level. And another important element is that the stakeholder engagement. We need to include stakeholders at different level in the co-design and co-development of solutions and tools for reaching an effective water integrated and sustainable water resources management at the European level. And I think I'm done. So thanks a lot for your attention and patience.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bonacorso, for your extremely interesting presentation.
Να περάσουμε στον...
Let's move now to our next speaker, who's Mr. Dimitrios Dimitriou, who's an architect and first vice president of the Chamber of Industry. I would like to ask all presenters to not exceed the time limit of 12 minutes. At 11 minutes, I'm going to give you a warning to saying that you have 1 minute left. So Mr. Dimitriou is going to answer this question on how the water can be a key factor of economic development in our country.
Όποτε θέλει.
Ωραία. Απλώς πρέπει να περάσετε, νομίζω. Βίζα-βίζα το έκανα εγώ. Ως οικοδεσπότης ξέρω λιγάκι και πώς τα μικρόφωνα εδώ, το χρησιμοποιούμε κάθε μέρα. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be much faster than the 12 minutes you said. Although as an architect, I do have a tendency to be real talkative. Anyway, first of all, I would like to welcome you all at EVA, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Athens, Entrepreneurship Chair. And when we were asked to host this significant international forum, we immediately decided not only to host it, but also put it under our auspices and participate in it, offering our view as scientists and as entrepreneurs. Now, with the participation of so many distinguished guests and speakers, I would like to contribute and promote the significance of water and its financial dimension. Many significant aspects of the issue have been talked about so far. Climate crisis, agricultural production, desertification risk, water management and their protection and securing of secure potable water. Of course, all what has been mentioned has a significant financial impact. I would like to stress that economic activity is intrinsically connected with the exploitation of resources, also including water and other resources. Lack of water is a threat that could increase problems not only among people but also among businesses and entrepreneurs. It could decrease profits and be a hazard towards development. In particular, companies that are in water offer new technologies, and many businesses are active in the sector of the economy for the quality upgrading and proper use of water. Investors that fail to increase hydrological risk in their portfolios might have less yield on their investments, says Schuman. Mr. Schuman has included KPIs that are measured in order to see to what degree businesses perform well or underperform. Environmental protection and green transition are a one-way I would like to now refer to new businesses that we have in newly startups. We have an incubator in EVEA. Those companies are active in reuse of water. We should not only refer to potable water, but we should also take into consideration seawater. I will not be referring to hydroelectrical projects, since Mr. Omran Kouvitakis will be talking about hydroelectric plants that are very developmental projects. We, as EVEA, continuously stress to our businesses that very soon consumers of their products will be preferring products of companies that implement ESG criteria and respect the environment. The market has shown with statistics and research that consumers are becoming more environmental conscious and look for companies and products that do respect the environment. So it is important for their profit making to produce such products. In particular, there will always be a crucial ethical question. Is it a tradable good, or is it something that should be given for free because it is a public good? I do not think that I will be reading what I have written. Just a few words. We need both, I think, because giving water, this is my personal opinion, I would like to clarify here, is that water as a good should be available to all. Businesses could potentially help with PPIs, correct and develop technologies, rather develop infrastructures. A high percentage, you all know better than me, is lost during transfer. In urban network, if I remember correctly, perhaps 40 to 50% is lost. In agricultural production, which is always accused as highly water consuming. I even heard the percentage of 70 to 80%, but we have great room for improvement, the way of irrigation, and so on and so forth. Much was referred to about the Israeli technologies. regardless of use and reuse. Now, the industry, compared to the figures that we mentioned, and which is many times accused of over-consuming, statistically speaking, it only spends 3% of the overall consumption. However, this does remain a significant percentage, because I believe that industry, in the rejection of water it carries out, it does have responsibility to protect the quality of water it rejects. So the water that is used by industrial production should be as best as possible in terms of quality. I will mention an example where weaving and dyeing of garments managed to use and decrease water consumption in their garment production by 40%, and this gave it the following rights in the market. First of all, it has a better approach to access to capitals. The previous speaker talked about Deutsche Bank and said that capitals invested in this sector are not many, but they also include the SDG and environmental protection prerequisites. So this good relation to the environment helped it become one of the favorite industries of many people. Now, entrepreneurial community tries for its own benefit and for the moral aspect of the whole issue by saying that dealing with increasing water shortage and investment consequences will lead to having far more than impressive sustainability reports. We should not produce just reports. Water shortages leads to innovation. So competition on water, which is going to be more fierce, and companies that protect its availability will be in a better position. EVA will always be a pioneer in the attempt to and in the effort to adopt productive procedure. We're ready to undertake any new action, and we are at the disposal of the entirety of the scientific community, conveying messages to our members that comprise 130,000 companies. So we collaborate with many companies, and we could convey messages that can be really interesting. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. Indeed, you needed no warning from me. Now let's get to our next speaker, Mr. Orestes Somran Koukovitakis. Mr. Koukovitakis is an international lawyer of Athens, Brussels, London, and New York. He's also a candidate MEP. He will be talking to us about water as a clean energy source, a closer look at the hydro plants of the future. Thank you very much. I will also be talking in Greek. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation here. It's a very interesting event, and we are all learning a lot out of it. Coming here, I had the following thought. I looked for something that was so simple to look for. Which percentage of renewable energy that we use in Europe is produced by water? And it is extremely interesting to see that this percentage, according to latest European data, European Commission data, it is about 30%, 29.9%. Participation of water of hydroelectric plants in the overall production of energy in the EU is about 12.3, almost 13%. The reason why I'm referring to this is because when we talk about RES, we many times forget about water. We not think about it. We think of the wind, the sun. We currently talk about hydrogen, but water is forgotten. And I'm wondering whether this is due to the fact that water costs very little or is very simple, or for any other reason. I will try to talk about the hydroelectric plants and how they produce electricity by stressing on 5 basic pillars. First of all, within which framework do we discuss about the usage of water for the production of electrical power? It's the framework for energy transition. This is why we're talking about it in Greece, in particular after the invasion of Russia and Ukraine in February 2022. We have to become more imaginative and faster when it gets to European energy transition. And by this I mean that we should use as many as possible different new methods. To make a long story short, whatever we had to achieve by 2050, we have to achieve by 2030, if possible. Now, I'm thinking that the framework of energy transition has an assumption, a basic assumption, which we many times disregard. Of course, it is good, but it is a very expensive procedure, and water is playing here a very significant role because producing energy from water is less expensive than producing energy from wind or the sun or hydrogen or any other RES. So as time goes by, we'll start talking about water much more, and there's already a very extensive discussion about how we can possibly use, if you will, first and foremost. And here's the second basic pillar. It has to do with technology. That is to say, first of all, production of electrical energy from hydroelectric plants is something easy. It already existed since the water mills. So technology is not anything that is very complex. Despite that, there is a procedure for the manufacturing of new turbines that are technologically quite expensive, but more usable, more technologically accessible in order to equip the hydroelectrical plants of the future. Another point, it has to do with storage. And I'm placing storage in this part of a discussion because without any energy storage, we cannot possibly have energy transition. Unless we store this energy when we overproduce in order to consume it when we most need it, then we have done all this for nothing. So hydroelectric plants by themselves, due to the simple technology they're based on, have the possibility to store as they use special tankers. So by increasing the level of water at a level or decreasing it the next day, you can regulate your production in order to distribute it to on a day that on which you have not much production. Another point is related to economics. I think it's self-understood, but we should talk about it anyway. Wherever there are hydroelectric plants, there is an increase in financial indexes, drop of unemployment, and this area acquires energy self-sufficiency very, very quickly. So we should not disregard the fact that there's this economic boost at local level, but also the macroeconomic aspect, meaning that by using hydroelectrical energy in the energy mix, we offer consumers much lower prices. So when we have a cheap energy source, evidently the price is lower for the consumer. This is an aspect we have to take into consideration very, very seriously. Talking about the environment now, 2 points. First of all, it's impressive how many European laws exist for environmental protection from hydroelectric plants. It's an oxymoron, if you will, and this is the second point I would like to talk about. On the one hand, there's a clean energy form. You understand that CO2 production is zero. On the other hand, there are so many laws talking about how we'll be protecting the environment from the operation of hydroelectric plants. So you understand that this balance that we have to strike is very important. And to be more specific, what environmental impact could a hydroelectric plant have? Local flora and fauna, the bank of a river, dams many times, and this has very much talked about in international literature, consequences on biodiversity and therefore affect the pertinent areas. So there's always, we should always have on the back of our head, at the back of our head, a further balancing between their financial importance and their consequences on the environment. Finally, to make a long story short, please allow me, in my capacity as a lawyer, to talk about a more legal regulatory aspect of operation of hydroelectric plants that has to do with the access to water in order to produce electricity. In our country, we have two large hydroelectric plants producing 438 megawatts and another one 375 megawatts, which is 40% of the energy mix. And in other member states of the EU, there are national restrictions to water access. Of course, this does have a reasonable concept. Despite that, there's a question of a further deregulation of this micro market of electrical power, and under which regulatory framework a business person or a joint venture of business person could have the possibility to have access to this water in order to build an energy production plant. I believe that in Greece there's some concern because there's this exclusive access of public utility having access to it. I personally, however, think that the resources that are required for energy transition are very high, and they cannot be secured only through public funds. The future is private public partnerships. This is where the future lies, and as we carry on, and since we're talking about European election, we're talking about further integration, I think that democratic parties consider it paramount to have a uniform European regulation about availability to water and how we produce electrical power from water to the benefit of the many and not the few. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very important and presentation. We're going to move on now to Mrs. Angeliki Kalia, who's a lawyer. She's a professor of law at ECPA. And you're going to talk about an issue which, after the unprecedented floods that we saw with Daniel, it reminded us of the danger that we have in our cities with rivers. Let us not forget places like Giannoli and Sotiria, who are still suffering from the impact of the floods, and therefore we want to listen from you about the water management in cities with rivers. Great. Could I also have it on my screen, or shall I just follow it from the big screen? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and especially the most important person in this forum, which is Ms. Marouli. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been mentioned. My presentation, my intervention is twofold today. One of them is about the management of river ecosystems in relation to the development of cities. It's not so much focusing on the problems that we've had with Daniel, but more about how the new policies that are now being developed on an international and a European level on cities, the extent to which this can be combined with the policy and the institutional framework for the protection and the management of rivers. And therefore, it's partly what you said. We already have information that more than 100,000 surface water systems in Europe. Some of them are, there we have 12,000 groundwater systems, which are also being used as a source of drinking water, but also for biodiversity, for the production of electricity, and for transport. If we can just move to the next slide. Moving on. The European Union has moved on to the development of the legislative framework from 1973 onwards that covers the issue of rivers through the environmental law, which is actually impressive, and it covers more than 85% of the member state national laws. This legislation must be implemented and must respond also to the environmental challenges that we're facing today. The speaker says I'm not able to move on to the following slides. If you can do it for me. So if we talk now about how Greece protects its rivers with its constitution that since 1975, the protection of the environment is a citizen's right and an obligation of the state. The measures that need to be taken based on Article 24, but also another constitutional article, which is the protection of public health, since water is a very important element of our health. Now, moving on to the civil code, there is the ability to ask for the good quality based on the personality of the individual, because water is necessary for the survival, healthy living, and ensuring the quality of life. There's also, beyond this, the criminal code that has specific provisions for the causing of a flood or the poisoning of springs and water tanks. We have some environmental laws, 1650 of 1986 and 4042 of 2012, that give us specific provisions. Now, moving on to waterways, watercourses, which have created many different regulations, and there we also have provisions on the regulations and planning. The union law, which is also a national law, Mr. Varilidis also mentioned the framework directive, which is almost like the constitution for water. Therefore, we have a large number of provisions that provide for the protection of water, and apart from the flood protection directive that was also mentioned by Mr. Athanasiou, we have or the wastewater treatment directive, as well as the licensing regulations that provide the specific terms, as well as the directive of 2020 on drinking water. Now, when we look at the ecosystem of rivers, we have a very important directive which is on the conservation of wild birds, and we have 207 protection zones where we have river ecosystems, as well as the Habitats and Species Directive, based on which there are 265 zones that have been identified, which also include some river ecosystems. This union and national law provides for management plans for everything, both for Natura areas, for wastewater, for anything that concerns the protection of environment in an urban environment and the environment in general. Now, moving on to the second part of my presentation, which is more about cities, we see an increased pressure. Over 50% of the world's population already lives in cities. In Greece, similarly, it's around 50%. And the European Union and the international community has a policy on cities, which are the technology, the way it's been developed, and artificial intelligence, information and communication technologies, digital and wireless networks. These are all for the service of the city in order to have what we call the smart city, and also develop the competitiveness. And this is where we see cities in with rivers, where we could have this kind of branding of the city, which would be the river. We seem to be having some problems with the presentation. The speaker is saying that I'm just going to look at my own laptop so that we can move on with the presentation.
Θα μπορούσε κάποιος να βοηθήσει με την παρουσίαση της κυρίας Καλία?
Could somebody help with Mrs. Kalia's presentation? So the policy for smart cities, the way that's been legislated, requires an effective management of land and habitats, a better organization of productive activities, non-controlled development, and a promotion of creativity and innovation by exploiting, by using rivers. We mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals, and not just all the goals, but the 5 goals that concern cities and water, health, water, sanitation, sustainable cities, climate, life in the water. These are the different guidelines by the United Nations, but this, while as well as the union policy on cities, we can see that both in the environmental policy that we see from in the various programs have been adopted since 1973. We can see it in cohesion policy as well as sustainable development policy, as well as specific initiatives such as Urban Urbact, the Urban Agenda, and the UN Sustainable Development Agenda, there's a specific reference on achieving the greenhouse gas emission reduction target by 2030, the adaptation to climate change, the promotion of welfare economy that returns more to the planet than it takes, and reduction of the footprint, and we talked today about the water footprint. So, EU policy and cohesion policy refers to reducing the inequalities between the different regions and the socio-economic and territorial cohesion, and of course this also concerns cities. The Urban Agenda for 2016, based on which there were specific corporate and thematic, so that look at the circular economy, whereas the land agenda, the territorial agenda, sets goals by 2030 on territorial development, reducing disparities between regions. I'm really sorry to say, but you cannot see what I'm talking about because there's a problem with the presentation. The goals for smart cities, they're already mentioned as the health protection, the implementation of environmental legislation, which is a huge deficit that we need to be aware of. Now moving on to the national level, Greece has a national strategy with a specific climate law from 2002 on on climate transition, and looking at Greece 2.0 recovery and resilience that was approved in 2021 and was amended in 2023, and includes investments and reforms and includes a fund of 36 billion euros. The integrated digital transformation that is directed to the digital infrastructure and services of municipalities and includes the digital upgrading of critical sectors, including, among others, the water supply. 32 million euros from the Cohesion and Recovery Funds, 90 million of which will be received by 16 large municipalities and the municipality of Trikeo, which is at the forefront of digital transformation, digital transition as a municipality, as a smart city. And the actions that we have 38 actions, including water quality and quality of life. Therefore, we are looking at the installation of smart water quality measurement systems, a smart system for risk response, flooding and fires, smart irrigation systems, and a better management system. 100 cities by 2030 are going to be climate neutral in the EU. There are 6 Greek cities which are included in this: Athens, Ioannina, Kalamata, Kosani, Thessaloniki, and Trikala. We've already had the pleasure to have Mr. Harisses with us, who talked about the network of the 30 municipalities, which are part of this non-governmental organization, which is also another initiative taken by the municipality of Keon, which, apart from the different training seminars and the different meetings for looking at the common problems faced by cities with rivers, there's also training for municipality employees, and this is done in collaboration with the University of Thessaloniki and the University of Thrace. And finally, looking at some of the conclusions and proposals, in 2024, the UN has established a new Water Day, which is a Water for Peace, and also because of it talks about the 153 countries that share water resources, and says that only 24 of them have cooperation agreements for their shared waters. Therefore, there's a need to strengthen the cross-border cooperation. We're going through a transitional and crucial period. We have unprecedented climate change with a huge cost, both in human life and an economic cost. We're now facing an opportunity and a challenge for changing the development model through the circular economy, the Green Deal, but we also have a rapid development of technology and the use of artificial intelligence. And all these things can be, of course, be in the service of states and cities in order to move on to a new way of development. And we also have the pressure on biodiversity. And we also have pressure on cities, not only from climate, but also from immigration. So therefore, we can see that the utilization of EU funds is necessary, and we do have those funds through the Cohesion Fund, the Social Fund, the Regional Development Fund, the Fund for Climate. We need the adaptation of policies to new circumstances. We need the rapid adaptation to technology and climate, and this is where the local government and administration generally can play an important role. But they will require to have the right training and the right technological solutions. The implementation of legislation is something that always lags behind, and this is a proposal that has never been made before, is that it needs to be codified so that it can be user-friendly, so that auditors can use it easily, but also audited parties should know what it is that they need to be respecting. Therefore, we're talking about codification, we're talking about cross-border collaboration, awareness and training. And I believe that if we join all these different forces from the science and stakeholders and governments, what's very, very important is the role of this International Forum on Water. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kalia. Let us now finish with Mr. Christokitsos. Mr. Kitsos, you have you've done a lot of research on the matter, and we'll look forward to hear about the risks.
On the last, and I hope and I believe that everybody is tired, so I will try to reduce the time. The difference of this talk is that it's related to statistics. Every problem has a statistical solution. Statistics is the science of the sciences, say Professor Smith in the University of Southampton, and this is not a very impressive declaration, but only to say that we try to support all the sciences, all the problems with statistical data. So the quality is one problem, the risk is another problem, and this is under statistical observation and statistical consideration. For the water, we know, perhaps, that 97% of that is in ocean, more than 2% is frozen, and only 1% it is what actually we are using. So if we had here some with water, the older perhaps remember Mia Stamna, if we had, and only 1 spoon is what we use to get for drinking water. So when I was district government from Rotary, I tried to impose and persuade everybody that every human being has the right to access clean water, because the problem is not to access the water, the problem is to access clean water for drinking. So we need fresh, clean water. We want this for food production and other disposal, and we consider 2 cases, water sources and safe water. So the one problem is the water sources, and they are involving political, and then the other one is safe water, and they are involving quality control. It is different problems. Actually not so different, but any case. So what happens is the population is increasing very rapidly. And at the other time, the available water sources are getting less. So the one population is increasing, the water is getting less. And we are more and more and more interested to have a quality of the water, because before the war, there were not such ambitions to be so clear. So per capita saved water, for the next generation, it will be 1/3 of what we are doing today in 30. Let's discuss very briefly in what happens in Europe. In Scotland, where I studied, they went to River Clyde and they gathered all the cleaner banks, about 9,000 people. In Belgium, they organized some organization to clean. In France, they are teaching to students to protect and have clean water. And therefore, there are some kind of interest to do and consider the problem. Regulations should be established, and we heard a lot of laws, and thank you for that from the previous speaker, but they have to be, it's very difficult to apply all these laws in Africa, when with 300 euros or 400 nowadays, you can buy 1 barrel. They need 1 barrel to keep the water. They don't have barrels to keep the water. So on the way of quality of the water was examined, and they saw that there are a lot of microorganisms on that, and it's not so clean as they believe. They saw the water come and say clean, but it's not clean. And I watched on TV 2 small Africans, young Africans, 7 years old, 8, to run, to go and to bring dirty water. And the reporter said, "Do you know that the water is dirty?" He said, "Yes, we know it's dirty." "And why you are drinking?" there is no other water around. So this is not stories, this is reality. Theodor Egger in 1885 described the first colobacteridium, as we say in Greece, this as hydritic colic. So the study from chemistry still needs some statistical evaluation. How many can be? How that can be? That was the first essay when Sir Ronald Fisher knocked the door of the experimental station of Rothamsted and say, I need a job. He say, what are you doing? Statistics. Statistics? Okay, we have there a lake and try to find how many microorganisms are there. They would not say stories, solve the problem. And he solved this problem. And I know because it happened to consider it. So we need to solve the problems, not only to solve our wishes of how the problem has to be solved. So there is really a need to be non-government organizations working together. And this is not very easy because it's not only the ethnic groups, different ethnic groups, it's the different interests that appear in every country. So we need some assist on that and sustainability, and we want to install the appropriate legislation. In Europe, there is such in the European Union, there is such legislation. But in the world, there are different companies, private companies. I don't tell you details. Some Canadians, because Canada is the leader country in water, foundation, and try to save ideas how to work with the problem. In France also there are such kind of corporations. So in Europe, the directive 2060 of the European Community is the Water Framework Directive. In USA, there is the EPA, Epidemiological Protection Agency. I heard today to be a community here in Greece. There is no, we don't have this. Some people, they believe that it is in Democritus. We are not certain. We are not certain. So what we are doing is risk analysis. What is risk? Risk is you want to do something different and you are not certain. It's not only do you want to make an operation, but you want to transfer this there. They started from political sciences to see the intention of conflicts, of war, of revolutions. And then they saw that this strategy comes to everyday life real problems. We have to measure the risk. How risk is to smoke? How risk is to do this, the other? How risk is to have to drive without seatbelt? So what we are looking for is so the proportion, successes, failures, successes, failures. So it is up to you what is success. Success is he has cancer, they don't have cancer. Success is he's drinking clean water, he's drinking clean water, the proportion he's not drinking. So it is very simple as an idea. It is very difficult on collecting the data. So when you take this proportion, you take the log of this, and this log is known as log odds, and you assume that the log odds here is linear, A plus B C, and if you make the calculations, which are not so difficult, you can find how the proportion can be. This is very simple, known as logit. Logic methods is very simple nowadays because you press the button, you need 5 minutes to prepare the data, you press the button in SPSS, in another package, in R, and you have the results. But the interpretation is something different. So we want to have a relative risk. Each factor brings different results. We say here the atmosphere was wrong from the dust, the water from the pollution. For what kind of pollution? For what kind of pollution? Even the distance they are driving and they are taking water to irrigate their fields, it's a problem. So we emphasize that is fundamental is risk analysis. We want to isolate one factor, another factor. If you put arsenic in the water, okay, you kill the people. And you try to work under the logic model. So some of the contamination are naturally occurring chemical hazard, added chemical hazard. You take the water, you put in a bottle, okay? Is the water clean? Is the boat clean? It's different. It's you added chemical hazard. So you are talking about direct contamination and indirect contamination. Okay, it is clean, everything, and you put it in the sun 1 month and you're waiting somebody to buy it. So what we need, I'm not giving recipes. We'll have to do that. We'll just discuss. It might be helpful to formulate the problem, to see the problem in Athens is different than the problem in Thessaloniki. It's different than the problems in an island where they have no water. It's different than the problem in Santorini, which is an island, but everybody uses water to swim near to his house, 5 meters from his house. So define quality approach. What is the quality approach we want? Examine the risk. How you examine the risk? You will make measurements. You will take experimentation. You will take random 5 bottles. You will take another 5 bottles. Say there is a procedure to do that. And provide water details. Our Greek company, I believe, is performing very well. Because sometimes we have to send some good words. We are all the time complaining. Some of my work is on relative risk analysis. And relative risk analysis, we start an effort the last 20 years not to be only in bioessays, in biostatistics. It has to be used in different fields of everyday life. Statistics is here to serve you, us. Thank you.
We would like to thank all speakers for this third session. We hope some of the questions have been answered to. We'll have a 5-minute break and then the last session. Thank you.
Let us please proceed. Our season theme is about non-toxic water, preventive water access, water sustainability and hygiene, and water quality. As first speaker, I would like Mr. Pata Kervalisvili to have the word. He is the president of Euro-Mediterranean Academy of Arts and Sciences. He will address us about the water, the home of quantum processes. Please, you have 10 minutes, please, exactly.
Κύριε και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Sorry, I used to be sometimes Greek, but not fully, so I will use English. And what I would like to try to do, this is my presentation from another opera, It's about science and what is water, about the magic properties of water, which is now very fashionable in the world. So, and I will try to deliver some information what our international team is doing. International team is Georgian, Greek, French, German, American scientists with the top universities and top labs. So myself, I am one of the head of the top labs. So, I will be short. So, I will try to give you some examples what is happening with newly, once again, describing properties of water. So,
excuse me for the interruption, because it's very intriguing, this title. Can you explain us in some seconds, please, what is
it's your time.
Your academy.
It's not my time, it's your time.
Okay,
if you wish, I will explain.
I will give you the time, please. It's very indicating, it's very important.
You know, I'm professional, so you should know that my
what
time
is exactly the Academy of Arts and Sciences? The European.
European Academy of Arts and Sciences was established in Rome in sorry for saying that, Mussolini's times. So, and some well-known Nobel Prize winners, Enrico Fermi and others, established it. And when I was professor in Harvard University in the United States, I was asked me 30 years ago to rebuild it. It was one gentleman, Javier Solana, head of NATO. He asked me, and another man, director of CERN lab, Antonio Zikiki, and we built this academy. And what I did, 1 minute more, I asked them that it's better to reestablish it and give the home Athens, because Athens was let's say everything, not only mother or father of civilization. So everything should be started in Athens, and we established. And the Italians are still thinking that we should do it. But what I did is another office we have in Lausanne. In Lausanne, you know, it's quite acceptable. So I will try to continue, if it's possible. It's my time. So in 2016, in one of our labs, Oak Ridge Lab, you know, in education, I'm nuclear scientist, weapon manager. So, and in my lab, but I mean, it's a big lab in one of the divisions. The new quantum of state of water was discovered once again. So it was how it was done using the beryl crystals. And shortly, explanation is, as a figure you can see, explanation is that molecules were able to pass through barriers at the atomic level, and their behavior is now explained by quantum mechanics and is called tunneling. The behavior occurs only when matter is in a quantum state. And we believe, in my book you can read it, that water often goes into quantum mode, passing through very narrow cavities in rocks, soil, or even through another, cells in living objects, which is the most important thing, in human body also. So, and very interesting phenomena now we're working out. This is vibration properties of any, you know that our heart is a pump, is vibrating. Water is vibrating. Everything is in oscillation. So we can measure the energy. Simple, you understand it, And we try to find out what is the real measurable parameters of water vibration. And we did it. You can read in our papers. It's very interesting. But I don't like to stop. It's very interesting how the HOH will change in this case, but this is another. And activation of water is changing, in the time. Next one. And very interesting, but I will, so if we have vibration, we have currents, many parameters, which is characterized any electromagnetic field, Earth, everything. So, and this is next figure. It shows how it works hydroxyl pairs. But I don't like to stay deeper if with some questions. It's a real science. With any operating models, mathematical models, and measuring equipments and explanations. So, and this is installation we prepared device. Really, we are measuring the strongness of bonds between HOH, how they are changing in different conditions. So you can see it, look at it, and we found this inner shell envelope in order to, this is model, of course, mathematical model, but it's a real colored electron microscopy picture. So, next one. And what I would like to say is that this is I don't like to forget something, and because of it I'm going through. This is a diagram illustrations double helix structure of DNA molecule when the water isotopes we have. Sometimes we have hydrogen, sometimes deuterium. And activation in water change, it's a real medicine. It's a real strong possibility of strong influence of different process, even metabolism in the organism. So we are doing this, and it's very interesting experiments, and you should know that water is a very strange and magic subject, very strange and magic, and anything depends on quantum level. I will explain a little bit more because it's a spin effect there. And now some words about quantum physics of water. So liquid phase of water is heterogenic. So it means that when you any influence multiplied in the water, outside influence, even photon irradiation, sun, and even the nuclear radiation, for example, and this later doubled in organisms and living organisms, and sometimes it's a question in which directions we're going, in the right direction, helpful direction or harmful direction. So this is what we are doing now, very interesting things relate to many diseases. We are measuring so-called, using the science medical physics now is very important, but in reality is possibility of useful our nuclear knowledge and nuclear equipment for medical care or for medical experiments, biomedical experiments. So I will short, but it's quite interesting, and we are using even Nussbauer effect, and I will some words about nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, however, depending to concentration, any impurity in soil, any, position of hydrogen in molecule. So now we're trying to see in which water, in which position we can influence to change for the right way, for helping, even for example, to, the very good process is
oxygen bonding with hemoglobin and how the water can influence on it. Now we have a project how we can activate the reaction of ATP, adenosine triphosphate, because it's a hydrolysis reaction. You know, it's very depending to how the people could sleep in, how recharge our batteries inside. So it's very important. And water is the main actor everywhere. This is why we are so keen to have the clean water, this water, not because of its, we are only know from history the water is, but it's a reality. It's really we need the water as medication, I mean that substance, and it gives us to do many things, understand firstly, and do and make the build up the new medicine. This about quantum physics I would like to be short, but what means that quantum physics of water? It means that in the molecules of water you can see all effects, spin effect, photon effect, Raman effect, so any scattering, everything is, water is real living body, yeah? Everything is inside, everything. And now I would like to say we are still in surface. We are going down, how it's possible, how our equipment is helpful. But we are going on the level of electrons now and nucleus, because nuclear magnetic resonance. But, you know, and because of it, now in adron therapy, we should add the special isotopically modified water in order to activate the process of killing the cancer cells by protons, of course. Yeah, this is called the new reactions also. But I'm speaking about medicine. You should know what is in energy. You know, it's a absolutely new energy will be very shortly born. Nuclear energy, but without radiation. Yeah, this is called the proton-boron cold fusion. So it's very good, but it's water. Everywhere is water, simple water, you know. Sorry. And I don't say about Adamar, this is pure mathematics, yeah. You know, why I'm speaking, because we use Adamar methods is AI methods, and artificial intelligence methods mostly, yeah. This is a special so-called quantum algorithm, Adamar algorithm. It's another time I will try to say you. But we are doing, and we are strongly believe that it's possible. But what I would like to stay, is some examples of how we can influence on water structure in any distortion of the bonding and changing the reaction, change the influence of water or on reaction, biochemical, I mean, reaction in our body. For example, the speed of reaction, strongness of reaction, time of reaction, and many of them. So, but what is interesting, I'm not speaking only about it, we are measuring. We have parameters, we have numbers, we have data. So this is another level, I think, fortunately, now we can do it, fortunately. Not only speak, but doing something, yeah. So, now some words about MI scattering, how the photons are influencing on water, how the sun is influencing. This is a so-called photon spin process in water. It's happening, you know, well, everybody knows that how sun is influenced, but you know, is the integral conditions, yeah, but it's a very simple, not simple for nuclear physics, a simple reaction which is occurring in this let's say, in these concrete conditions. I mean, when the sun is under the energy of photons, let's say, above this level and so on. But it's measurable, fortunately. This is, better. I don't like to spend too much time. This is about the fluorescence, Mie scattering, combinational scattering. What means it? You can measure any reaction photon with HOH, what is giving us back. So it's possible, and we are doing. And, in chemistry, we have a water activity, simple numbers. And water activity is fully depending of this nuclear physical reaction in water. So, there's the tables of water activity. Classical is this activity water. If you go in any hospital, this active water is numbers. You can see this, Even we are trying to use it. Phase stability. And, last works published in last year, this year, even this year also. And this is some information about types of hydrogen bonding, how it's possible to water, intralayer, infralayer, and so on. And this is our experiments with Raman spectroscopy. It is not only useful for measuring, but it's very useful to change the structure of water. Water have a structure. Water have a magnetic properties, which is, 20 years ago, if I would say that water is a strong magnetic, people starting, I think, that they're laughing, but now it's clear. Now it's clear. And not because of you are putting iron ferromagnetics as make solutions based on ferromagnetics. Mainly now in medicine they're using iron, But water itself have strong magnetic field. Unfortunately, this is strong magnetic field, which means strong. If you compare it with huge magnetic magnets, this is very low, but it's a resonance. So it's break some bonds, it's build some other ones. So it's a special field. How to say, it's connected with the brain waves also. So, and some information I would like to tell you, finalize this, we call these nuclear quantum effects. And nuclear quantum effects and observation of it gives some extension of oxygen bonds. And this is some explanation of how we can change the structure and activity of water. So don't forget, this is a nuclear physics of water, nuclear concept based on so competing quantum effects. It is not a fortune to say, it is not now not in fantasy. This is everyday work now, and people should be very familiar with this. It is happened around us. We should participate, and we should more. We should understand it, and we should look how it's influenced on our life and so on, how we became more healthy, which kind of water we should drink, which kind of, so it's very important in practically, not only, but we should know well what is inside, is the bottom of this system. So, and I would like to finalize with, this is our measurement, so I didn't know, and my lectures is always, I don't like to talk too much, but my lectures are always 45, 1 hour. So, but now it's, so about conclusions of my talk, It was a genius German, Erwin Schrödinger, which gifted us by the term entanglement. What is entanglement? Do you understand? This is what will revolutionize our life when you understand it. What is it? That any simple system has its part in the world, and they entangled. Even if it's here, or another one is, I don't know, in galaxy, somewhere.
Penrose,
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But Penrose was a little bit, he don't well understand these things. But it's everything which is against, this gives, the forces to the idea. You are right. Penrose also did many things. He was against, but did many things. So, and we are now looking of any process through this kind of interactions, as entanglement, as a super vision. So what does it mean? You know that in the life we have always at least one particle which is close to us. We have a part, minus two sides, minus plus this kind, that kind, and as new quantum mechanics is called, I modestly participate in the establishment of this one. It gives us awareness that the main building block of nature, this is an entanglement of close parts. So, and for water, I would like to say, also the water is a very good example, best example, I don't know, maybe somewhere we will find next time's better example, but my colleagues trying to use ammonium and so on, some other things in order to, but water, once again, and water is very interesting with its properties, which is influenceable behavior and so on. Thank you. And then it's a huge material you can answer. And so
despite you have overtimed your speech,
yes.
I would like to put a question. If you could answer it in some seconds, do you think that the theory that water is a living organism is right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not only. Water is transferring the information. So, you understand what it means? Water is transferring, when you are drinking the water, you are taking the information. When you are looking to sea, you are receiving the information from sea history.
So, thank you very much. I think your participation has been very exceptional, very substantial. Let's proceed with the next participator. This is Professor Dimitra Voutsa, Head of Environmental Pollution Control Laboratory, Department of Chemistry, Aristotle University of Greece. Επικεφαλής του Εργαστηρίου Ελέγχου Περιβαλλοντικής Μόλυνσης.
Ελέγχου ρύπανσης του περιβάλλοντος.
Πώς?
Ελέγχου ρύπανσης του περιβάλλοντος. Από το τμήμα χημίας.
Please stick to the time. Normally when I'm a moderator, I normally have a question at the end. So therefore, can you please stick to the 10-minute limit? We're now right at the end. So therefore, people are tired. Try to be as brief as possible and also give a different dimension to this issue. Generally, what we've been hearing is the concern in relation to the availability of water resources, its sustainable management, and therefore there's a question about the quality of our water. Anthropogenic activities together with climate change have caused various changes, and so it's important to see what actually reaches our taps, what reaches our glasses. What we do know is that generally we have seen an increase of temperature, which has been documented, and based on the recent references, we've seen that in the last 20 years we have at least 1 degree higher compared to pre-industrial era, with higher temperatures in continental areas compared to coastal areas. And despite all the efforts for increasing greenhouse gases, the predictions are pessimistic, and they kind of talk about a temperature rise of up to 5 degrees by the end of the century. Now, the impacts of climate change, there are many, and they've been mentioned all day. We have extreme weather phenomena. We have impact on terrestrial and water environments. We have a disturbance of the water balance and the hydrological cycle. The predictions are that all these issues are going to be more frequent and more intense in the future. What is essentially important in relation to water and the Sustainable Development Goals when it comes to goal number 6 is to have good quality drinking waters, good sanitation and hygiene conditions, to look at issues of water scarcity, but it's also linked to other goals concerning the food and food availability, hygiene, in terms of waterborne diseases. So therefore, what we do know is that about half of the population of the planet is currently facing problems of water scarcity or bad quality water, both as a result of climate change, but also as a result of human activity. The changes in hydrological cycle in relation to drought and the changes in the frequency, intensity of rainfall, issues relating to high temperatures in certain times of the year, also combined with the overexploitation of water resources, raise various questions and difficult conditions for the future. At the moment, we're facing significant water stress in Europe, and in fact in the area of the Mediterranean. We know that despite the fact that the overall amount of precipitation is decreasing, we're going to have some serious droughts and floods in the future. The question is what's happening with the quality of water and also the quality of reservoirs, and that affects the quality of drinking water. We know that either directly or indirectly we have important impact on the quality of water. For example, sudden rainfall is often linked to a high microbiological load to the recipients. That combined with leakages from the sewage network that cannot receive such large quantities of water. Also, the higher temperatures have an effect on the resilience of the microorganisms, and therefore much more time is required for the sterilization. Another issue that we see after periods of drought is that everything that there is in a water basin, it goes to the recipients, and therefore we have an increase in turbidity. We have nutrients that are being transferred, as well as other micropollutants and organic compounds. We also have high loads of sediments also, and we have high loads of organic matter in water in very short periods of time. Another issue is that the presence of nutrients together with high temperatures. We have issues of that have to do with algae that affect the quality of water. Also, drought reduces the kind of flow of rivers. Increased temperatures lead to the increase in and the water level of the sea can affect the desalination of water. So therefore, we need to take actions in order to have a good and efficient treatment of water in order to safeguard the conditions set out by the Drinking Water Directive and concern the microbiological parameters, the physical-chemical parameters, but also the radioactive compounds. Another important issue is the disinfection byproducts. Disinfection is essentially an important stage that affect public health. It's normally the final stage of the disinfection, which is the chloriosis, and which ensures the safety of the water in the network. One of the problems, of course, is the byproducts of that process, the disinfection byproducts, which essentially is the interaction of the organic matter with chlorine. The first reference to these compounds was in 1974, and since then we've identified that around 600 such compounds, some of which they have a cytotoxic or carcinogenic or genotoxic action. According to the directive, out of the 600 compounds, there are the first category is the HHAs, 4 compounds that have an upper limit and drinking water threshold for recently with the 2020 Water Directive. These have been included. These 5 compounds with a threshold of 60 micrograms per liter. Some of these compounds that you see here in red, they're also carcinogenic. So therefore, what we need to look at is to ensure the microbiological quality of water, protecting in this way the public health by keeping this concentration as low as possible. There's also interest in other compounds which are being formed, which they're seen as a emerging byproducts. These are compounds that are not included in the legislation, and what we do know is that they have higher toxicity values compared to the legislated pollutants. And as you can see, there's multiple toxicity compared to the ones included in the legislation. This, of course, raises many questions. And many studies have shown that even if we have like a very low concentration, sort of 5 or 10% in the totality of the byproducts, the total toxicity can be responsible for up to 50% of the total toxicity. So therefore, there's interest in what kind of compounds these are and how climate change and all the different changes in the reservoirs can affect the formation of such compounds. Therefore, in the lab, as part of various PhD theses and postgraduate studies, we've tried to look at different scenarios of climate change scenarios and different impacts of climate change, of how these scenarios can affect the formation of such compounds. We've used as a case study the water from the river Aliakmon, which feeds into Thessaloniki with 150 cubic meters per day. There is a treatment unit, a multi-stage treatment, which has various filters and various, active carbon and chlorination. What is interesting is to see what would the impact of a sea level rise would be in reservoirs, or how extreme weather phenomena can affect the formation of these byproducts, or what happens, for example, when we have algae bloom and cyanobacteria in water. Or how this surface runoff that ends up in water, how does that affect these byproducts? And also what happens when we have pollution, if you only have 1 minute left, so that gives me enough time to ask a question. We've seen 3 categories of compounds. Essentially, there are compounds that contain nitrogen in the molecule. So therefore, what we see in the scenario of the continuous salinity levels increase, which has to do with the contamination from seawater, and we have different projects that show the way seawater might run off into Aliakmon River. And we also have examples from coastal areas where we have seawater, where we have found seawater in underground waters. So therefore, we see that the presence of seawater leads to an increase and of course we're talking about levels of salinity which are still within the acceptable concentrations as set out by the legislation. And we also see an increase in cyto and genotoxicity, mainly due to the presence of byproducts. So to conclude, I'll give you a second example. An example of heavy rainfalls where we've used 3 different scenarios of medium, high, and very high impact of rainfall. When we're talking about this, we thought that it was an extreme scenario, but of course, after the issues that we've seen in Thessaly, that proved that it was not such an extreme scenario. But even in this case, we have an increase of the formation of those byproducts in all 3 categories that were examined. What is particularly important to mention here is that rainfall is not clean water. Rainwater has a high concentration of organic matter, a high concentration of nitrogen compounds, and therefore potentially these are compounds that can lead to the formation of these compounds, of these agents. We also looked at some other scenarios, but I'm just going to briefly mention of the algae formation. This is not something new. This is, we do have some issues at the river of Aliakmon. Especially when we have lakes being used as a reservoir where we have stagnant water, and that's why we have bigger problems. So we've seen an increase in these cases, an increase in the formation of these byproducts. So therefore, we're talking about an issue that is going to concern us in the future, and because legislation and the different thresholds and the different parameters being examined continue all the time based on the data that we have at hand, both when it comes to their presence but also to their toxicity. This is an issue that's going to concern us a lot in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. 2 questions, if you can answer in 30 seconds. Are there any parts of Greece where we have a higher risk of salinization through the decrease of fresh water and a higher pressure from seawater? Are there such places in Greece that are under higher risk? And also the second part of the question, is there a level which is a point of no return? Yeah, no, we have many examples in Chalkidiki and Thrace. No, I'm not sure about Thrace. But yes, in many coastal aquifers, we do have a gradual salinization, which at some point become not suitable for use. Is there any signs that in 10 years we will not be able to use any underground water, and therefore it's the end of... The speaker is off the microphone. Let's not be very pessimistic. We're just talking about some coastal areas through the overexploitation and uncontrolled use. We do have such examples. From these research and these studies, of course, also, it depends. It's the new varieties being cultivated. They also depend on this, the new crops being used. Thank you.
Let's get to Ms. Christoula Nicolaru, Director, Sector of Costing and Pricing of Water Services, Ministry of Energy and Environment. No, there has been a small mistake. I'm just head of this department. Let's hope this will happen in the future. Okay. Sector of Costing and Pricing of Water Services, right? Yes. I will try very quickly to be very, very short after the very interesting data presented to us by Mrs. Wota. I would like to talk about the legislation concerning potable water, and afterwards I could refer to brackish water and all the problems that we have in underground waters due to brackish elements of it. Now, because the civil society and the state has seen that the directive for potable water needed some improvement, we've had the review of the new of this directive. I will be focusing on the consequences of this directive in the operation of water services suppliers. The aim of clean water is to protect human health, and water clean and healthy, and access to it must be secured for each and every citizen of the European Union. The revision procedure process of the directive has started, as Ms. Voutsas said. We have already started many different components and more compounds. There was an older approach as to how we examine the risk of present substances in water. We should have raised awareness also regarding leakage. And we should regain, consumers should regain their trust to tap water. A very significant point is that according to civil society initiatives, over 2 million people in the EU do not have access to clean water. What is included in the revision was the revision of the existing quality standards. We introduced the watch list, introduction of the approach on risk base from source to the tap, securing access to clean potable water to all, have products and have specifications for materials and products that come into contact or are used during water bottling. I will not be talking about the updating of monitoring parameters, since you have referred quite a lot to them. There are new stricter limits, microplastics and other substances that are added in the list. There's in general a more strict monitoring of operation for suppliers. What is risk assessment? According to the directive, member states and most competencies lie now within the service providers. They should be responsible for catchment areas. They should assess and manage risk in the entirety of the system, and assess risk for systems of distribution. A very significant study, because there's a huge study to take place, suggests that every supplier of water services should carry out risk assessment for all catchment areas at abstraction points of water that is for use by humans. There should be a mapping of security zones if they have been identified, geographical reference points for all abstraction points, a description of land use, an identification of risk sources. Risk assessment also for a water supply system. It takes into consideration the results of risk assessment in catchment basins. It identifies sources of risk, not at the source, but in water supply systems. Afterwards, it will also be managing risk, that is to say, take measures in order to deal with the risks that have been identified. What is also very significant is any possible leakages. There is a leakage both in water supply as well as in irrigation. These levels should be assessed. There's the infrastructure level of leakage. This should be done for those who supply over 50,000 people or provide at least 10,000 cubic meters. And by the end of 2028, the European Union will set a minimum threshold of leakages. Within 2 years' time, after this threshold has been set, if there are areas that exceed this threshold, it should carry out an action plan in order to bring the leakages at the set limit. Information is crucial. Consumers, citizens should be informed about the quality of water, which is for human usage, as well as the results of monitoring water quality, the price of the supplied water per liter and cubic meter. Two conclusions. The implementation of the new directive secures potable water quality. Sustainable management of water resources secures long-term water demand, improves citizens' information regarding potable water, and optimizes water supply management, but also increases water management overall cost, which most probably is going to be conveyed to the citizens. If you would like to ask a very short question. Now, because the lady has used the word salination. Listen, the Director General of Water, apart from the flood hazard management, it is currently concluding the action plan for management of underground and surface waters, and we identify whether there are problems or not. That is to say, we visit all areas of the country and see if and where there is brackish water presence regarding the depth thereof. That is to say, to what degree it has been infiltrating from the shore. I cannot possibly remember the areas. For sure, island areas that do not have much water and are under pressure by water drills for any reason whatsoever are more likely, without it being for sure, to have problems. It depends on the depth of the aquifer and to what degree the level compared to the level of sea it is situated, as it is the case in Thrace or in Netola-Karnania. Look, in Netola-Karnania in general, there are no such problems. There have been extensive studies. So if you are interested in any specific area, of course, we can take a much closer look. Yes, and it is my intention to visit the ministry in my other capacity. Thank you very much. Ms. Myrto Sotiropoulou, now, who's a physician gynecologist, she will be talking to us about heavy metals and water and their impact on health.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizing committee. I think this is a difficult issue, and it's something that I hadn't looked into before. And I was wondering why we're looking at water and not food. And I think the biggest carrier of heavy metals is water. I'm just going to be very brief, just to get an idea of what's going on. First of all, when we're talking about heavy metals, there's no strict definition. They seem to be everywhere in the environment, with a serious impact on health. They can be easily eliminated by the body, and they accumulate and then be known since ancient times. One of the the criteria, the density, the atomic weight, the atomic number, and the position of this element in the periodic table. We're going to go very brief here so that we can focus more on their impact on health. They have very specific use, and some of them are minerals which are important for human health, and in certain concentration that can also be included. And this is what causes environmental we see some lists of heavy metals here. There are many of those. Some of them are the most harmful ones. Technological development started creating problems through its use and overuse of the different methods used in the industry. They're used in nuclear science and mechanics and production of detergents. It's used as compounds in various other industries, cadmium and lead and all that. They're potentially harmful. There is a variation of toxicity, and even in low concentrations, it is important to show that they can potentially create problems. It's not very clear, and there are different thresholds in different countries, so therefore it's important to see how these trace elements can be identified. So therefore, where do we find them? Why are we talking about this? First of all, it's the materials that come from the ground. They're also the heavy metals that come from the geosphere. So therefore, we see that there are many different heavy metals contained in nature. Hodgson in 2004 talks about toxicity that depends on the dose and their conditions. So therefore, nature knows what it's doing. We trust nature, but how it was, not the way we've actually turned nature into. So how do we heard a lot about water, but this is an approach that we haven't heard much about. This presentation made me think as a person, as a mother, and as a physician. So, will my children have some clean water? It's one of the most important inorganic compound for living cells and for all beings. In the atmosphere, living organisms also contain water. It seems that's what I said to you earlier. It's a carrier. You'll be able to see that in one of the drawings, one of the schematics that you're going to see. Why it's so important? Because we hear about different methods, but we haven't heard anything about heavy metals. We talk about the water, but we haven't heard about the importance of heavy metals as pollutants. There's a balance of heavy metals in nature, but this balance unfortunately is now changing. Water is everywhere in the atmosphere, in the oceans and coastal zones, etc., etc. There are different forms. I'm going to move on and start talking about health, which is more interesting. Fresh water is used for drinking, for irrigation, but there are many different forms of water. Of course, we're not going to drink ocean water, so therefore we're talking about drinking water. The quality of water and the composition is affected to a large extent by various parameters, biological, physical, and chemical parameters. So there can be the type of soil, the pH, the porosity of the ground, different organic factors. All these things can affect the quality of the water, and we've seen all these things about filters, etc. Now, water bodies are can remain in the organism. If we look at the water cycle, and the water cycle is something that's taught at school, so you can see how the underground water can infiltrate minerals and contain heavy metals, which under different circumstances wouldn't have a problem with the water reaching the atmosphere, becoming rain, and the rain will just irrigate the plants and the lettuce that I'm going to then buy and give it to my children. So this natural cycle has been disrupted. There's no life without water, but then we have the food chain that's being disrupted by anthropogenic activities. And starting from wastewater, the burning of solid waste, and also what Mr. Kitsos mentioned earlier, that why you're drinking from this water, because there's no other water. Of course, and here we see, unfortunately, the role of the water in heavy metals and the many problems that can cause on human health, starting from metallurgy and mining activities, all the different organic waste that then is moved on to the water from detergents and other organic matters that can dioxins, thermal pollution, mining, refineries. There isn't anything left. There isn't a single industry that is not creating a serious problem or any problem. The marine industry. So all these things go to water. The water will then evaporate. It will just go to the atmosphere, and then it will just fall, and the cycle will start again. But although there's pollutants that we have, of course, this is not going to be the water that we can give to our children. Due to their ability to remain in water for long periods of time, they have a high degree of resilience, and this is what the problem is. It's not just plastics that stay for a long time, it's also heavy metals that stay in the water for many generations to come. So therefore, there is a concern about what's going to happen with next generations, so, how these people are going to live. When we see the food chain here, and we see how the different industries, there's going to be heavy metals that is going to be eaten by fish, which we then eat ourselves, or that water will just go and irrigate various vegetables and fruits, and we have humans who eat fish and eat those vegetables. So therefore, we're talking about this cycle. So how do we stop that cycle? This is the question. Many issues from the different catastrophes that we mentioned earlier, but also the different changes in weather and also volcanic eruptions, which are going to also pollute. Also, a problem is the industrial source of metal processing. But how are we going to still stop industrial production? What's going to happen? Moving on now to, I just like to tell you that you only have 2 minutes, says the moderator. Let's just move away from the sources and just look at health. So heavy metals everywhere in our kitchen. Wherever we go, there are heavy metals. There's always something containing heavy metals. The water that we drink. These are most of the common ones, and what the drinking water can cause. It can cause cardiological problems, neurological disorders, renal problems, cancer, and diabetes. It causes oxidizing within the body. It creates hepatotoxicity. There are epigenetic damages, apoptosis, which essentially is the death of cells, inflammation from TNF. All these things affect on a cell level the different organic matter of the cells, including the DNA that can all the different mutations that we have, all the problems that we have. I'm not going to talk about my personal opinion on certain things, but I can just say that it's proven that they do create these kind of mutations. And therefore, how do I know that my grandchild is not going to have a mutation that's going to lead to kind of blindness, for example, because they were drinking water from Athens that contain such and such heavy metal? Toxicity, carcinogenicity. So therefore, there isn't a single organ that is not affected. I'm going to leave the diagnosis and I'm just going to look more into the treatment. So you can see all the different organs being affected: thyroid, the brain, the respiratory system, renal, adipose. There are also increased mortality, and we cannot see why. There are also certain professionals that have a higher risk in the diagnosis. There are some ways of diagnosing it through saliva, through hairs, or through urine. There is a problem with the thresholds, depending on the region, depending on the country and national levels. Another issue is that we might find a heavy metal like lead, that we might find it in the bones. However, lead is not affecting bones, but affects the brain. So therefore, how can we treat the bones when they can affect the brain that is affected by lead? In the past, there were different ways of IV treatments, but there are also certain food items from St. Mary's Thistle, and also water filters. But also advanced homeopathy can also help, even for heavy metals that we're breathing in the air. I think everyone should be using some good masks, and they can help with natural ways of eliminating such heavy metals from the body. Not drinking water and not eating certain foods from certain areas, that's not very easy. We're all going to go and eat and drink. I'm just going to leave it there. There are ways of detecting if there is a damage, and there are ways of dealing with certain problems, but I think the most important thing is the respect that we need to show to our lives, respect to our lives and our children's lives. And I'd like to close by saying that we need to listen to the water and talk to the water. Talk to the water and you see that it does listen to you. Is there any recent study that shows that the sedimentation of this of heavy metals can lead to miscarriages? No, unfortunately, there's no research, clear research. But however, it does affect hormonal levels in women, and then of course that can be the progesterone deficit. It can be
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ πάρα πολύ. Λοιπόν, πάμε στον κύριο Μιχάλη Καρακατσάνη, μετεωρολόγο.
Let's go to Mr. Michalis Karakatsanis, meteorologist, National Weather Center, USA, member of International Association of Broadcast Meteorology, and former retired officer of the Hellenic Air Force, Greece. He'll be talking to us about urban water supply, the role of local authorities.
Αστικού νερού και ο ρόλος του Οργανισμού Τοπικής Αυτοδιοίκησης. Κρίμα που δεν είναι πολύ περισσότεροι οι ακροατές για να ακούγανε και να ακούσουν τις...
Such a pity that our listeners are not all here. Anyway, I'll be very, very short. Ms. Vouta is absolutely right to what she said, that as it is the case in southern Crete, the sea has started interfering with the aquifer, and I'm talking about the plain of Messara. Due to the many cultures that we have there, the problem is huge. There's water drilling that has been operating so much, and they even go down to 1,000 meters, 1,100 meters, and they find sea water. Water in all its forms and uses is one of the most important, perhaps the most important natural resource, as is the most basic factor for sustaining life on Earth and plays an important role in every productive and developmental activity. As a priceless commodity, water is a universal wealth, the quality of which and access to are fundamental rights of society. And we also saw that it's SDG number 6 out of the 18. Unfortunately, in recent decades, its reckless use in the context of the already disturbed environment has resulted in the degradation of its quality and its gradual exhaustion. Most of the problems associated with water degradation developed gradually from the mid-20th century and then intensified. The issue today is not limited to a scientific level, but is a global issue which must be put under institutional protection and management mechanisms. Therefore, water establishes the need for its sustainable management within the framework of the globally prevailing principle of sustainability, which has been established as a common environmental principle internationally as well as nationally. Among the main arguments developed to substantiate this position was that there is a European directive according to which water cannot be commoditized as it is a public good. The decision to manage water should be the responsibility of the state and self-government itself. Main priority should be to ensure the safety of local water resources. In Germany, for example, the responsibility for water belongs directly to the local government or to cooperatives established in local government, with the exception of the case of municipality of Berlin, where about 20 years ago, a part of management company was privatized, with the consequence that the cost of water went up by 30%. After government initiatives and the holding of a referendum, the responsibility returned again to public services. According to research data from the National Technical University of Athens, citizens are not aware of a number of issues related to water management. Older people seem to be more informed, while younger people are more open to new practices. The largest percentage of water used in the country, and Ms. Feloni referred to it in the second session, So the largest percentage of water used in our country, i.e. approximately 85%, concerns irrigation water, and that is where the biggest and unnecessary waste occurs. There is therefore an immediate need to adapt the infrastructure and procedures of the municipal water supply and sewage companies by strengthening the existing infrastructure, applying new technologies and revising the procedures for water and wastewater management, while strengthening the participation of local communities. KEDE, for about 10 years, has presented the Guide to Good Practices for the Sustainable Management of Urban Water, which contains detailed proposals and directions at a communication, technical, and administrative and political level for the sustainability of urban water, and was the springboard for the broader discussion on the chronic challenges faced by water resources at the municipal level, but also on the necessary steps that must and can be taken to address them. The Third International Forum on Water, held by the Center for European Studies and Ioannis Kapodistrias, in collaboration with Democritus University, the Athens Chamber of Commerce of Industry, Panhellenic Union of General Secretaries of Local Governments, Clisthenes, University of Athens, and all the other bodies, comes to highlight and raise awareness among agencies and society about the multidimensional issue of water. In closing, I would like to say that in order to face the modern challenges in the water sector, it's imperative to adopt a rational management system which will seek and implement alternative solutions for a more efficient use and reduced pollution of water resources. In addition, pressures on water bodies from non-climate factors such as rapid population growth, rapid economic development, and changes in land use are expected to further exacerbate the effects of climate change on water resources, limiting quantity and degrading the quality of freshwater supplies. Let us not be pessimistic, however. At global level, there are the projects everybody are working on already, having to do with rainfall. I read it in the new regulation of ELGA. This has been already studied. And I think there is a company from Salonika being involved. One question, if you will please answer within seconds. All these torrential rainfalls that we've seen, do they cause any forecast difficulty to you? And do you think that unless some measures are taken, could this problem be further exacerbated? With regard to the second part of your question, forecast has become quite harder because microclimate has changed. Imagine that in Crete there are about 4,000 different microclimates. Messara area has one climate of itself. The parts that are closer to the coast have another microclimate of themselves. The microclimate has been affected, which in its turn has affected the overall climate. And the tools that meteorology has got are huge. However, we cannot possibly have a secure forecast beyond the 4 or 5 days. We understand that also at civil protection level and so on and so forth. Now, regarding extreme weather phenomena, one of climate change features is intense phenomena of torrential rain in very short time. When I was the previous years at the municipality, one municipality of Crete, we had some damages in Iraklio, municipality of Chersonissos. This is where geologists said we they found the Minoan parts of the aquifer of the Minoan era in Crete. Now let's go to the last speaker of this session and the first day itself. It's Mr. Kouskoukas, professor of dermatology at University of Athens. He's also a lawyer, chair of the Hippocrates Association, and he's also the vice rector of the University of Thrace.
First of all, allow me to thank you for the introduction. I'd like to congratulate the organizers for the thematic sections of this conference. We've had many different I would just have to say that it's a life-giving element, water, but at the same time there are all these negative impact. However, as a doctor, we need to cover humans from the impact of heavy metals in therapeutic water. There is therapeutic water, and I would like to say to my colleague, the gynecologist, it's particularly important for heavy metals because it helps with the detoxification of the human body, where trace elements can capture those heavy metals. I'm just going to be very brief, just respecting the fact that we're behind time, but I need to mention some of the basic things. What the previous speaker said, that water is information, and this information is what actually gives us that's how even mRNA was discovered, so all the vaccines. So it gives you that information, you just go and build that protein. That's what the kind of modern vaccinations are made, and that's why we are optimistic when it comes to cancer treatments, and we have individualized treatments and personalized treatments, precision medicine, despite all the negatives. Therefore, essentially what thermal medicine drinking is been recently recognized, and it's using natural resources such as water, steam, and thermal mud. And why do we talk about thermal medicine, which is very much linked to medical tourism, and it includes the thermal medicine and wellness. So we can help patients, but we also offer wellness. And as you know, that the average age has gone up, and we have achieved all that through the advances of science, and therefore we need to offer well-being and not just a long life. So we need a good life, not just a long life. So therefore, we're talking about a dynamic space on a global level with new treatments which are therapeutic, and they can be preventative as well. So people often ask me, at which point do we go for thermal baths? My response is from day one until we die, because people benefit at any age, both on a therapeutic, also preventative level. So therefore, this is where we come to the word water. So what exactly is drinking therapy? We're talking about particular diseases with different consultants from different specialties, whether they are urologists or gastroenterologists. We see that water is everywhere. In my case, for example, I'm a dermatologist. Somebody says I wear a moisturizing cream. That doesn't mean anything. The water does not go into the water. In fact, it doesn't allow for the water to be vaporized, and so there are all these tendencies. We're not only talking about patients, we're also talking about healthy individuals, and what's important is that we're talking about prevention medicine that can revolutionize the situation. The spa rehabilitation is now called MediSpa, so it's done under medical supervision. And since you mentioned Thrace, we have on the 30th of June, we have a conference on thermal tourism, and there are some very important thermal baths that people will go to. Kamena Vurla, for example, to deal with musculoskeletal problems. So we're using evidence-based medicine with particular studies which they have been accepted all over the world, and so therefore we talk about science that can be used in order to help people. So therefore we have primary and secondary prevention, and of course we help in all the different diseases that I mentioned. So why do we talk about Greece? Because Greece has this very good bioclimate. We talked earlier about how heavy metals are also in the air. Air therapy is something that it's been known for many years. People used to get benefits to go to up to the mountains. We've also seen people kind of going for thalassotherapy. These are things which I've seen it either empirically or through government-led initiatives. So now through evidence-based medicine, we're now looking at Greece with its heritage and the history, and combined with the Greek diet. And I'm talking about the Greek diet because Mediterranean diet, I don't think it covers me directly, because Mediterranean can also be an Arabic diet, for example. So therefore we're talking about Greek diet. So you can just see where well-being is now. We've seen the life expectancy is increasing. We've seen the gap between male and female life expectancy that is narrowing. And of course the older tourists, which they're the ones who are retired. When we say retired in Greek, we mean anyone. Retired people should be used as they should be used as a very important source, but unfortunately we see people who just kind of leave the military, for example, at a very young age, and that's why we're creating retirement villages under medical supervision. Therefore, there is a huge economy that's attached to it. So therefore, when we talk about well-being, we're talking about 4.5 trillion on a global level. And Greece is not included any of this. With our academy, we've included Greece into the global economy. So therefore, what are we proposing? We're proposing an adjustment to all these plans and all this data. I believe that thermalism and wellness tourism can offer benefits to all organs. People used to go to rehabilitation centers, for example. They just they go through rehabilitation, and then they're just kind of left to their own devices. But what do we say is that come to Greece, and we're gonna look after you, and you're gonna have a great time for the rest of your life. And this is how we create retirement villages. You talked about Crete earlier, which is inundated by Germans, and the same thing is happening with Chalkidiki. There are Bulgarians there, for example. So we're talking about well-being and longevity. That these are all proposals that we can utilize, and also with the use of artificial intelligence. Because if you know in Bergamo, the Turks have rebuilt the new the old Asklepion, and we're not doing anything about it, so we can actually rebuild some of this. So, for example, the Hippocratic Oath is something that has been so we need to respect, and we actually using the Hippocratic Oath again in new universities. These are all very important elements, and therefore we now have the digital detox. We all suffer from this. COVID left us with long COVID syndrome, so thermal medicine comes to you and it just says, okay, so what does thermal medicine does? It can say, I can help you without drugs, and this is proven. How can you do that? But you're going to follow a specific protocol. You're going to have 24 days of treatment every 6 months. You're going to come to Greece, and it's only a 20-minute treatment. What does it do? And this is where the cluster. You want to go bird watching, you want to go to Evros. This is economic development, and not just talk thematically. And myself included, I've worked in tourism for many years. I just hear different thematic tourism areas. We need to find clusters, things that we can put together. And so these are the messages. These are some of the resorts that we have in Greece with thermal baths. This is in Chalkidiki. This was owned by Russians, it's now by Bulgarians. This is Thermasila and Evia. This is another beautiful resort in Platistomo. We have Kilini, Loutraki. One of the best thermal baths. And of course, we have the usual problems. This is in Agia Paraskevi in Chalkidiki. This is in. So who knows that this is thermal bath? But this belongs to the church, and of course, it's being managed by this. So it's blocked by the system. Access to this is blocked by this. But the problem is bureaucracy. You can see the Posa baths, you can see mud baths. It was one of the treatments that we offer. And here we have the thermal baths in Polyknitis. We've also have different books that I've written. There are 12 books on thermal medicine and thermal tourism. And I have a surprise for you. I already have an idea. Since you're going to do that in Thrace, I think we should meet up and organize something similar, a Pan-Hellenic meeting in Thrace with the title of your book and with a preview of all this knowledge so that people can be ready. My question is, and you only have 30 seconds, you send your card that you're the president of traditional Chinese medicine and holistic medicine. You talked earlier about blocked. Do you think that there's That's done on purpose in the Western world. The fact that the use of complementary medicine and traditional Chinese medicine or thermal medicine, what do you think that this is on a normal level? I'd like to seize the opportunity and just say that such complementary therapies are very advanced. And when I was in New York, 67% of patients would go to alternative medicine. At the moment in Greece, anyone can just give anyone, could give anything. You can give some herbs and plants, and so what we've said is that, okay, whatever we have abroad, we can use that here. We have Chinese medicine. Acupuncture is very impressive, because when you talk about the information and the energy moving through the body, this is something that acupuncture can balance. This is used also by Buddhists through yoga and various other techniques. This is something that we all have to put together, because they all have something in common, which is the Hippocratic principles. So we're also heavy metals, aren't we? So that we should be complaining about heavy metals after all. Thank you very much for the invitation.